Make sure I get them likes up. Let's get this show started.
What
Hey,
is
y'all.
up? Hey, you guys.
Hello.
Welcome
This light
back.
too much?
back.
Right. Welcome back, Jay.
Oh yeah, glad to be here. How y'all
Definitely
doing?
glad to have you.
Thank
Good.
you. Thank you. I
It's
so
always
appreciate
great
y'all.
on the show. We love having him, right, Kay?
Absolutely. I'm loving this extra large panel that we have.
We do. We have a great panel today. So
We have
let's
a lot of
start.
people here.
Yes, let's start with introducing the panel a little bit. We have Miss Deborah O here. Super excited to have her on today.
Thank you guys for
We
having
have
me.
Mr. Mike here. Super
Mike.
excited to have him. And we have Mrs. Cannon here. So excited on this lovely Martin Luther King holiday, right?
Yeah, today is my
Talking about the perfect topic today. Definitely fitting for the day.
Yeah, let's get right into it. So,
Let's do it.
Let's go.
Several times, in fact, last week, Kayla, I think Black culture kind of came up on Thursday's show.
Right.
I think you were questioned like about what culture are you or something like that. And then even, in previous shows on Thursday, Black culture has been brought up. So I just really wanted us to kind of get into that today, because I think that Black culture for some is seen as one thing, and for other people it's seen as something else. We're going to kind of talk about what that means to each of us, right? So the issue that I have sometimes when people talk about Black culture is that a lot of times when I hear people speaking, they're talking about Black culture only as it relates to entertainment, music, art, dance, things like that. But we want to get deeper into that today. Like, what else, And I'm not trying to minimize those things at all. Absolutely, all of those things that I just named are very important and a huge part of culture in general. But, we're going to talk about what each of you thinks Black culture is and how can we, let's see if we're on the same page about it. I want to actually start with Cannon because, I know you're going to have a really good answer for this. So,
thank you.
To you, what is Black culture?
Yeah, I was ready.
I knew you're ready. That's what came to you first.
I like how you made the distinction between like commodification of Black culture, because I think people do get that confused. Like, we have two different kind of expressions of Black culture, and one of them is our actual Black culture, which is pretty much the sum total of our cultural contributions as Black people to the American subculture. And that is fluid, it changes, it's different things, and like that. But then a lot of times we get it confused with like the commodification of Black culture, which is more so a lifestyle standard of how people kind of make assumptions about what Black identity is. And that's kind of what we see like in, the music industry and all of that stuff, with things that they are kind of selling back to us or selling to the larger society. And I just feel like a lot of times we let that be we let that identify what Black culture is. But Black culture is actually things like oral tradition, right? You have like Brer Rabbit, John Henry, Uncle Remus, is things like call and response, which is rooted in African, cadence, and things like that. Even things like the dozens, which also has roots in African culture, because it can only be identified in Black American culture, and then also certain African tribes do that same thing. Where we like to talk crap about each other. It helps to showcase like our linguistic dexterity, And it's also used as a way to kind of get used to some of the difficult things that we have to deal with, because the person who loses the game is the person who loses their cool first or can't like keep up with that. So you're really trying to see how calm you stay, right? So that's a part of Black culture. We also have like a spoken word, that's Black culture. Our names like Malik and Jamal and different things like that. Like all of those things are very rich parts of Black culture. Different foods, and things like that. So it's very important that we make sure that we stick with like the kind of the basics of who we are that sets us apart from the predominant culture, and that they've like kind of borrowed and taken, repackaged and sent it back to us, and we don't let that define who we are as Black people.
Before we, get other people's thoughts on this, I have one question for you, Cannon.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that there's a distinction between Black American culture? Like, do you think that that's an important distinction to make?
Of course.
Black American culture.
Yes, it is an important distinction because in my estimation, Black American culture is different than we're going to have a different experience than a Black person in the UK, right? And different things like that. So yeah, it's different. It's absolutely different.
Do you think there are some things that kind of run within all of us, you could say?
Yep, but it's the same things, like the call and response, the oral traditions, like those things are also prevalent in other Black cultures and other places. That's how you know it's a Black culture thing and not just an American Black culture thing.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's go to Kayla. You want to say something?
No, I definitely agree with a lot that she said. It's so complex. It's not one thing. But I definitely want to hear what other people on the panel have to say. So definitely, Deborah, what do you think?
Hey, y'all. So for me, I've always had a difficulty with describing Black culture. As an African woman, we always have like the double sides of kind of seeing like saying about how you have Black American culture, you have UK, you have Africa, and we all share in a struggle, I guess you can say, but it's still it's defined differently. I feel like our contribution to life in general is Black culture. I feel like we have touched every single part of anything that you have, like you said, art, music, entertainment, writing, spoken word, all that. Black culture has touched it, and we've kind of evolved it. I feel like it's it's a thing where it's a complex definition because of the fact that it's so large, because we really have a contribution to everything. So for me, I've never understood how to really define Black culture, because I just call it life. That's life for all of us, so that's my answer.
Yeah, Deborah, I think that you touched on something that's important, because I think that for Black culture to be defined, it can be difficult, right? Because there's a lot that goes into it in terms of like Black people in America, or all just, different places. Like Cannon was saying, there's certain things that are kind of common, regardless of where you are.
Yeah.
So I always think about like the intangible things, like there's just certain things that if
Exactly.
I think that's a huge part of Black culture. Like you walk past another Black person, y'all look at each other about something, you already know what's up, So I think that part of just existing as a Black person, in America, binds us in a very specific and very special type of way. And I think that a lot of that embodies like what Black culture is. It's really hard to explain. So I like how you pointed that part out, Deborah. But it's like, if you know, you know, right?
If you know, you know, right? Exactly. Exactly.
That head nod is real.
Right. You walk in.
It's
I mean, I live in
real.
LA now. Yeah. I'm from New York. I live in LA. Us Black folks in LA, we know it's kind of like, oh, hey, we see each other, so it's
or like something's happening and you look at the other Black person and you're like, and they're like,
You need me to stand here, record something,
Yeah.
you know, like, let me make sure you good. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I've had that a lot. So of course, it's also the nurturing part. That's something that we also have to bring up too, is like Black culture is nurturing, because we are always the people that come first, you know, when it comes to coming to the defense of other cultures and other people in general. So we also have a nurturing aspect to ourselves, that we also want to take care of each other on top of everyone else, you know? So yeah.
Definitely. So Michael, what do you think in terms of where we're at right now conversation?
So I really love the points that Deborah and Cannon made. I don't think we can talk about American Black culture specifically without including the Black church. When you talk about the things where you kind of just know that, giving honor to God, who's the head of my life. I think anyone who grew up in a Black church tradition is going to be able to mimic that. Especially in Black American culture. I mean, for a lot of us, Sundays were all day church days for us. A lot of us had our first boyfriend or girlfriend from Sunday school. I know for me, I'm in a Facebook group messenger chat with, I don't know, it's probably 60 of us over the years, where we all attended the same church. We all showed up to bury one of us in the crew. And so when you look at the history of the Black church, and even as it goes back to chattel slavery and the African traditions, a lot of the spirituality that's found in some of our praise dances, even some of the things that we do that we may not even understand, they're rooted in the African tradition. It's how the slaves, were able to keep a part of their heritage alive, while taking on the belief system of their colonizers. So I really don't think we can talk about Black culture without including the church in there, making fun of, that old lady who used to pinch us, or, Miss So-and-so who can't cook. We definitely have to include that.
Oh my God, facts. My whole life, there's like, we already know, like, and we even refer to it in clothing. Like, I even said this to someone earlier in terms of like church clothes. And that's like a Black people thing to me, like church clothes. You know what I'm saying? Like, we know when you look at something, I'm like, okay, yeah, like this is a church dress. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if that's even like, I feel like we created that in a way, like with the hats and like the whole thing, like that was Black culture in America, So
it's funny you say church clothes. I was talking to my son a few days ago, and I said, well, hey man, make sure when you're coming home, you change out of your church clothes so you can do X, Y, Z. He says, what are my church clothes? What are you talking about? And so he had no idea what I was referencing, because he wasn't raised in the same, he's not raised in the same tradition that I am.
Right.
And so it's very much, thing that, hey, these are your church shoes. You know what I mean? These are very specific things that are related to Sunday worship. So,
yeah, when we had a more strict dress code in terms of shoes, like before COVID at my school, my principal was like, church shoes. All the kids, 99% of the kids are Black, and like it's just everyone knew what she was talking about. She's like, Black church shoes and da 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 da. So yeah. Definitely.
What you doing over there, Jay? Sitting in the corner on your pimp. What you doing?
Just listening to y'all.
Jay, this is giving real like 2002. I love it.
It's giving me millennial tour.
2 Chainz.
Well, all the lights and stuff. Can y'all hear me?
That's the whole vibe.
Yes, we can hear you, Jay.
Okay. I could definitely appreciate all Deborah, Cannon, and Mike and everybody said about the Black culture. I do remember the church clothes and stuff like that, but I want to add another twist to the Black culture. We could talk about the optimistics of Black culture and stuff like that, but the pessimistics about Black culture is, I feel like Black culture is a struggle culture. We relate to each other with the struggle. Everything about Black culture represents struggle. And by us been all black, it formed a culture within itself, because we all in the struggle. We know when the police come, we automatically know that we gonna get the worst end of the stick. Or when we go to work, even public schools, public schools, when you think about all the stuff that was given to us as far as like schools, apartments, when you go to in the rough neighborhoods, even when you go buy a car, I'm not saying majority of the black people, but well, not every black person is struggling. And by me being on this panel, I quickly realized that. But for a lot of cities and states, that's how we kind of relate to each other. We form like a bond with each other. I think the black culture in America is adopted by everybody else. But we just put it outside of music, dance, and all that other stuff. We just put our own little twist. Even our clothing, was created by other people. We didn't create these clothes, but the way we wear it and stuff like that is totally different than from where they wear it. So when you think about the food, a lot of stuff that black people do is kind of not good for us, but that's our culture.
Okay, so Jay, can you expound a little bit on that when you said like the struggle culture thing? Because I think I know where you're coming from in terms of just like adaptation and things like that, like for situations that have been presented. In terms of, Black people in America, there's been a lot of things that have happened, to subjugate us and whatnot. So are you saying that like some of the culture has risen from that? Like,
absolutely. Like when we talk about the food, even though we love green, pig's feet, and all the other stuff, but it's unhealthy. When you talk about public schools, even though a majority of black people went there, but you're gonna get a low grade education. When you think about how people talk to us, how black people respond to conflict or stuff like that, we usually think most black people gonna say, okay, you should have hit that. You know what I'm saying? Or you should have never let that man talk to you or that woman talk to you like that. You should have checked that. So we got this.
We live by the wish factor.
You're talking about those stereotypical black people things.
Yeah,
like I get where you're coming from in terms
so
of.
Now we got the black people that was educated differently and sought out further education. What made them respond in different ways and what made them to choose to eat healthy and stuff like that. But what majority of us, we grew up on, I would say, number poison stuff.
So can we talk about though, Jay, that growing up, we look back on it now and it's like, yo, that was a struggle. But back then, it was like the best times of our lives. Like, I was laughing with my grandma the other day, and she's like, oh man, I really got the taste for some bologna. And I'm like, bologna? I ain't had bologna in like 30. I ain't eating no damn bologna. And the only reason I know bologna is like low grade food is, I'm in my late 30s. Like, of course I know that, but when I was younger, you wanted something sweet, you put toast in the toaster, put some butter, some sugar, and some cinnamon on it. That's how you got your sweet tooth.
That's a sandwich.
We wouldn't know that though. We wouldn't know that as kids. Like, this is us looking back. Like I think in our age groups, we've gotten so used to, we really do live out the phrase, we are trying so hard to not to do our kids better than what we had, that we don't let them kind of experience some of those struggles hanging out till 11 p.m. at the light post. Like, these are different things. Like, I would dare let my kids do something like that. So I think when we talk about struggle, we've got to contextualize, what's struggling to a 6-year-old is significantly different to struggling at a 36-year-old.
Yeah,
But,
especially like
the whole struggle part of it, I genuinely think that is where Black culture comes in. I feel like a good deal of Black culture is Black people being resourceful with whatever we're left with,
Resilient,
in
a
whatever the
resilience
situation
culture.
is. Like we were left with scraps. We made a lot of this food came from whatever the scraps that we were given, and we made literal like recipes out of them. So I feel like that's how it is across all Black culture in general. Like it's all out of resourcefulness of us just trying to, like, it doesn't matter what we do, we make it fly, even if it's like whatever, figure it out,
Yeah.
we make it fly. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna add to what or for what Jay said, that instead of it, because it's about perspective too, right? So instead of like necessarily framing it as a struggle culture, I would say our shared sense of community is more about a resilience culture, because everything is about overcoming and like she said, being resourceful and making a way, and just not succumbing to circumstances. So that is a huge part of our culture, and that kind of causes us to have a shared sense of community. Like we call each other brother and sister. Like that's a very Black thing. Like they like, hey brother, just to strangers.
Right.
So yeah.
I say we have an
Jay?
adaptive culture.
Okay.
Like we have an adaptive culture. We can adapt to every and anything. I don't really like because like the strong Black woman quote, or like the resilient Black woman quote. You know what I'm saying? I don't really like that term, because I just kind of feel like it kind of brings this false air that, like, we're not human, if that makes sense.
Mhm.
But I feel like we are able to adapt, and we're able to take something that's nothing and make it into something. You know what I'm saying? Civilization is civilization because of Black culture. You know what I'm saying? Because of Black
Facts.
people. So it's like we wouldn't have the United States, or certain things, if it wasn't for the hard work on our backs. And also, down to even hairstyles, what I'm saying, hair, everything. I was just seeing some debate about, like, Black people don't have long hair all the time. It has to be a weave. It has to be this. But I'm like, no, from slavery, we did the cornrow thing because, as those are slave routes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
From that, but we also have Africans. I know a lot of Africans who have long, luscious hair. Black people who have long, luscious hair, in general speaking. So it's not a monolith. You know what I'm saying? We all come from different parts that come together to adapt into making it a better situation, in my opinion.
Well, isn't that a beautiful thing that Black people aren't a monolith, not even in our color? We run the gamut. I mean, there are white Black people, the albino, like we're so not a monolith. And because we're not a monolith, we're an ever-changing culture. It's and I would even call it ever-changing. We're an adaptable culture, because I honestly believe you put us anywhere, and we're going to add some spice to it. You know what I mean? Like you look at wherever you put us at. I mean, there are literally movies made about putting Black folks in some of the most obscene situations, and how the Wayans brothers made a movie, White Chicks, and was like, yo, that's something we would all do in situations like that. Yeah, so I think us not being a monolith really adds to that. We run the gamut from education to skin tone to the way our heads are shaped. Like, it's so, I don't mean to say this because I'm somewhat biracial, but the other side, they all kind of look alike. Like, I don't mean to be funny, but I've been in Asia and I can't really tell the difference between but you look at us, you can kind of tell, like, oh, y'all are of the same, but y'all are still different. I don't necessarily know any other culture can say that.
I gotta
They
say
be
this.
pretending like we all look the same.
I gotta say this though. Even though I grew up in culture and stuff like that, and we did I had an amazing life being broke. But as I got older and I started examining my culture, and I start asking myself, like, damn, what good came from it? When you talk about the food, most of us dying from diabetes. When you talk about, even a lot of us Black people can relate that we ain't had no dads. You know what I'm saying? We can relate even the school system. We could relate everything that we took the good with the bad at the end result, then it wasn't so healthy for us. As opposed to when you look at other cultures and even African cultures, they got a belief system. When you look at them, when you think of every other culture out there, they all like act damn near the same way. Like they belief system is almost the same, whereas the Black culture over here is whatever. Nowadays it's like whatever. Back then we had morals. We had the grandmama, tell us that you ain't supposed to do this and do that. We all was damn near, even whoopings. When you think about, everything that was in a Black culture, it wasn't really too much. It didn't turn out good for us. Skipping school, stuff like that, and all types of stuff.
Is skipping school Black culture?
That's what I was going to say.
Wait, what?
Okay,
everything. See, wait a minute, Jay. We're gonna have to level set. We're gonna have to level set just a little bit, Jay. Everything that just because someone Black did it doesn't make it Black culture.
No, but Cannon. No, we gotta be honest though. We gotta be honest. When you go to white school, majority of the kids is in school learning. You got a few.
I went to an all-white high school.
Wait a minute, Jay.
Hold on,
let me because I think that's a really good segue into the next question.
Hold on. I'm trying to add. I know we're trying to uplift. I know we.
Hold on, Jay. Hold on. So before we get to the thing that Jay was kind of, bringing me to ask next, I just wanted to clarify something you said earlier, Michael, about certain people looking alike. I think I just wanted to say something about that because I feel like, come on, let's not do this. I think that a lot of people might think that their own race or, whatever doesn't look alike, but they might think someone else does. I think that's a thing that people just do sometimes. I wouldn't say that like Asian people all look like, if you talk to a person from China or something or Korea, they're not going to say, oh yeah, everybody. No.
Or
so like
India.
India
totally different.
or wherever.
That's why I was going to push back on that because
Cambodia, Japan, like any place. I just wanted to address that because I just think that's so it's kind of cringy for me when people say like that.
It's the same thing that other race people say. All black people look alike. They say it's like the same.
Really, they don't. Asian people look very different. Like Vietnamese people, Korean people, they have different features. Even especially like people from the Philippines, they look completely different. So
I think I was more speaking to the. And by the way, so let me just preface this. I'm not saying this from watching TV or something like that. Just in my travels throughout Southeast Asia, I'm more speaking to the complexion than I am the features. That when you look at someone from China and Japan or Vietnam, there's really not a color I don't really see a color
difference. So are you just saying that Black people are the most diverse in terms of ranges of shape?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
I'm not saying.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not saying all.
Okay. That's
I wanted to make sure. But Jay,
Kayla's not going to invite me back.
No, of course,
you're good. You're good,
Michael. You're amazing. Keep going. We're fun.
Yes, you're fine. What's it called? So Jay, what you were saying kind of brought me to my next question that I was going to ask anyway. So I have noticed, even on our show, like on Thursday's show, one time Anton said Black culture is trash. Anton literally said those words from his mouth. This is not me trying to put him on blast. This is literally like in a clip that people can go find.
This is
it was no secret that was what he said. And that really rubbed me the wrong way, because I think that a lot of times certain people look at certain things as Black culture when that's not Black culture. Like Cannon was responding to you, Jay. Like you were like, oh, skipping class. Skipping class is definitely not Black culture. Crime is not Black culture. Like certain things that people think are Black culture. And I think that goes back to the point that Cannon was making earlier about how it's repackaged to us via the media, right? So like being a deadbeat, being a gangbanger, being a, you know, whatever, all of this is packaged as Black culture and put out in the media, and people, you know, that don't know anything about Black culture say, oh, this is Black culture. But really, like, it's not. So like, Jay, what, or anyone, what do you think about it when people try to reduce Black people to those types of things and call that our culture?
Well, that is what. Go ahead, Jay. I'll let you respond. I'm sorry.
Okay, I want to say this. When you brought up Anton, when he was referring to, see, I think the problem, the reason why a lot of us I'm not gonna say Black culture is trash. I'm not saying that, but a lot of times we so emotional attached to the culture, and we don't want nobody to like call things out. The stuff that we glorify, you know, even though we all can relate, but it just didn't turn out good for us. When I brought up the skipping class, I did went to a private school for my 7th grade year. It was all white school, and everybody was doing their work. Whereas when I was going to all my life going to Black schools, like it's different now because I see a lot of young Black boys, Black people, period. They becoming more educated and stuff like that. But when I was in school, we was all hanging out with the girls, and we was selling weed. We was doing everything. We was skipping school. We was out there having sex. I wasn't out there, but it's a lot of stuff. It's a lot of stuff. It's a lot of stuff that.
Sure, Jay.
I know we want to put us Black folks. I'm not saying it was trash, but when you think about the benefits of the culture outside of music and this other stuff, just the everyday stuff that how we live, how did it benefit us? I think that's part of what Anton was.
Okay, I got a little pushback.
I'll go after you.
I think that the problem is some of the pathologies that take place in certain subcultures, like socioeconomic class situations, are used to paint the entirety of Black culture or the Black community. That goes back to what I'm saying. And like when you just said we glorify, do we glorify? We don't own the media. Like we don't really pick and choose what gets propped up and what gets glorified and what gets, like I said, put back to us. Like even if you look at the music right now, right? We not picking that, like, and we aren't even the biggest consumers of it. But these are images that are constantly put back to us that tell us that this is who we are, and it's based in pathologies that do exist, right? Because of class situations, but that is not Black people or a Black thing. Like you could take freaking white people from the Appalachian. In Appalachia, right? That's one of the poorest places in the freaking country. They have the worst pathologies. If you're gonna take that group and then take everything about them and everything that happens and say that that's white culture, then that's basically essentially what happens with us, and we internalize it. And sometimes we do believe those things, and it affects our self-esteem on a very subconscious level. So we have to be very aware that it's not coincidental. It's not, that we take these things and we think the very worst things about ourselves, like, and we make it like a Black thing, like you use like even you are conceptualizing in your mind like, oh, cutting school and all these negative things are a Black thing. Like, no, like that's a teenage thing. Like that, like that's
also small-minded too if you're not exposed. Because I definitely was in school with white people that were cutting class more than me and my Black friends were. Because I'm not trying to get my ass beat
and
when
shoplifting.
I get home. What? No, I'm going to class. Like even if I'm not in class because I got put out of class and sent to ISS or something, but I'm not cutting class like they were cutting class. So it depends on your perspective, Jay. You know what I'm saying?
I feel like it's
go ahead.
Sorry, Deborah.
Okay, I want to respond back to Candace said what she brought up.
Hold on, Jay. Really good. That made a lot of sense, and I wanted to ask something of you, like in terms of that same thing that she was talking about. Are there these types of negative things that you would associate with any other racist culture? Like, would you say, oh, white culture is just all colonialism and genocide? Like, do you say that about other cultures, or do you only do that when it comes to Black culture? That's what I want to know. Like, I'm fine with people saying like certain things are part of certain cultures, but I find that in these conversations, it's very uneven. People associate negative things with Black people only, and then they don't associate negative things with other races that aren't Black. So, Jay, are there, can you name some negative things that you associate with other, like part of their culture, the way that you might associate skipping school with being Black?
Okay, absolutely. Other cultures got a lot of negative connotation to them. When you think of, when we think of whites, you think of a lot of them don't believe in God.
Oh my goodness.
That's how.
Bro, you can do better than that, Jay.
Okay, I'm trying to hold on. Y'all keep cutting me off though.
Actual like criminal activity or things like that. You talked about selling drugs. You talked about skipping class. You talked about a lot of things. Can you?
Okay, because every time y'all cut me off, I'm missing what I was about to say.
That's what we do.
That's what I'm trying to say. My biggest thing is the results of everything. When you look at other cultures as a collective, and you look at our culture as a collective, in all aspects of life, where do you see us winning at? When I look at other, please don't cut me up, please.
Sorry.
When I look at other cultures, I see them, they win it in certain ways. Like when I think of an Arabic coming over here, I automatically think of gas stations and stores. When I think of Mexicans, I automatically think of they got food trucks, they own a lot of houses, especially in my city. They own a lot of Black neighborhoods, like houses in the Black neighborhoods. When I think of whites, of course, they own America. When you think of Blacks, like how's we winning? We so emotional attached. We win it in the music, but Black people don't. When you say Black folks with this music connotation in the movies, when you think about all of these movies and music and stuff, but Black people was playing those musics. Like I got a problem with Tyler Perry movies. I got a problem how Black people, and when I be seeing Black women, how the way they be dressing and stuff and signing up to do these roles, because I understand that we just trying to get to the top, but you putting out that image. Forget how much you're getting paid. That's unnecessary. It's the image that you putting out there. We is signing up for these images. We is signing up to give us this bad look.
I get where you're coming from in terms of certain things, in terms of the representation of Black people in the media,
right.
And how, some of us might participate in certain things. I get that, but the question is about Black culture. So we cannot make those things the same. So in terms of culture, not the actions of individuals, because there are actions, and I get what you're saying, because things affect Black people worse, right? If you have a white woman out here twerking, people aren't going to view her as the representative of all white women. Whereas if a Black woman is doing it, they're going to be like, oh, those Black women again. I get where you're coming from in terms of that. But in terms of culture, though, would you say that you see other things, like concrete things that you can name about other cultures that aren't Black, that are negative?
See me, out from the Black culture, and I always paid attention to the Black culture. Like I've been saying this to a lot of my guys and stuff like that, especially like from people from other races and stuff. I noticed that everybody pays attention to Black people, but I always say Black people don't pay attention. Only time we think of white folks or other people, especially white folks, is when they force themselves in our lives. But I think as a Black collective, we don't think about white people and what they're doing in their lives. When I come on social media, when I come on social, when I first got introduced to social media, I seen a lot of people so interested. They know us well. I'm like, damn, like even when we talk about the end jokes, they got so many end jokes. I'm like, damn, I don't have not one joke about y'all because, to be honest, I don't think about y'all like that. I'm more because I what interests me is my black people and stuff like that. But I really don't know too much about their culture because I didn't care.
So can I hop in here real quick?
Yeah. Hold on one second. Let's get Deborah in here. Let's see if we can get Deborah in here really quick.
I was going to say, I feel like that rhetoric is kind of dangerous because of the fact that thinking Black people, we are the hardest on ourselves outside of like other races. I feel like if we mess up, it's like, oh, she ain't have no home training. She ain't, things like that. We're more hard on ourselves than we are on other cultures. I feel like because of the fact that all these stereotypes are kind of tied around Black culture, even though it's not to the culture itself, but the individual. But unfortunately, we get affected by that because of the fact that they think that's all of us all together. So now you have stop and frisk happening. Now you have, police brutality happening, things like that, because it gets triggered from these stereotypes that people want to put us all in that pot, because at the end of the day, I'm from upstate New York. It's mainly white people. That's the poorest neighborhood in New York City. It's mainly white people. The drug epidemic is crazy out there. Poverty in general is crazy out there, but no one talks about it because they always think that, no, it's the Black folks who need the food stamps and all that type of stuff, when it's really mainly white people who use food stamps. You know what I'm saying? And so it's a thing of, we have to be able to balance both sides, like at a point where we understand that stereotypes is not the driver of culture. That's the thought process of a person who perceives somebody within that culture, but it's not what drives the culture, if that makes sense. So I think it's dangerous to say certain things like that, because now you have other people who are watching us, like you said, who are like, oh, well, because Black folks like to smoke weed and do all and have sex and cut school, that's the cool thing to do because Black culture is the cool thing. You know what I'm saying? So it's like we have to be cognizant of being able to take knowledge and understand that certain things that we say and do will be dangerous to us as a whole. And it creates worse problems for us because of that, because it's us Black folks saying this right now. You know what I'm saying? Would
you guys say that Black folks have been sort of I don't know if you guys are familiar with neurolinguistic programming, but when you look at how Black people have been represented across 100 years since the proliferation of the television, right? It was always the Black man's going to come get the white woman. Ooh, and so it moves this way in the early 1900s, and it moves all the way up to present. I think so. Not only are other cultures sort of privy to that same thing, but then we're privy to it as well. And I mean, I think when we check ourselves sometimes, we've allowed the media to program us so much to where we kind of fear for each other, in that, oh wait, that's a Black man. Oh, he looks a certain way. And because I've seen this so many times in the media, Jay, I'll use just how you are tonight. I've seen you so much. I've seen so many depictions of the guy with the do-rag and the sunglasses on. I might be afraid of you based on my own neuro-linguistic programming. When you look at what happens with TV, and then you look at the crack epidemic, right? It was a war on drugs, right? It wasn't, you know what I mean? But when you look at the methamphetamine, what's going on right now, you know what I mean? Now it's a medical crisis, right? It's no, they need help. We were called super predators. You know what I mean? So when you look at what is described about us, I mean, and don't get me wrong, I can see where you would have that because you've been introduced to it. We've been introduced to it and indoctrinated into it the same way as white Americans, the same thing as Asian Americans and Hispanic Americans. But for us, I think we've got to do the hard work. And I mean, it's a theology term, but it's called deconstruction. And so what we've got to do is we've got to deconstruct the negativity and then reconstruct with those good memories. Like we like to say the struggle, but it's like, we struggled, but man, I remember some of my best memories being hanging out at the lamppost, or, oh man, it was struggling, but man, I remember going to those Arabs in the corner stores, and they were just some of the best thing, because I look at those memories fondly, right? Would other people have looked at them struggle? Sure. But I think there are other things about different cultures that we would view negatively, that they're like, oh, what are you talking about? Those were good times. It's like cow tipping. Like, we look at cow tipping as like the dumbest thing in the world, but there is a subsect of folks that think cow tipping is like the best thing out there. So I think it comes down to perception, and oftentimes we take on the perception of those that gave us the perception, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Michael, who's about to?
I just wanted to add to what Michael said, because I think that we have to be aware of the fact that we have had a completely different experience, especially in this country versus other groups. So you can't just say, oh, well, we're at the bottom, like, and to use that as to say, well, we're at the bottom because we're defective in some way, right? Like, just automatically, without any nuance, without, like, if we're at the bottom, that means that we are doing something that these other groups are not doing, right? The thing is that what changed, or what our biggest problem is right now, is that we have to understand that self-esteem, and unconsciously, self-esteem is real, and self-esteem among Black people as a whole, it was at the forefront of our minds a lot more during like the civil rights movement and slightly before. We used to literally have conscious conversations about making sure to be in control of our images. Like, that's where like, I'm Black and I'm proud came from. That's what my Black is beautiful came from. Like, all of these things where we were consciously, to Michael's point, working to deconstruct some of these frameworks about ourselves. And what happened, and what we're dealing with now, and what I feel like, looking at it, is the biggest problem to progress for us as a group, is that we switched from understanding that we had to have more self-actualization from a spiritual standpoint, to looking at success as material goods and material wealth. And so once we did that, and we're just chasing like material things to say that we're successful or not successful, we've lost sight, right? So we just look at, oh, this Black person, bought this thing. Oh, great. Oh, I was able to buy this, so I'm good. But I mean, that's also steeped in American culture. We have a very consumerist culture. But the difference is, like, white people, they go to therapy. Like, they go try to deal, like, even when they got money, they got all of this stuff, they be some of the most unhappiest, like, because this country, it does that, because people are not pursuing higher things, right? Like, no, people aren't pursuing anything spiritual. They're just pursuing hedonistic things. They're just pursuing physical, satisfaction in the moment, and that's not fulfilling. And we, as being the subculture of that, have fallen under that too. And then also, it goes back to us understanding our history and understanding reasons for certain things. So I like how you brought up, because I don't know where you're from, but I'm from the South Side of Chicago. That's where I grew up. And I don't know, you brought up the people who own the stores and different things like that. That is infrastructure. Those people are given grants and loans and things like that specifically because of where they're coming from and who they are, to open up those stores in our neighborhoods when we were denied those same loans. So you can't just say like, oh, well, why they able to do it? Because they were able to do it, because it was like, you come over here, open this store right here, and we'll give you money to do it. And then you, as a Black person in the neighborhood, go to the same bank, the same place, and say, hey, I want to open up this business. And it's like, no, you can't. We're not giving you that. So you just have to be aware that took place. And then you can you can't address anything if you don't even know what's going on, honestly. Like, we like so lost from what's actually happening at
there
this
has
point.
to be there has to be somewhere that it has to start, that the solution, there has to be some solution that it has to start. And as we roll into the next topic, and I think about solution, it's really hard to think about solution because it's a lot of the same the same things that we have issue with, we still participate in, and we still perpetuate, and we still support. So it's like even with the music we listen to, with the type of things that we're interested in, the things that we glorify, just like you're saying, if those things continue to just be bigger and bigger and bigger, I mean, where does the discussion for change really, really start? And so rolling into the next topic, I try to understand why specifically in Black culture, people that have the things that we, sit here and talk about and say, blah, 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 this doesn't help Black culture. These are the things that are seen as the most desired. So going into the next topic, men in Black culture, because like you said, success in Black culture is equal to that dollar sign, that material thing, and that's it, right? So as Black males in the culture, the Black males that are getting that at a higher rate are the most desired, right? And so that's either I think that in many rooms that we've had, in many shows that we've had, the number one things that you guys always say is who's the most desired. It's going to be the athlete. It's going to be the gangster, the drug dealer. It's going to be the rapper. Those are going to be who all the women are flocking to, right? And that has become a part of, quote unquote, I don't, I was the one pushing back against this, but this is what everyone was saying. And this is a characteristic of Black culture. So moving to the next topic, why is that? Why, why is in the Black culture, the things that we have an issue with, why are they so desired? So moving on to why are athletes, rappers, gangsters less, more desired in the Black community over men that are, the smart guys and the those type of men. So let's start with Deborah, and then let's go to Jay.
I just had this debate with someone because apparently I used to be a gangster lover, apparently, but it's because of where I grew up. I grew up in the South Bronx, you know what I'm saying? Then I moved uptown. So the area that I was in, that's the kind of men that I was around, and I was also a ball player myself. So at the same time, I feel like sports and things like that were outlets for a lot of people. And I think we as a culture, as people, kind of like gravitated towards that. And as women, I just kind of feel like it's a sense of, I don't want to use well-roundedness. That's like the wrong word to use, but it just, for me, I love the smart guy. You know what I'm saying? I love me a nice old man who likes to stay at home, mind his business. Nobody calling my phone, coming to me as a woman. I'm okay with that. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're good. But, when I was younger, I felt like it was my duty, I guess, as a Black woman to help, like have a project boyfriend. Like, I have to help him out. I have to fix him. I have to do this. You know what I'm saying? And so it wasn't the status of who he was. It was the, smart guys, I don't think they're going to go for me because I'm from the Bronx. I'm this, I'm not. I had that self-esteem issue in me, when I was younger, and because I'm an African girl who was born in New York, but I wasn't Black enough to be Black American. I wasn't African enough to be African. So I've never really had like a real space to kind of know like who I'm supposed to be with. You know what I'm saying? And so I've just always felt like, I just want to do a project. I think I'm a project. So let me see if there's someone else there who can help me and I can help them. So that was kind of my mistake in life. You know what I'm saying? But in general, I love me a smart man. Smart man is all I go for.
Yes. Me too. What's up, Jay?
I wanted to say, because I wanted to push back, but I guess we move to the next topic. This is what I'm saying though. Trust me, I get it. Like, I don't want our race to be looked at in some type of way, but we not keeping it real. If you, Kayla, we talk about solutions. I don't think the solutions is to just live in that. It didn't benefit us. And when you talk about the Pookies and the Thugs and the Ray Rays and stuff, I personally believe. I understand we're on a panel with women, but they could men do stuff to attract women. They wasn't attracted to the good boys. Y'all probably, Deborah, you say you was a hood man lover, but now you want a smart guy.
That's not what I said. don't
okay, let me throw that out. But usually when people get older, then they start thinking correctly. But as you getting older, as you younger, most men used to watch, like I used to watch who the women was attracted to, who was getting all of the women. What was it? Most men want to know what is attracted to women. Like a lot of us guys, we wanted to be nice to women. We wanted to be kind and all that other stuff. But those dudes weren't getting the women. We keep glossing over that like it don't matter. Like it don't mean. Hold on, please, Kayla. Kay, please let me get this out.
Go ahead.
So the men that was getting the women was the thugs, the gangsters, the pimps, the drug dealers. It wasn't a dude that was getting the straight A's in school. It wasn't a dude that was working a job. It wasn't a dude that was going to church unless he was a pastor. But it wasn't them. They wasn't the ones that were sought out by our women. The ones that were sought out by our women, the men that our women put on a pedestal, wasn't the men that brought any type of goodness to our communities. I personally know who we would call killers, drug dealers, kingpins, thugs in general. They get looked at as when our women say they want them a real end. They not talking about the men like Anton them. They talking about Pookie them. That's who they talking about. So when you got that as a little boy, and you watching that, I got female family members, sisters, moms, cousins, and all that. I watched them and I paid attention to who they was more attracted to. They was more attracted to the guy. So as a boy, that taught me, like, do I want to be like Unc that's going to church, going to work at a job and all this other stuff, but he don't got no woman? What's the purpose of life if you ain't getting no women? Or I want to be like Unc them, that everybody be over, all the women love them. We like to say, well, it's a certain type of woman, but they getting majority of the women. The good men's getting the scraps. They getting the leftovers.
Can I? Okay. Okay, thank you. I think that for one thing, we tend to grossly over exaggerate this thing, not to the extent that it happens or doesn't happen. We live in a culture, we live in a society. Yeah, if somebody rich, if somebody famous, if somebody whatever, yeah, people, period, gonna flock to them. You got the hangers on, which so it's not just women, it's whatever. Like, yeah, that's an actual thing. But we fail to realize that most people gravitate to, date, whatever, people who they see like them or people who remind them of themselves. That has been proven study after study a million times. And what I think is interesting is this whole like Pookie and Ray Ray thing and this our women kind of language, right? I feel like it separates women in a way that it's like it like starts from a point with the okay, it's like on the men's side, you guys seem to delineate between different types of men, right? You're like, you have the good men, you got the Pookie and the Ray Ray, you got the this and that, and then you have women, as though women are a monolith of just these angels that are running after Pookies and Ray Rays. Like, if you live in a neighborhood and you're probably going to date people that you're around that are like you. Like I say, so these women that you're saying are dating these certain type of men are probably because they're like those men in a lot of ways. You can't just erase that and act like all women are just like the arbiters of being having integrity and all these other things. Like, no, just like you conceptualize a Pookie and a Ray Ray, you have the alternative of women who is behaviors you would say maybe is untoward or whatever. Those are the ones who are going to be gravitating towards each other. Like, that's how that works. And I also like this whole good guy, nice guy thing. Mm-hmm. I'm just really, the thing is, a good man, right? What you guys maybe see as a good man, obviously, is maybe not aligning with what certain women would consider a good man, because a good man is going to get snatched up every day of the week. Also, I wanted to say in our culture, men are the ones who pursue. So I could easily say like the same thing. Like in high school, the attractive guys or the athletes or whatever, they never wanted to talk to me. Okay, like they pursued the girls that, you know, dressed a certain way, or the girls that could stay out late or whatever. Like they didn't really pursue me because I had to stay in the house and all those other things. That does not then translate to, as a community, Black men in general, you know, just don't want women like me just because I had that experience in high school, right? And nice guy, there's something called nice guy syndrome, right? And what that means is that for the guys who maybe are not as socially adept, right, or don't have the swag or the confidence or whatever to approach women directly, they'll be a nice guy, right? So they'll come and they'll, you know, pretend to befriend a woman. I'm so nice, you know, but in the back of their mind is still manipulative, because for them it's like, if I do these things, or if I be nice to her and I do this, then she's gonna owe me to be with me or be my girlfriend. And when that doesn't happen, it gets and it's like, oh, she friend zoned me, oh, she did this, and it's like, no, you pretended to be her friend because you were hoping that you would get something out of it, and when that didn't happen, now you're upset. But like you in your head think that that's being a nice guy. Like that's no integrity. That's not being nice.
Cannon, I like to push back on that. I shouldn't have used, I don't know if I used that word nice guy, but I usually would prefer productive Black men. It's two type of Black men. You got the thugs and you got the productive Black men. I'm not gonna necessarily call them a nice guy. I'm just gonna say productive. And the thing is, when we talk about the majority of the Black communities, I grew up in those majority of the Black communities. I was on the other end where the Pookies was. I was considered a Pookie for a lot of years.
I was a Pookie too.
How long, Cannon? Because I live right down the street, my city right down the street from you, Milwaukee. My thing is, I'm the type of guy I like to keep it real. Our women defends thugs more than they always want to find something wrong with the good guy. I mean, not the good guy, the productive guy, in order for them not to look at themselves or why they picking certain type of men. That one leaving the kids, that one that's always in prison. I've seen situations where women will leave a productive man because he working 16 hours a day. He ain't spending enough time with it and all this other stuff, but yet you'll wait for a man that's in prison for doing 5 years, and you faithfully going to visit him, faithfully putting money on his book. So you will
the same person.
I was just about to ask
that. No. It varies, of course. I'm not saying
that's the Pooquisha.
Yeah, but when we talk about Pooquishas, it's not like it's 3 or 4 of them. We're not talking about
to have 2 different kinds of men.
But like this, from since I've been growing up, it seems like it's way more Pooquishas than the ones that's not. It's kind of hard to find the ones that don't want no inmate. So
let me ask you a question, because let's recalibrate a little bit. So, because I know JP, can I call you JP? I like JP.
You'll call me JP.
Okay. So a cat hair just flew past the camera. Sorry. But in terms of just your upbringing and like where you grew up and things like that, would you say that the majority of men there, and this is like leading into what I'm about to say, so this is just like a quick answer. Would you say that most of the men that were in your circle were, living a life of, trying to get into college and doing the best things they can in terms of education, and like really trying to build their lives in terms of like certain stuff that people would stereotypically see as being on the up and up? Or would you say that it was more so things like, people that were hustling, people that were doing other stuff that might not have been on the up and up?
The people that I grew up with, we was all identical to our daddies. Thugging.
Okay, so is that second group, the ones that
Yeah,
were like,
it's the second group. It was thugging. That's what we
Okay,
all
so-
understood.
okay,
This was
so
getting women.
okay, so that leads to my next point, and I think Cannon kind of touched on it. When people are around certain people, that's what they tend to, gravitate towards. Like if the main person in your neighborhood is a drug dealer and that's the person who is at the top of the social ladder, then that's going to be the person that women are going to want. I guarantee though that if you are like, let's say just tomorrow we just flip the switch. Don't y'all laugh at that. Let's say tomorrow we just flip the switch and every like neighborhood that usually has a bunch of drug dealers and whatnot, the same amount of doctors, lawyers, and accountants were there. I guarantee that a woman is not, for the most part, going to pick a drug dealer over a doctor that wants her. I guarantee, I would bet money. Now, I know that there are some people that will still do whatever. I get it. I know. But we can't leave out the part about the what people are surrounded by.
Right. You right, Kay. You right, Kay. But the thing is, my biggest thing is, like I said this earlier, men do what attracts women. If those women would stop choosing thugs and say, okay, if put like this, hold on, please let me get this out. If our black women right now in those communities say, okay, we not finna show any more thugs, any more attention. You either got to be working a job, going to school, getting your education, and build something. I guarantee you, the majority of the men that's out there thugging, either they're gonna hide it, they're not gonna be all flossing it like it's normal. Most of those men gonna gravitate towards going to school because they want to get women. But the thing is, in order to get women, all you got to do is tell a woman, I get more women if I tell them about my criminal history than I ever did of a school.
It might have to do with the circle of women that you're in. But the thing is, though, like, I absolutely, what you just said, that's a good point. I've said that before. Like, if women stop being like, in general, if there's a social consequence, if there's no one to date you if you're a drug dealer, if there's no one to date you if you're a banger, those things will decrease. I agree with that 100%.
Yeah, because a lot of those women said, a lot of those women taught us in a way by their actions, not that they mouth, because they always, a lot of those women say they want this good man and stuff, but their actions, who they desire, if they all say, okay, a real man is a man that's going to school and all, if they really show that.
I get what you're saying.
What they shown is a real man is the one that got a pistol, drugs, and going in and out of prison.
I mean, so you made a comment where you said that most black men were like their daddies. I feel like, for me, I can't speak for all women because that's another thing I want to say.
All our daddies were thugs, gangsters, and drug dealers.
But that's the thing. For me, I'm not going to lie. I'm a woman who, my father was somebody who I want to see in the man I potentially marry. You know what I'm saying? Like, not, he doesn't have to be my father, you know, but like he has to have certain qualities that, as me growing up, seeing him with my mom, I want that. So if you have women who are used to Black fathers, you know, in your words, who are thugs and this and that and the third, you know what I'm saying? Does that also get put in that as well? 1 and 2, why is it okay to have subdivisions for men, but it's like every single time it's women, it's like, oh, it's all women. You just broke down men. Like you just said, there's 2 types of men, there's 3 types of men, but you have not said, you know, there's this kind of woman, is this kind of woman. I'm a college educated woman too. You know what I'm saying? Like I said earlier, you know, I grew up in the hood. So I had hood dudes around me the whole entire time. But at the same time, I was not going out to go seek them. You know what I'm saying? It's just because that's who, like Cannon said, at the time, that's who I saw myself to be because I grew up in the hood. So it's like, that's kind of all I had around me. I didn't have men who were really saying, I was one of the first people to leave my hood to go away to school. And that's kind of how that kind of, you know, made a whole trend after that. But before that, it wasn't, oh, you know what, men are talking about, let's all go to school. And on top of that, why does it always have to be the woman's duty to make the Black man better? You know what I'm saying? Like, why can't you guys just like, you know what? What'd you say?
I mean, a man gonna do what attracts women, and when you say, and when you say, because y'all set the standard of what men should be. when you look at it, when you say, because
If that was
men
the
got
case,
hold on, let me
if that was the case, sir.
I'm going to offer some pushback there.
Hold on, Jay, Jay respond, and then Cannon, then Mike.
Okay, when you say all of this, right? It's the standard when the standard was being a thug, nobody got a problem with that. But when the standard come in when trying to do something productive, it's always like when you talk about those black men in those communities, because the good black men get blamed for what pookies do. So a lot of black women blaming good black men on why the black community is the way it is. Hold on, let me finish. We glorify all of these men that y'all complain about that's not there being with the kids, that's having multiple kids, and all this other stuff. And I'm like, damn. So what do you want to happen? You see, the way we was living, it didn't go back to what I was saying earlier. It didn't do nothing but hurt us. It's not helping us. Point blank. Period. Most of our black men is dead, prison, or the other side. It didn't help. So why not come up with a better solution to say, okay, these are sons that's getting killed. I just had 6 people in my family die and 6 get murdered in 6 months. It's not helping. We don't need no more of our women defending that bullshit.
But black women are the top people who defend men and black men in general. We defend you guys in general.
Y'all don't defend the good black men. Y'all call them men lame. Y'all ran them out of communities.
What is a good black man to you?
Hold on, Deborah. Okay, I'm saying a productive black man. Those productive black men got called lames, and when I say y'all ran them out of communities. They was the men that was going to school, and now they got them white women now. But the ones that was there, all of our daddies and stuff was gangster thugs, and y'all glorified them. And this is the reason why when you go to community, why you think when black people do become successful nowadays in the black community like yourself, why you think the main objective is to move out?
Okay,
y'all keep glorifying these neighborhoods. They want to move out the hood.
Hold on. Just to speak to that point, what Cannon was saying, the one part that was the socioeconomic difference in black communities and white communities, there is no debating it. There's no debating it. I personally have always wanted to live more mixed, more white, because the black community is over policed. It doesn't matter. That is how they systematically set it up. When I go to Broward County, I see 5 to 10 cops every time I go there versus living in Palm Beach where I may see a cop one time. So yes, of course, that's why people move away, because you have to understand how it all is impact from a macro level. It's not just one reason why it's like, oh, I don't love my people, I don't want to be there. It's not that. It's just I want peace. I don't want to have to deal with that as much, because we know how they target us socially and economically and in the community. That's just to that point. I just had to
Kayla, when I changed my life, for the good, my pussy rate dropped.
Hold on, Jay.
Wait, what?
I said once I changed my life for the better of myself, my female rate completely dropped.
Good.
They didn't want you. When I was getting out of jail, I was getting women, the baddest women. I was getting all of the baddest.
But who are you going after?
Are you, Jay? Are you only measuring their looks, or are you measuring other things about them?
No. Only measuring their looks, I'm assuming.
I'm just trying to see.
All men measure women off their looks, don't matter.
Okay, Jay,
voice of reason.
Go ahead, Kayla.
Okay.
I wanted to see what Michael wanted to say as the other male in the room, because Jay is
boy.
I mean, all my dogs, I love y'all to death.
Let me, before Michael go in, because I see his face.
Cannon, go ahead.
Let me point out one thing, because I don't want to forget. I just wanted to point out, and I want you to be aware of your language, right? And pay attention to the way that you discuss when you said, we grew up, our fathers were thugs in this, so we're acting like them. if those are your fathers, then aren't those our fathers? Don't girls marry their fathers? So why what I'm trying to figure out is, why do you give yourself so much grace? But then you keep putting, you're like, women are doing this and women are doing that. The second part is, you just said that we blame the good black men for the Pookies and the Ray Rays. Well, what are you doing with women? You putting everybody in the same box, and you're saying, oh, like all black women are not out here, or the majority of them are not out here glorifying all of that. So the ones that are, you're putting them in the same box the same way you don't want to be put in the same box. Like, it's like you're giving yourself all this grace, all this space, all this nuance, but then you just lumping women together, like women are doing this. It's just like point. You know, not wanting to. It's just real interesting.
What do you think, Mike? What do you think? I know you've been trying to get in here.
To offer my perspective.
You're a little low.
Yeah, the mic is a little low.
How about now? Is that better?
Is
that better?
Yes, that's better.
Okay. So I think that as we're talking, first of all, 83% of Black men who make six figures or more, they're marrying Black women. Like let's have that understood. So the idea that successful Black men are going to white women or alternate races, that's not true at all. The numbers don't support that. I think that to some things you said, Jay, I don't necessarily believe that women set the standard for what men are supposed to be. I think men set that standard and women respond to it. I think even if the drug dealers and the gangbangers, even if that is who women are choosing more and more, hypothetically, I don't think it's because they're drug dealers or they're gangbangers. I think it's because they've shown that they are providers and they're protectors and that they offer provision. And so I think when we take that same approach and we apply it to the quote unquote good guys, are we protectors? Are we providers? Are we leading them? Are we able to persuade them? And so I think that's ultimately, even if they are looking at the gangbangers, the drug dealers, the Pookies and the Ray Rays, whatever the case may be, that's got to be what it is that they're looking for, not necessarily that street lifestyle. It's just in some cases that street lifestyle is going to be the thing that gets these men to where they want to be. That street lifestyle is going, hey, you know what? I am less educated, so I don't know what I'm going to do. But you know what? I'm good at basketball, or I'm good at football. But you know what? The likelihood of me actually going to college, that's slim to none. So, I mean, I can only go as far as my high school career, but I can't really take care of my family working, in a warehouse or something like that. But I can slang this shit right here. They're doing it to provide for their family, not so much to provide that lifestyle for themselves. And I think if more men, and by the way, I'm not excusing gangbangers or drug dealers in any way, shape, or form, but I think when more men on the 9-to-5 side, the more corny guys, I think when they get to the place where we understand that, hey, we're out to provide. I know gangbangers, I know drug dealers, and they're some of the most giving people. There's some, as it relates to women, they give without expectation, but I don't necessarily know that that's true for every man that has a 9-to-5, right? A lot of men who have 9-to-5, they're the ones who are complaining about, I took on a $200 date and she ain't give me no ass tonight. Or, you know what, man, I'm not even taking these girls out. I'm taking them to coffee dates, or I'm taking them to Jamba Juice. It's the 9-to-5 guys that are concerned about gold diggers. It's the drug dealers and the gangbangers that are like, here's my gold. Like I don't understand. Like, as Black men, it's in our nature to want to provide. Now I could get into like systemic racism, Jim Crow and some of these other things that have prevented that from happening. But I think the natural state of a Black man is provision and protection. It's just we're falling victim. We fall victim to circumstance. We hold on to our childhood. And what I mean by that is, I'm in my late 30s. I do quite well for myself. And so compared to the women that turned me down in high school because I was a quote unquote good guy or nice guy, what I find funny is I'm in my later 30s. My income is stabilized. My wealth is a certain place. At my age, I get to be as choosy as women get to be in their early 20s. And so what happens is a lot of guys, when they get that option to be choosy, they're doing the same thing that they complained about the other ones doing to them, because they're not going for the quote unquote good girl. They're going for the materialistic, high maintenance one who are really out to be the gold. You see what I'm saying? So it's like this vicious cycle. And for me, I think if we're going to lead, we have to lead no matter what. And that's in no woman sets the standard for me. Black, white, Asian, Hispanic, no woman sets that standard for me. I set that standard for me. No woman cultivates me, because my job as the husband is to cultivate her, right? And so when I take that approach, I can't say that women are at fault. I think more men need to stand up and just kind of own, like, hey, you know what? It's not that I'm a good guy. It's that I'm being manipulative, or it's not that, oh, she doesn't want me because I'm not a good guy. It's because I'm stingy and I'm selfish. And I think when we take the accountability back on ourselves and reevaluate ourselves as Black men, I think the conversation becomes more productive, but also more healthy. Why are athletes and less educated men more desirable? Because they're gonna spoil their woman, and what woman doesn't want to be spoiled? I'm sorry, like that's just what it is. It is what it is. Like, what woman doesn't want their man to go all out on them? And what man doesn't want to go all out on his woman? That's all.
I gotta push back on a lot of stuff or a few things you were saying.
A lot, huh, Jay? Go ahead.
Yeah, but when you coming off as if you basically saying that. How long he coming off? I didn't even say it yet. He coming off like he agreeing with us.
Go ahead, Jay.
How long, Kayla? How long? I gotta say this. So you gonna let a woman? The reason why those men that's working a job every day is a little bit more stingy, because they not getting the drug dealer type of money. Drug dealers get their money all day, but what you ain't saying, even though he's spoiling this woman, but what you ain't saying, he got to watch his back from getting robbed. He got to watch his back for getting, most of those people that we talk about is dead now, or the feds done ran up on them. Now they facing 20 to 30 years, and they're all every time I was in jail, I talked to these guys. They'd be like, man, I wish I would have chose a different fucking route. And when you sitting up there, and when you talk about this type of stuff, you talking about it as if, okay, most of these men as providers, protectors. I get where you coming from, but it was because he making all this type of money. But it's the flip. You're not talking about the flip side of that. And a lot of those men, the reason why we didn't have our daddies growing up, because a lot of our daddies like us, a lot of our daddies was those type of men. And those type of men had, most of those drug dealers have multiple women. Most of those drug dealers, my dad got 14 kids by 4 different women. And most of the men was in jail. A lot of those men is dead. I don't understand, like, why is we going to, so the solution is to stay where we at. Knowing the communities, rough as hell, don't nobody that's Black with some sense even want to move there. Don't nobody want to live, they don't want to live there. They want to move away from there. And then when you in your 20s and stuff, like I say, I was getting the out that community. I was choosy, and I didn't have a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of. But my personality and the lifestyle, what the women was attracted to. And I remember this one time, I was like, man, I liked this woman. And when this woman found out that I was in and out of jail, and I was a man that take risks, we call champions. I was one of those guys, and I'm like, damn, this woman want me. Only because, not for me, she want me because, like, if I be with this woman, I would have to be in and out of jail. Like, you getting turned on for me because she ain't the one going to jail. The cops ain't the feds not booking her. She not gonna be the ones. The guys come out. It's women out there that's getting smoked, but most men is not gonna come up there. She's not getting killed. That's gonna be me. Gotta face the judge, and the judge give me life, or I'm sitting up there facing dirt, not getting back up. She just gonna go to another man. She just gonna go to another end and do it all over again. Where I'm gonna be dead or in prison.
But Jay, do you honestly think this is not happening in other communities? Because the only difference is
we're talking about the black community.
The gangsters are still there. They're just not on street corners or have pants hanging off their butts.
They got more power.
I don't understand how white collar crime is the same. It's the same shit. I don't know. Okay, go ahead.
I can't understand our black women. I can't understand y'all black women. I can't understand y'all black women on the panel. Glorifying that is when and you know,
I'm definitely not glorifying it.
Y'all defending that, and most of these men.
Wait, hold on.
Karen says she's from Chicago. How many black men got killed in Chicago last year?
Jay, I have a question. Hold on.
What does black women got to do with that?
I have a question for JP real quick.
What? I don't want to.
No, I said. Hey, what I said is, y'all defending that, but look at the outcome.
Defending what?
I'm saying that,
no
like,
one's
defending
y'all going
against my
narrative. No, we're responding.
Like they're going against the narrative that I'm trying to push. I'm trying to come up with talk about a better solution. The reason why I'm talking like this because when I lived that life.
Okay, hold that, Jay. So you said that your
solution. Give us your solution in like 10 seconds, just
and then we'll go to Cannon.
In a few words. What was your solution?
The solution is like it's almost like black men need to stop. Our race of women need to stop going at the black men that's getting straight L's and go at the black men that's getting straight A's.
What should the men do?
I said the men that's getting straight A's. That means he's working and being productive to provide for the community.
And those are the type of men, that black women need to go after as a solution.
And quit calling them lame and shaming them and shaming them.
I just want to make sure we were clear.
Right.
Okay.
What kind of women were you dating when you were a Pookie?
I'm not disagreeing with you. I don't think many of us are. I agree with you.
Yeah, Jay, when you said that we were out here defending, no one was here defending any of the things. One said that. No one. I just want to clarify that. Go ahead.
Because y'all was pushing back on this stuff.
I'll explain the part that we were pushing back on, but first I want to ask you a question. Okay. I'm curious to know, how do you reconcile the different the ideology that men are the leaders, that women should submit to them, men should be on their purpose and on their program, and women should follow what the man is doing and just, go along with what he has going on, with the idea that the solution to the problem that you presented falls on women to do something, which will then make the men's behavior change. How do you put that together with the idea that men are leaders and they need to be on their purpose and they need to be on their program and women have to follow them? How do you reconcile that with the idea that women have to do something in order for men to change their behavior?
Yeah, like for an example, right? When I changed my life and trying to be more productive, I realized, like, damn, these women don't want me now. Like they used to. Hold on, Kay, I'm trying to answer. Like they used to. Change the narrative. Reward those good black men, those productive black men that's working a job, provide for his family. You know what? When I told these black women that I'm raising my daughters and stuff, you ain't supposed to get praised for something that you supposed to be doing. But yeah, you go praise a nigga that's selling dope. You go praise. You go praise. Hold on. You ask. I'm asking you a question. So. Yeah. When it's two different men. You got the one that's selling dope, you got the one that's doing the productive way. But the problem with our women, y'all rewarding the niggas that's doing all the wrong shit with the respect, with the pussy, with the who y'all put on a pedestal, And then you got the productive men. Y'all don't reward them. Y'all friend zone them niggas.
JP,
So-
hold on, JP.
Okay,
One question, because I
They don't
get-
get you hot and bothered.
Hold on, JP. I get where you're coming from, and I like that you are, expressing yourself and saying you're.
I don't mean to. I don't mean to come at nobody.
It's
just-
okay,
No,
Jay.
you're fine. The
You're
question.
She look upset with me and Deborah.
Hold on, JP. JP, earlier you said
You're muted, Deborah. You're muted, Deborah. We can't hear you.
I had a question for him because
Wait,
he
hold
called
on real
himself
quick,
a
Deborah.
poopy. Oh, mhm.
Hold on, real quick, because JP said something earlier, that kind of I had questions about, and now he's like reiterating it now, and I have another like the same question. So you said that you noticed that like the amount of women that wanted you dropped when you started trying to get your life together, right? But were there still women that wanted you, JP? That's just yes or no.
I mean, it
Yes,
was some
women
women.
you need.
It was the women that I didn't want. The women that I wanted,
let's
they
stop
like
there.
the thug.
Okay, hold on. Let's stop there because that's a very important point.
Wow.
Stop there. So this is now coming full circle, right? Cannon, you can come up, so Kayla.
No, I don't. Go ahead, Kate. Damn.
So JP,
Because he's saying the solution
you didn't
was
want.
like the woman
Me-
that he should want, he doesn't want.
He doesn't want. Courtney, shout out to Courtney, and I did a show on her channel about this exact same phenomenon where there will be a man who we talked about Steve Urkel and Laura and Myra, right? Myra was throwing herself at Steve, but he still wanted Laura and she didn't want him. And he felt salty or whatever. JP, that sounds like the same thing going on right now. Honestly, if you seek a woman only for their looks and all of this, then you're going to get a certain type of woman. If you look for women based on other things in terms of their character, who they are as people, like all of this, you're not going to have these same problems. So if you're looking for the baddest bee, and they're all this and that, and they looking for a man that can provide this money and do blah, 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 then don't complain when that's what they want. Like, I don't understand. And then say the women that wanted you were the ones you didn't want. What are you complaining about? You are creating your own problem. Literally.
So can I hop
and
in
then
there?
you're blaming it. Then you're blaming that on all women. You don't want the woman who wants the upstanding citizen good guy. You don't want her. You just said it. And then you're blaming that on all of us. Like, what?
No. What,
Hey,
the reason why
can I hop in here real quick?
The
Jay,
reason
real
why I
quick,
didn't want
just-
to. I'm going to respond to her right quick, Mike Brown. Then you can
Real
cook.
quick, and then Michael.
The reason why I didn't want them because it's almost like going to your grandmama's house 2-3 days after Thanksgiving. You getting all the scraps. They ain't the attractive ones. They don't got the nice shapes. We all know what a thug girl look like. A thug. Not when I say a thug girl, what I mean is a thug man's woman. A thug man's woman is the one that all men is attracted to.
JP, that's your preference then. You want the women who are gold digging and doing all these things. You want them.
No, I didn't say I don't want no gold digger.
No. You want the women who are looking at you like, "Ooh, I like him when he's in jail." You want them.
The thing is
the women who don't do that. That makes absolutely no sense.
He
JP.
wants the most
can I
attractive
hop in
women.
here?
He wants the most attractive women, and it's literally like low key. If you say women are hypergamous, it's low key going into Mercedes with the Honda budget and expecting to get a Mercedes.
And the thing is, it's
But
not.
the Pookie
What are you
criminals-
talking about?
No,
What are you
Kayla,
talking
So,
about?
but Jay, hang on, but
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Michael. We said we were.
so here's what I found with a lot of cats that started in the street life and then they changed their ways. I would just be real right now. Y'all niggas go from selling dope to like working in a damn warehouse, and that blows my mind. Y'all go from doing some like enterprising shit to like, oh, I'm gonna go paint fences now. Like, it's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. I got a boy, and
Don't knock
I
a
mean,
person who
he did
goes to an
felony
honest living.
time.
Let's not do that.
I'm sorry, say what?
Let's not knock people who are going to an honest living from a life of
No.
crime.
I'm not
Calling it lame, and
I'm
now
not
you're
knocking
feeding into the
I'm not
narrative
knocking
that
an
Jay
honest living.
was just doing. You're feeding into what he just said. Now you're like, y'all going to the lamest stuff, a warehouse. What's lame about a warehouse? That man is earning an honest living. And my thing is, when you say something like that, you are perpetuating this thing that is negative for us as a whole. That's why
no. See, Kay, you gotta let me finish.
Well, but what
because,
you just said was off point.
Because I'm not perpetuating. What I'm saying is, most of the people that were selling drugs or doing anything illegal like that, when they stop that and they go to work in a warehouse or they go to be a painter or something like that, they're not maximizing their skill. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that you don't go. Hang on, you don't go from
first job that they got. You don't know everyone. I'm just saying,
I don't need to know everything.
We can't do this where we're trying to belittle people who are earning an honest living. I just don't think that's a healthy thing for us to do as Black people. Oh, you went from gangbang to tell a warehouse. Don't do that.
So why wouldn't a guy who sold dope? Why would a guy who sold dope go get a job at a warehouse? Why wouldn't he get a sales job? That's what he's good at, obviously.
Get a sales job. And Michael, I have to agree with you on this one. Go ahead and finish.
Yeah, no, but it's like, if you don't go sell dope and then go work in a warehouse. No, you get a sales job. If you can't get a sales job, you create your own damn company to go sell. And I'll be honest with you, I recruit former drug dealers because I know selling is just like slinging rock, like that quick fix, that quick cash. All day long. I'm in sales because I didn't have the balls to be a drug dealer, to be honest with you. I get the same fix. I get the same high. I accomplish the same thing. I live the same lifestyle as a drug dealer. I just so happen to wear a suit and tie every day. And actually, I don't even wear a suit and tie anymore. I'm just rolling around in whatever it is that I do. So when I say, why would you go from a criminal enterprise, right? These are enterprising. These are entrepreneurs. You're entrepreneur when you go out and you like, let me buy this and then sell it for this. No, do the same thing on damn Alibaba. Sit here with a warehouse job. You're wasting
Michael,
you're wasting away. And so what happens in wasting away is you're not. I would say the same thing to a guy who has a master's degree and chooses to do the same thing. I would say the same thing. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with those positions, but you are not working in your skill set. And when you're not working in your gifting or your skill set, money isn't going to follow that. And money makes the difference between, I'll be honest with you, money gives access. And the access that he says he wants, you're not going to get that doing what it is that you do. I'm not knocking honest living at all. I'm knocking honest living that doesn't line up with what your skill set, your talents, and your gifting is.
I get you, Michael. I get it. But the thing is, you are making this seem like some kind of like after school special. People that sell drugs have a base of people that want to buy drugs. It's not the same as working at an insurance company and being in sales and trying to call people and they blocking your number. They don't want to talk to you. They're doing this and that. It's not the same thing. If you are selling a highly addictive substance, there are always going to be people that want that. It's not the same as going out into the world like, oh, I'm going to work in insurance and I'm going to try to figure out, because I have look, I know what it's like, and I know that people come, try to do their thing, and I know that I ignore some of those calls, whereas a drug addict is not going to be on that same wavelength when trying to get what they need, to possibly just survive until their next fix. It's not the same thing. And I get what you're saying. I get it. You're trying to say like, ooh, yeah, people who know how to sell drugs must also know how to sell, perfume or insurance or whatever the case may be. No, it's not the same thing. So that's why I'm not knocking anybody. And I know you're not knocking them either, but I just didn't like your example earlier.
Yeah. Well, so for me, I'm not
knocking anybody who's
one of my best friends. One of my best friends.
If they go from drug dealing and they go to a warehouse job, good for them. If they go from drug dealing and they go to McDonald's, good for them. I'm not going to be like, well, why didn't you use your talent? No, do what you need to do to get where you need to be and try to make something better for yourself. You are trying to compare selling drugs that people want to selling things that get the door slammed in your face every time you go up to somebody trying to sell it. Those are completely two different worlds.
No,
Can I
they're
say?
not.
Hey, Mike
I'm
Brown,
gonna
how many
side with
times
Mike on this.
Can
I
how
want
many
to
times
piggyback
you had to
on
watch your
that.
back selling what you selling, Mike Brown? Like, how many times you had to watch your back? How many times you done been in prison because of what you selling? See, that's what you keep missing out. We keep thinking about when the drug dealers get the money. That's the only thing y'all focusing on. You're not focusing on when you gotta watch your own guy, because this dude been planning on robbing you, but you still gotta trust this man, and you gotta worry about these men coming in, killing you, your family. Now, if you escape that, now you gotta worry about if you do get popped off. It only take one time to get popped off. The Fed's been watching you for the past 4 or 5 years, so now for the past 10 years, so now they know everything you've been doing. So now when you get in an interrogation room, it's either you're gonna tell and have the whole hood want to kill you, or you're gonna do this 30 years in prison. All the women, everything that you're talking about, all the women, they not gonna fucking be there. They're gonna go fuck your boy, your guy, your brother, your cousin. That's doing the same shit.
You said that, Jay. Let's let Deborah jump in.
Kayla.
But
he's right.
I kind of side with Mike on
Deborah
this.
get in. Yeah.
I'm gonna side a little bit with Mike on this. I didn't hear the whole conversation, sorry, my phone died. But I have two things. Well, majority of these drug dealers are low level. You talking about kingpin, like top level men who are watching their backs like that, worrying about all that type of stuff. Low level drug dealers and stuff like that. I feel like you can get yourself a job doing something, you know what I'm saying, using the skills that you have. Now, for me, you know, I used to date, I'm not to put too much information out there, but I used to date a man, you know what I'm saying, doing illegal activity, I would say, that would include, you know, coding, decoding and cracking stuff, you know, things like that. So in my mind, you know, I used to tell him, you have an ability to because you have to be an actor. You pretend to be somebody else. You know what I'm saying? If you guys get my drift, you pretend to be somebody else. So you already got to be an actor. Then you got to pull in more people to help you out. So you have to pretend and make them, you know what I'm saying, persuade them. So that's also a skill in itself. Then you have the skill of being able to hack, because you got to also have that, and the government is looking for people who are into hacking and stuff like that. You go to jail right now, they'll probably try to recruit you. So you know, like it's certain levels. You know what I'm saying? It's not only drug dealing, but I'm just saying there's certain things you can do, and if you really want to do better for yourself, you can tap into that talent. You know what I'm saying, and have to do the proper. The problem is y'all want fast money. You know what I'm saying? You're used to the fast money. You don't want to be the ones to sit there and let me study this. You know what? I could persuade people, and I could be a hacker. Let me do some coding real quick. I could get hella money being a coder. They making millions right now. You know what I'm saying?
So, Deborah, so it'd be best. What you're saying is, in order to get a woman like you, because we want fast money to get the women like y'all. So, in order to get a woman, how do I become can you tell me, since you got that experience, can you tell me how to become a good hacker after we get off the channel?
My thing is this. I didn't know my ex. I'm gonna be honest. I didn't know my ex was. I'm gonna just say he was a scammer. I didn't know he was. I'm Nigerian. He was Nigerian. You know the connotation to that. Okay. So I didn't know.
Oh man, was he that prince? Was he the prince?
Michael, relax. We're not trying to get into any type of specifics. Let her tell her story.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, I was a good woman to that man, you know what I'm saying? But he was in college. What happened with him, he was a football player, went to college. Unfortunately, he was convicted of something. I mean, he was put into jail for something he did not do. So it changed the course of his life. You know what I'm saying? He was the good guy. I was dating the good guy. Unfortunately, being a black man in America, certain things happen, and it changed the course of his life. Because of that, he couldn't get a job. You know what I'm saying? Now, he never got convicted of anything. They just had him in prison, literally holding him for almost 6 years. So coming out of that, and him trying to get a job and things like that, it was going to be hard. So of course he fell into the lifestyle, you know, but at the same time, he was still book smart. And I could tell him, at the end of the day, you still have the best of both worlds. You know, you can be able to hone that in and create something out of it. It's an excuse and a justification to be like, but, you know what I'm saying? It's always that. If you want to elevate yourself, you want to figure out a way. The same way you have to learn how to sell drugs. You have to learn how to work up your self-esteem to be able to go outside and be on that corner the same way. You have to do the same thing when it comes to these books, when it comes to these looking for jobs and all that, you know. And I think it's the accountability, I think, that's missing in the Black male community a lot of the times. You know what I'm saying? There's no real accountability when it comes to the actions that you guys choose because you guys see fast money. It's not about women, you know, because like you just said, you want a certain kind of woman. You don't want women in general, you know. Go ahead.
Deborah, how much time you was facing?
Me? I'm smart enough not to get caught, so that don't matter to me. I'm joking. It's a joke. But no.
The reason why I asked her that because it's so easy. It's so easy to want these guys when you ain't the one gonna be facing that time.
But Jay,
that's the reason why I'm trying to help you
but
elevate
you keep
out of that life.
Want these guys like and everybody Jay, don't want these guys, sir. Like
Jay, you're also forgetting that the main skill in doing crime is not getting caught. That is majority of what you are doing, and you have to be very, very smart. Being a criminal is a career like any other thing. You know what I'm saying? There are ways that you do it so that you can continue to do it. So all of those skills that you develop in order to learn how to deal, like especially if you make any real money. I'm not talking about people that thousands. I'm talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars. If you're making real money, there's a certain level of a skill that it takes you to live like this and not get caught and figure out how to make all this legitimate. Those skills you can use to just do something legitimate.
And if you're getting caught all the time, you should not be.
I cannot believe what I'm hearing right now.
What do you mean? The entrepreneurship in this country? Are you serious? There are so many loopholes in this country. Do you know how many loopholes there are with insurance?
That's what I'm saying. These white men are millionaires because of them using these loopholes. You know what I'm saying?
I think that a lot.
But those white men got a privilege that we don't have.
Y'all just don't have the information. The laws, the loopholes, they're out there. You just don't know.
I work in that industry. There's so many.
The biggest issue
that's why you think this white collar crime be 20, 30 years before people even know that any of this stuff is happening. Like,
you know,
Donald became president as a criminal.
Like there's a lot of white collar crime, and I think that people don't look at it, you know, as even crime. Like it's not even talked about as much in terms of like regular people, quote unquote, circles. In terms of drug dealing and things like that, I think that the thing that a lot of us are like failing to think about is the market. Like there will always be a market for people who want to buy drugs. And the thing is, I don't even know how Black men became the face of drug dealing when the main people who are distributing and, you know, growing and, you know, trafficking and doing all this are not people. And it's just interesting to have this conversation because I think we're giving a little bit too much, like in terms of like the thought process about people who are out here dealing drugs. If somebody wants something that you have, they're gonna get it. It doesn't take a lot of talent. You could be anybody, anyone who lives in a place where a lot of people want drugs can become a drug dealer. A lot of them a lot get caught. A lot are in prison right now because they got caught. So let's not act like this is something where it's like, ooh, the best of the best are out here doing this, and the best of the best sneaky people aren't getting caught. No, tons are in jail because they got caught. Like we're over glamorizing this career choice and making it into something career choice. This path in life.
Who's over glamorizing now?
Making it into something that we're saying involves so much skill. And if we're talking about just people out here just, you know, doing whatever on the corner day to day, how much skill does that require? Let's be honest. And
I wanted my ex to be an actor.
That's why I said
anybody, but like
that's why I also said like the ones making real money.
Like, ooh, you're a real entrepreneur if you know how to sell weed. No, you're not.
No, but that's why I said, hey, the ones that are making hundreds of thousands of dollars, those are the ones.
Those people, like most of those people, aren't even Black people. The people making all this money off of drugs are not even Black people. So that's a whole different topic.
Yeah, I mean that's like a whole other. But to close out this topic, let's do
my
like
landlord.
Let's do final thoughts on this topic so we can go on to the next one. So let's start with Michael, and then go to Deb, and then try to round out this topic.
Oh, listen, I just firmly believe that if good guys do want the bomb ass chicks, and I'll be honest with you, I'll just tell you my personal experience. I was living in DC. I was in the United States Navy. I was in college, and there was a woman I really wanted to link with, and she flat out told me, she's just like, "Baby, you just don't make enough money." Okay, so I set out to do just that, make enough money to get the women that I want. And so to anyone, good guys, bad guys, whatever the case may be, if you're a bad guy and you're looking for a way to maintain that lifestyle and still but be on the legal side of it, get a sales job. And if you're a good guy and you're tired of working the 9-to-5 hustle and the 40K a year or whatever the case may be, get a damn sales job. It's one of the few 6-figure salaries you don't need a college degree to do.
Michael, what made you want that woman? I'm just curious.
She was very good looking. I mean,
oh, good looking. Okay. All right.
Yeah, I just I'll be honest. I'm the guy who.
That's not shocking.
Are we seeing a pattern here?
Men want women that are good looking. That's
not. I'm the guy who will. I'll approach the finest woman in the restaurant, in the club, in the bar. I'll go up to the finest one and shoot.
Hey, y'all say women don't got power. Y'all got the power enough.
Oh no,
we definitely do.
I said that earlier. It does.
Right, that power, but that power got the power, enough power to make men risk their life to go to either get murdered or go to prison to want you. That kind of don't rub me the wrong way.
I get that, JP, and like I said earlier, I agree with your thing about women not buying into certain things that men do. But I also think that, like, in conjunction with that, men maybe need to start looking into more qualitative aspects of women. Like, what kind of people are they? Like, what qualities?
No, they don't.
Have? And I know that some people might be like, well, we only care about people. Like, well, then have the day you deserve with those women, and don't care about it. Like,
what you get. You get what you get. That's why I'm never upset at people like, you know, Brittany Renner and PJ. This is what you wanted.
Exactly. Same for
what you wanted, and you get what you get.
Same
and guess what, y'all? Guess what, y'all? Especially to Mike Brown, that same woman. Let's say you end up getting with her, right? But now you doing 10 years now. Now y'all 30s and 40s. She got multiple kids by multiple dealers. She don't even look the same. She don't got the same booty no more. She got.
Oh, good great.
Now you don't messed up your life. You don't messed up your life. You don't messed up your life for this particular chick. And 5 to 10 years later, you still in the joint, and she look busted when you get out. You gonna be like, damn.
Oh my gosh.
So then why are we choosing this life?
Why would you do that, Jay?
Right.
Jay, this is so.
No, I'm just responding to Mike Brown, like, because there's a lot of men.
Well, so Jay,
it's a lot of men. It's a lot of men will want a woman. Women, y'all cannot honestly tell me a lot of these men is particularly doing all this crime and stuff. And the woman these particular women is not the motivator.
So Jay, I'm not talking
y'all
about
already
crime.
doing it before y'all even get
I'm talking about having a legitimate job. I
understand what you said.
Yeah,
I understand what you said.
You know what, y'all are. I mean, everyone, I think is making good points.
Okay,
Kay came back. I mean, Cannon, you came back with the
Okay. See, this goes back to what I just found really interesting. Pretending like all women are like perfect angels, and like there aren't women who are growing up in the same socioeconomic circumstances, in the same households, in the same families. What is the motivation for women who sell drugs and gang bang and do all that stuff? What is motivating them to do that?
There's no motivator because, for one, a lot of men don't look at women for their money. But when you talk about it in the streets, most guys would love to have a chick like that, a down chick like that.
No, what I'm saying is that there are
Ain't no
also
motivation for
women.
a woman.
What I'm saying
Ain't
is
no
that there are
motiv-
also women who commit crime. So what is
Right.
their motivator to commit crime?
I don't think they don't really got a motive. Like they motivated to just get out their situation. It's more of a survival mode for them than it is for us. For us men, we want a woman. You know, we like for example.
Oh my goodness.
I used to get.
So
I
y'all
used to get,
lives revolve around women, is what you're saying.
hold on. I
That's the
understand we
problem.
want our own. I'm not saying my life revolves
That's a
around a
problem.
woman. My life do not revolve around a woman, but I find myself in a lot of situations, and when you boiled it all down, it was a woman because of it.
But do you see how that could possibly have
I feel like a lot of our women led us to our
negative
destruction.
outcomes in your life?
And you know what's crazy? They make movies this way too, where it's like if you watch a lot of these like black movies, it's always like the man trying to get the girl. You know what I'm saying? It's always like, oh, I landed in some sort of trouble because of that. And it's this false narrative that like us women, this is what we're looking for. You
That's
guys
what it is,
most
though.
of the time, you guys are already selling drugs before you even meet us. Like most of the time, y'all already in the
You know
lifestyle
why?
because that's
Deborah,
a
you know why
family
that's the
thing.
case?
But
Yeah, because your
why that's the
homeboy,
case?
because you and your homeboy started doing
Right,
that.
you guys
Don't
are
try
a
to
product.
act
It's a
like-
difference between
No.
being
We
a product
missing
of your
a
environment.
point, Deborah. You missing a point with that. The reason why you get able to say that because those kids like myself seen the women when I was growing up, seeing who the women was flocking to.
or maybe
So
you
you're a product of
also
your
men-
environment.
Hold on. I gotta say this though. Before we start selling drugs, I'm talking about like Martin Luther King, happy birthday, MLK. Today is his birthday. When we start talking about those type of men back then, they wasn't doing all this type of stuff, and they were still getting women.
This speaks to something Cannon said.
The women was different back then,
Hold on, JP.
and they got better men.
JP, this speaks to something that Cannon said a long time ago in this stream. She said the way media portrays Black people and packages Black people and does all of this. So you're blaming Black women for this like attraction to a certain type of thing. But there's actually like a whole system that is designed to make these things attractive to people in general. The whole bad boy thing is not just Black women. I mean, even like
White women love that.
even just think about like what is it?
Or like musicians, like rappers.
Even in the I don't know what year, but James Dean and all these people that used to wear like little sunglasses and leather coats and like white t-shirts with the little cigarettes rolled up. Like this has been a thing amongst many different races of women for a long time. And I think that Black people, per usual, are affected in a worse way because of all the other things that we have going on in our community. JP, I don't really think that what you're saying about just Black women just preferring this type of man has to do with like what you're saying. I think that there's a lot that needs to be unpacked about that. I don't think that we can blame Black women for this. Like, oh, if Black women did better, then Black men would. How about, I mean, yes, Black women need to do better. Black people in general do. But how can you blame what Black men are doing on Black women if Black men are supposed to be the leaders?
Okay, the respond to that, when we think about when the women took charge of the families.
When did they take charge? And
Hold on. When they took charge of the family, when the dads, we only every time we bring up this stat, we always say, "Well, where was dad? Where was dad?" But no, she signed up. She signed up for that role. She signed up for that
when
role.
and why?
But that's not how it. That's not
When and
how
why,
it worked.
JP?
It wasn't women's choice. There was a whole system in place to destabilize Black
Those
people.
women had options. Those women had options.
That's like saying we should just stick to other races
had an
then,
option
because
with
Black
her
men
man.
are targeted in general.
JP,
There
when
was a
and
whole
why?
agenda in place to destabilize the Black,
The Black
family.
family.
Stop
Yep.
trying to act like
I
it was
respect that.
the women. Because
the
after
women-
Dr. King died, I posted this on in the group.
But why would the women?
After Dr. King died, did it not start going like this? And it's been
So
that way
if
since
you if you guys,
okay, when and why? When and why? When did this
in
happen?
the 70s, when welfare, my thing is, why would you, because our women love that system because they benefit and they get protected by that system. And I did bring up, I said this on my live the other day, I said, black women need for black men to be afraid, even though black women stand up for us when it comes to police brutality. Yeah. But when I said, if black men really stand up and really get like physical and really fight those people back, our black women do not want that. Not because she afraid that we're going to lose. Hold on, let me finish, Kate. Not because she afraid that. Kate, you gotta let me finish. You gotta let me finish it.
I'm not gonna let you finish because what you're saying is false.
No, you don't know what I'm about to say.
I'm saying what you already said.
No, what I'm saying is they need for us to be afraid of them, because if let's just say we do get into a war and the whites say, okay, we have a peace treaty, and the whites say, okay, we're not gonna be in y'all black lives and y'all can't be in our white lives. At that point, who's gonna protect black women when it comes to child support, when it comes to domestic violence, when it comes to alimony, when it comes to getting the kids, when it comes to everything?
I don't even know what happened.
I can't.
Because what?
If the system is removed, that's the system is the reason why I feel like a lot of black men and black women got this kind of hatred for each other.
Right, because there was
that's what Kayla was saying, right?
And our women brings that system into this system into our families.
What do you mean? The system,
when they go to the court.
Jay, the system is the country. The system we live in. There's no choice. We didn't bring it. This is the law of the land. This is where we live. This is where we were brought against our will. This is our life. So
Kayla,
there's not like
you look at other races.
The system. No, the system impacts every single thing we do. When you leave your house, you're recorded up to 30 different times by the system. Like, there is not like, the agenda that I was speaking on is how the black family was destabilized at that point. And it's just really unfortunate how we spend time doing what you're doing, Jay, saying it's the black woman doing this and bringing the system in our home and all of that. When we need, when their whole goal was to separate and destabilize us through everything that happened socioeconomically, from the factory shutting down, from the crime bills,
epidemic,
from the crack era, from all of these different things that impacted the black family. So instead of working together, we blame each other, and I just don't like that. Like, that's not okay.
I feel you, Kayla. I believe that we did what
we had to do to raise these kids. Because like you said, y'all daddies was in the street, in jail, or dead. And we women did what they had to do to keep this shit even going so that any of us are even alive.
Yeah, I believe I agree with you, but it's a lot of women always tell us black men quit blaming the system. And then those daddies that we talking about, our women, the same thugs that we talking about today, our mama purposely, that's like me going outside, right? And I get a prostitute pregnant, or a woman that's a crackhead pregnant, right? And blame and say, and let's just say she had 5 kids that's in the system. If I tell y'all the story, if I come on and say, well, when I met her, she was a prostitute, she was a crackhead, and she had 5 kids that was already taken from her, but I gave her 3 more kids and she ain't been a good mother. Yo, you gonna like, you chose that.
No, I like that you just said that.
So, that's a contradiction to what you were saying earlier.
So you're acknowledging that some women are prostitutes and bad mothers.
What I'm saying is when y'all go choose these guys, when y'all purposely going to choose these guys, because most of the time, the men in y'all family, the men in the black women in family will say, man, I don't think you should be with him. But you cannot tell that woman nothing. She want that man. Everybody told this woman that this man wasn't no good for her.
But Jay, honestly, I would say that's not the issue, because most women, like all of us here, want the good guys. Where are they? If you guys want to be drug dealing and we want the good guys to call it drug dealing, then what is the solution?
You heard me call him a lame. You heard me call him a lame before.
No, I don't like this. I don't like this. It's the difference between a good guy and a lame. Just because somebody is a lame, I'm sick of hearing this too. You think, because it's this idea that just because somebody ain't selling drugs or running in the streets or whatever, that
That
they
they
this
lame.
awesome person that somebody want to be with. No, it's a such thing as a lame. Just a regular lame who ain't really
Square.
doing nothing. Yeah, a square. And he ain't this spectacular person, and they could be assholes too. So you just want to
Thank
pretend
you.
like just because somebody's not a criminal, then they're a good guy. Just automatically.
And
a
that's
woman
the
just that's
thing.
supposed to want them. Like that's
That's why-
crazy. Like there is
and-
actually a such thing as a lame.
That's why I asked
it
you, what
exists.
is a good guy to you?
What is a
Because
lame? What is a lame, Cat?
men like to self-proclaim that they're good men. That's the problem. When you have to understand that is synonymous to that person, what a good person
What is a lame though? What is a
So
lame?
a lame, that depends on what you consider. That's like
What do y'all women define as a lame? And
I
when
consider
I say
a
lame,
lame-
y'all know what lame I'm talking
I
about.
consider a lame as somebody who don't got no purpose in his life, right? He ain't really doing much. He may, do some little things here and there. He's not a criminal, but he's not really doing anything of value with his life, right? That's one thing. He don't have no kind of good conversation or anything. Maybe a little socially awkward. All
He ain't
those
got
types
no
of things.
swag.
There are people like that, and you just trying to
swag?
act like
What is swag,
just
Kayla?
because they're not
He ain't got no
criminals.
swag.
That women just
what
supposed
is-
to be
what
flocking
is
to them
swag?
for no reason.
I mean,
What is
there-
swag? Because they not
Swag-
asking.
But you know
What
where
do you
swag
consider
comes from?
swag?
Swag comes from a certain level of confidence. And
Right.
if you
What is-
aren't doing
And
shit
let's-
with your
oh my
life
goodness.
and you are not doing nothing, I don't know how you can have any kind of swag. Like,
So when you
don't have
think
a
of
job,
guys, when you think of
but
black men with
also
swag,
not having
who
swag
they
can
usually
also be
be?
like you're boring. And you're
JP,
lame.
let's not
Right
act like-
now we getting somewhere, Kayla. Now who will you usually see those men with swag and that's not
Oh
born?
my goodness,
The
JP, stop
the men that's productive or the thugs? Who will
I know a
you-
lot
who you
of-
see
I know
with
a
swag?
whole lot of
You
guys
know
who
how
are
many
unproductive
productive men? I went to
and
an
who are lame.
HBCU. Do you know how many productive men that I know that are fine as hell, swaggy as hell, cool, funny, but and they are attorneys. They are working upstanding jobs. They're not lame. They're not
not to
lame
bring
at
back-
all. They're the most desired. I know a dentist. I can tell you about a dentist, okay? That be having the women in the dentistry. No, he's my dentist. Women, like y'all, if you're lame, then you're just lame. You don't have to be a criminal to be cool.
JP is trying to create this narrative that people who are, criminals are more sought after. But the thing is, there are plenty of criminals who have tons of problems getting women. There are plenty. I think this is a common thing, and we have to stop buying into this narrative that, if you sell drugs, people are going to like you. And if you're a doctor, they won't. If you go to college, they're not going to like. Come on. How old are we? Like, let's get beyond that.
Y'all sound like Tasha, and y'all got to stop.
It's just not a thing. It's not
our.
If I can even add,
Stop.
if I can even add this, majority of the drug dealers I know do more for the community than the men that you say are the good guys in your
the fact that you brought that up, you should be disgusted by our men that's been drug
let me
dealers.
tell you,
How come you're not disgusted by those type of men?
Let me finish. I'm disgusted by those type of men. That's why I'm single.
Well,
but what I'm saying is, I'm not defending them. What I'm trying to say is, you are sitting here trying to make it seem like you ain't let me finish. You ain't let me finish. Okay. But what I'm saying is that you make it seem like, because you are a criminal, you have to be a bad person. There are people, like I said, like my ex, who just had a bad situation that happened to them and they fell into that lifestyle. And it is what it is. And there's people at the same time who are the productive people who ain't doing shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can sit there. I know a man now who's on, and not to say like that, who's on my line, got degrees and you know what I'm saying, got multiple businesses, but is a horrible communicator, a horrible listener, does not understand what it is to be with a woman. You know what I'm saying? But because he got a job, because he got some degrees, I gotta bend over because he's not a criminal. That's what I'm saying. There's other aspects to being a good man versus just what job he holds or what, you know what I'm saying, other than that.
What I'm basically saying is, first off, we got to set the bar more higher than what we've been setting. When you say it's a lot of these men that do more for the community, well, I would argue that's like you saying Yeah, he might beat my ass every day, but he pay all the bills. He take care of the
I'm not
kids.
defending
That's
him.
exactly
I'm
what
not
you saying.
defending him. What I'm saying is
That's
you
what
are
you
trying to,
saying.
no, you are trying to say that because women are going after these quote unquote criminals because these
Y'all
you're
like
considering them to be.
Y'all say women that beat your ass because they pay the
No,
bills.
we don't. No. They women who are in domestic violence state because it's a mental thing. I was in a domestic violence situation, so I don't play with that. At the end of the day, it's not because you paying my bills while I stayed. It's because you scared for your life. And you have to understand how to get out of that situation with your life. And that's how I had to deal with it. You know what I'm saying? There's different levels to domestic violence when it comes to that. Again, that's not a situation women are staying into relationships. And that's one thing I hate when people say, oh, why did you stay with him after he beat your ass the first time? And it's not a third. You don't understand what it is when you have somebody mentally you know what I'm saying, in a grip, what that does. The same way you just said. Because you like women, men love women, so that's why they starting to deal drugs. So why are you going after them women then? It's the same thing. It's the same exact thing you just said because they're not bad bitches. That's the reason why you're going after them women, but you mad. You can't be mad. You can't have it both ways. You either want a good woman or you don't.
I just wish our women was more attracted to men that's doing something productive. Like when I be on,
and I
my
wish all men was attracted to women who don't got plastic bodies out here.
Please, can I please say this right? When I be on Facebook, right? When I be on Facebook, and I'm just scrolling through, and I see a couple of black men, they be at work and stuff like that, want to show up flex like that, they jobs and stuff. And then when I see men that take care of their kids and all that stuff, they get about like 50 to 100 views. Most of them is from their family. But when nowadays it's men that's in prison that be on live. These men getting thousands of women that's coming on.
Like entertainment. That's a different thing.
And women and
like
black women
that has nothing to do.
Most of our women,
get off
when they pay bills, sending the money, showing their tits, and they don't even know these men can be in there for.
Why is OnlyFans popping right now?
JP,
why is OnlyFans popping right now? You quiet? Why is OnlyFans popping?
What you mean for women?
Why are women becoming millionaires from OnlyFans? Who's paying them?
Men.
Okay, then. So you can't sit there and contradict yourself because you just contradicted yourself. You guys go after certain kind of women because those are the girls who like to show ass, and they have like,
but they not gonna stop paying the OnlyFans.
And you paying their bills.
They be sitting up here complaining. They be like, women acting like this, and these women
that's what I'm saying.
They won't stop, doing sexy
the same way how you just said
unrevealing clothes, but then but he gonna tell us
right.
Well, how come those women can't do all that?
They'll stop selling drugs, but they ain't gonna stop paying them OnlyFans.
But look, how come those women cannot? How come those same women can't give that same attention to the men that's working?
JP,
why can't you get the same?
He wants a specific type of woman that does specific things to like him, and he ignores the women that actually do like him for who he is, and then complains. That makes
no, because I feel like black women
of the women.
Black women got a lot of swag. Black women got a lot of swag. So no, but the black women that I know got a lot of swag, but they don't. Black women with swag, they don't want
JP.
JP, hold on,
my dog.
Wait, JP, because you on multiple occasions have made it very clear the type of woman that you want.
I'm sorry that I yelled on the panel, y'all.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
No, we all yelling at
this. All good. JP, you have made it clear on multiple occasions the type of woman that you would like to be wanting, that you would like to want you. You said, why can't those OnlyFans girls just like this type of man? Why can't this woman that does this do this? Blah, blah. You've made it clear on multiple occasions tonight. Now, and we've talked about it. Like, look, so why do you not see the issue with you only going after a certain type of woman based on her look?
Wait a minute, that's not right. That's not accurate, Kate.
Wait, JP.
That's not accurate though.
It is. You just said it.
It's not.
You just said, why can't those same women on OnlyFans like a man that does blank, blank, blank? My thing is, if you're looking for a woman that you have to pay to interact with, And then you're mad when she wants money from you.
No, I'm not looking for a woman that
absolutely no sense.
I'm not looking for no woman that I gotta pay. But what I'm saying is,
okay. Why are you talking about OnlyFans girls?
No, they brought up. I didn't bring up OnlyFans. She
do you got an OnlyFans account?
No, I do not. Well,
do you know men who do?
I know you have an OnlyFans account, Jay. You lying right now.
Yes,
I know you lying.
Oh my God!
But my thing is, I don't never be on it.
So you've never paid
it,
not one person. Name one.
I don't believe it, man. It takes away from me. I will feel so. It takes away from my swag if I got to pay a woman to want me.
But
like
but
you know what? But you know what, Jay? Hold on, Jay, hold on. You're making the point because, like Deborah said, women are getting lots and lots of money off of OnlyFans. So if you feel like you have to be a lame to pay a woman to interact with you, yet women are making millions of dollars because millions of people are paying to interact with them.
It's a million lanes.
You know, they're already showing right there why women don't want to date them.
Yeah, it's a million lanes. It's a million lanes. Like, okay, when
you're guys.
Okay,
why not date the good guys? They're lame and they're weird.
Okay.
That's why they pay for women on OnlyFans. And then you wonder why we don't want to date them. We want the good guys, but we don't want them. Like,
but you would rather go to jail.
In order to get a good guy, we have to get the lames and the weirdos.
There are just so many different types of people.
There's so many people.
You can be on OnlyFans. Honestly, I think OnlyFans.
Some people see it as porn.
I'm trying to ask y'all a question. I'm trying to ask y'all a question. If the thug
OnlyFans is very ethical. I'm
trying to ask y'all a question, right? If these type of girls going after the thugs, what type of girls is it for the men that's productive?
The ones
because I don't see no difference.
The ones
because I know a lot of nurses. I know a lot of nurses. I had a lot of nurses when I was when I was out there. They or them CNAs before I came to CNA. I kept
they let them some CNAs, child.
Yeah, they love. And guess what?
Every job that's a different income level right there.
Every job
that I was at CNA,
I was banging somebody's woman there at the job.
JP, you just said you don't want those. Does everybody remember when he said he didn't want those women? Do y'all remember that?
There's some good women.
Jay, hold on, Jay.
They want everyone.
No, hold on, pause. How many women do you want, Jay? This is what I need to understand.
No, I was talking about a past. I was talking about
it's probably easier just to find like one woman, right? Like how many women?
He's concerned opposite.
I want one. I want one woman. I might want you. I just want one woman.
Well, I'm married, so I'm sorry.
If you know how to cook, or something, I'm older now, so I'm not trying to play no more.
This is why, Jay.
So now you're older, just like you said about the women. Once they're older, they want the good guy. Now that you're older, you're saying you want the good girl that can cook and do all the blah blah blah
after you
and
get
all that stuff. But before, all you wanted was Instagram booty holes. That's what you wanted. But now that you're getting older, you want someone that's going to take care of you.
There's nothing wrong with Instagram booty holes.
I never paid for no Instagram booty holes. I never paid for no Instagram.
But you just said earlier that those were the kind of women that you wanted. You said earlier those are the kind of women that you wanted.
My whole life, I only spent $200 on women like that. That's when I first. It was when I first started at 18 years old. I would try something. My cousin had me to try something. After that, I had women liked my personality. Then a lot of women thought I was, especially when I was a little younger, I was a little bit more handsome. I wasn't smoking cigarettes and all that other stuff. But I had a personality. I had a gift for gab. I was always confident.
Are you saying it wasn't past tense?
And women used to believe in me. That's past tense now. I'm still confident, Deborah.
I'm asking. I'm just trying to find out. That's it.
The way he said your name.
Question. We're gonna stick to questions.
I'm just melting with you. I'm having fun tonight, actually.
Yes, it's really funny. I'm cracking up. So I want to see if we have time to get to our other topic. Okay, what do you think? Just in the meantime, I also want to shout out the super chats. I want to shout out everyone we have in the super chats. Thank you for supporting the show, your contributions. Shout out to Ingrid, Travel One, Wealthy Broke Man, Eugene, Mr. Landreth, the Freeman's Journal, Gideon, King Stephen, and Marcus Moore. That's who I see in here for now. So shout out to all the super chats. We appreciate y'all.
And shout out to the K's. I love the K's. The K's. I love the K's. The K's is awesome.
Since we're talking about this, right?
I like that name. I like that name with y'all too, the K's. I love that name. I like how they put y'all as the K's.
Call us that.
I don't know why, but I like it.
Well, we like you too, Jay.
I think y'all personality is blazing. Y'all got a blazing personality.
We like you too, Jay. We do. But now that we're talking about this and we're talking about, we basically got off onto a tangent talking about women and men and hypergamy and drug dealing and making money and all these things. So it kind of takes us into the next topic that we're saying, or at least Jay's saying, the men that are the smart ones, the men that are, the progressive ones, quote unquote, aren't, that people are going for athletes, the drug dealers, the rappers, because that is somehow women want them, right? And so that's why men aspire to be with them, because women want them, and also that earning potential that they have being a athlete, drug dealer, rapper, right? But transitioning, I really want to know, does earning potential increase with education? Because as far as everything that we've said, I'm like, what? But I do know that if you do get education, that you can get a legitimate job. You could be a doctor, you could be a lawyer, you could be a scientist, you could be a gamer, a coder, any of these things by gaining education that yield a lot of money. So what is the disconnect with Black men, with Black people in general, and just people in general, I guess? We've been Black all night. It's Martin Luther King Day, we'll stay Black, right? Black till I die, right? But what is it with Black people, the Black community, where there's this pushback against education because the smart guys aren't cool or they're lame or whatever, when we've seen that earning potential increases with education? And we've also displayed tonight how that path of criminal career climbing usually ends in two places. So what is it going to take for Black men specifically to prioritize education? So what do we think about that? Earning potential increases with education, and why is it, just what are your thoughts?
Our women being more attracted to us and pushing us.
Oh my goodness!
It gotta be a motivator. We gotta have something to motivate us to want to do that.
Jay, we are though.
Right. So now, if our women is there at the school, like, okay, if our women motivate us and say, okay, reward us and treat us like how you treat the D-boy now. Treat us the same way when we go to school and stuff. And I'm placing myself in this part because I'm actually on the other side but treat them the same way.
Oh my God.
I think that the other part of it is that we also over exaggerate the amount of Black people that actually live in the hood. I mean, I know I did grow up in the hood on the south side of Chicago, but if statistically, most Black people don't live in the hood. Most Black people don't live in poverty. So we just take that very narrow idea of Blackness and just erase all the middle class Black people and all of those things and act like they don't even exist, even though they make up the majority of our community. It's not people out here selling drugs and being criminals and all of that other stuff. So Black women do go to, I believe they go to college 2-to-1 for Black men who are actually going to college. And I think that we are trying to do the work to elevate our socioeconomic status when it comes to that. Because like you said, it initially out of college, it doesn't really yield a result until it takes about, I think 3 or 4 or 5 years or like one job change before they really see that return on that investment. And I think maybe that's what's happening with the idea where people feel like, There is a system where you'll get college debt and different things like that, but people see that as like the end all be all, because they'll look and they'll say, oh, well, you got out of school, and when you got out of school you weren't making that much money, you had all of this debt, but not taking into account that if you follow that same person 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years later, they're now in a totally different tax bracket and they can't afford things because of that education, and they can pay that off. So I think we kind of conflate from the larger society, because there is an issue when it comes to school and college and the cost of it and student loan debt and all of those things. But that shouldn't discourage us from going to school, because that's really one of the main ways for us to get that socioeconomic advantage. Like, it's really not much else outside of that we could do that's really going to give us the return like that at large rates.
And speaking, I want to piggyback.
I just want to add. I just want to add a little bit. I want to add a little bit piece of something. Then you can just go ahead right quick. I think the purpose of this manosphere is what I've been talking about all day. It's a lot of black men complaining. Well, not complaining, but they feel like they getting stuff off their chest, like women didn't choose them when they was, starting off before they became successful and all this other stuff. A lot of our women wasn't choosing them. I think that's the purpose of a lot of these manosphere, for a lot of men to voice how they felt about that. But you go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say that speaking of like student loans and stuff like that, like I know I have a friend who's talking to a man right now who does not want to talk to women who went to college because he does not want to incur their student loan debt. So it is a big thing where I feel like, you have to get the bigger picture, not the in the moment. You know what I mean? And I feel like at the end of the day, the men who have the educations are the ones who are going to understand how to make more money in different ways and how to flip money in different ways, and I think that that's what it. You don't think so? I think that, most men that I know who are educated have multiple streams of income, you know what I'm saying, in legitimate ways. But at the same time, I just kind of feel like education is supposed to be something. If college girls, if girls are going to school 2 to 1, wouldn't that be a motivator for men to go to school then? Because that's where the women are. So wouldn't you want to go there then?
You damn right.
So
but I think when black men don't reason why a lot of black men don't want to go to school and all this other stuff, but you got to keep in mind when they came out with this Richland and all this other stuff, ADHD, black men is not really into sitting down and doing homework and paying attention, learning about Christopher Columbus all goddamn day. We like to be more active. We somatic. We like to be more active. That's why a lot of black men back in the day was like builders and worked in factories and worked like doing stuff with their hands. A lot of black men like myself, I'm the best. I learned more actually doing the work.
Please don't. No, I gotta stop you. You are not about to perpetuate the narrative that black men are incapable. And I'm not saying that you're saying all.
I'm not saying they're incapable.
I'm not saying you're saying all, but you're not about to make it seem in any way that black men are any less capable of sitting somewhere, learning something and applying it outside of an active physical role. That's the same thing that has been projected onto us as black people for hundreds of years, that we are just like dehumanized. And
so let me ask you
we can only be in physical things. No,
okay.
You're not about to do that right now.
Let me ask you a question then with that.
No.
How come black men in particular not taking up these free college courses, or how come they not going to school then? If that was the case.
I'm gonna tell you. There is a mindset, Jay. There's a lot that goes into why Black people are in the situation that we're in terms of education. It has nothing to do with just who we are as individuals. Oh, Black people are more likely to be physical and other people are more likely to be mental. No, you're not about to do that. No, I will not allow you to perpetuate that mindset here. No, because that's completely wrong. It's based in racist ideologies and absolutely not.
I feel you, Kay. I feel you, Kay.
Well, stop. Black people are just as capable of doing academic, mental things as anyone else. if
Right.
not more. So let's please not say anything like that, Jay. What?
Okay, well, I respect everything you said,
No,
but
no.
Okay, no. My thing is, I think the reason why a lot of black men, for one, when we go to school, we're not learning about ourselves. Like, we're not learning about the black race. We're not learning this stuff. Don't like. I'm not saying that we cannot do it, but it don't interest us. We don't care about learning about Christopher Columbus. We don't care about learning all this other stuff. It don't really do that for us. Like when I dropped out, I got kicked out once. I got kicked out in the 10th grade. I ended up dropping out. Like, it didn't teach me nothing about myself and where I came from. So I couldn't relate. Just like when I go to church, when I was going to church, I couldn't relate. These people in these Bibles don't look like me.
Understandable.
I'm not living their lives. They getting benefited from this. I'm not.
Jay, but that's a different conversation than, we're just more likely.
That's what I should have added more context. I'm not saying that we're not. I'm not saying, because I agree 100% with you, Kay. I'm not saying that we incapable of doing that. We built pyramids. So before we built the pyramids, it had to be engineers. It had to be scientists. It had to be math, reading. So all that did take place. So what I'm saying is, but we built those pyramids because it built our community. It built our empire. It meant something to us. These going to school, getting an education, I understand we might get a job or whatever, but we still empowering the same race to keep their foot on our necks.
I get what you're saying, Jay. Like, the buy-in is not there because of the results that it yields. Okay. Yeah. I understand that. I was just making sure because I'm passionate.
I'm glad that you put me in my place just because you're somebody else saying that. I appreciate that you put a person in their place. Always stand up for yourself. Don't let me get away with that bullshit.
I get what you're saying, Jay, in terms of just the buy-in as it relates to Black people in the, educational system and certain things that are very biased. I mean, I know this. I get that. I was just making sure you weren't trying to say that like Black people were inherently into just physical, labor and things like that. I just wanted to clarify that, but you clarified where you were coming from, and I get it.
Y'all, I just wanted to say, I just been loving tonight, and I've loved the way that this conversation is going. I think Dr. Martin Luther King will be very proud of us today on his birthday, that we are, discussing our people, our culture, and, at least doing something to try to like open up the dialogue. But yeah, go on. We are going to start taking callers. So we're going to start pulling some people up, getting some other, just perspectives on everything. So we'll start off. We got Dr. Panderson. Change that name.
Good evening.
How you doing tonight? Welcome to the show.
All is well. I think your Dr. Martin Luther King apology for how you just misrepresented it. Not only educated Black men, lames, who are people who are actually good for the community. I think y'all owe an apology. Jay Prince, I appreciate watching you step up. I see your growth. And I actually do mean that. Also, thank you for showing all the single Black men. When you become a lame and you actually go be productive, this is what we have to choose from as Black women. Actually, there's some other ones out here, but this is what we get to choose from.
Not this right here. You ain't got this as a choice.
Thank God.
It never fails.
Well, I appreciate your
Patterson for your. Did you have any last thoughts? We're gonna get some other people up.
No, ain't even no point. Why bother?
Okay, thank you for your continued support. See you next week.
I could not listen.
He was giving heaven Kevin Samuels vibes.
We love everyone's support, even if What up, Cuban?
Hi, Cuban.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Cuban.
How you feeling?
Happy 2022.
Thanks. Happy 2022.
Happy 2022.
Great conversation, guys. JP, I'm mostly with you. I think and I'm not going to address a lot of the relationship things. I will more like to address the lies coming from the educated Black women, some of the educated Black women on the panel. Kayla, white collar crime is not the same as spinning on the ops, slanging, rapping, pimping, etc. Number two, you said you moved from Broward to Palm Beach because of over policing. You neglected to mention why there's so much police presence in your old neighborhood. That is the real reason you moved?
Oh, I never lived in Broward. I just said when I go to Broward.
Okay. In any case, it's not the over policing, it's the crime that draws the police that is the problem. Stop the cap.
Okay, Cuban, hold on. This is something
Crime is definitely happening in Palm Beach.
We know, Cuban.
You know that
put up
well-to-do neighborhoods have police patrols all the time, and
Cuban,
nobody moves out.
What you're saying right now.
I live there. Okay?
Cuban.
I'm from Miami, and I lived in North Miami.
Oh
Stop the cap.
That's a whole other
Stop the
county.
cap.
That's Dade County. We talk about Broward and Palm Beach.
You're gonna do this right now?
But Cuban, look it up.
Yes,
it's not
here.
just that there's.
And I live in Atlanta now, by the way. Like you cannot lie. Stop lying.
Lie about what?
The whole thing.
This is
It's
my
not the over
experience.
policing, it's the crime. Stop. just stop.
But the fact that you're trying to act like there's no crime going on in Palm Beach, that's literally ludicrous.
That is a false
Lake Worth
equivalency.
has some of the
One
top
thing
crime in the whole state.
is bigger than the other.
And that is in Palm Beach County.
Well,
So what are you
tax
talking about?
fraud
And in
is
Lake
not the
Worth, I
same
don't see police officers.
Cuban.
as trapping.
Okay, no worries, Cuban. No
Right?
worries.
Thank you for your
Love it.
continued support.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
All right, see you next
I
week.
love you.
We love you too.
All right.
We appreciate. What's up, Jonathan?
What's up, Jonathan?
What's going on, everybody?
How
Glad
you
to be
feeling?
here. Feeling good. How are y'all? Happy 2022.
Happy New Year.
Yeah. I just wanted to comment on a lot of things, but I wanted to start with the last portion where Jay talked about some of the reasons why Black men don't necessarily pursue education, and he's not completely wrong. Like, so I know what you were talking about, Kay, in terms of saying that, like, we can't say that Black men aren't, like, book smart or intelligent, but at the same time, there are, books that have been written by like folks like Jawanza Kunjufu or like other individuals where they talk about teaching in the brain, where Black males and Black people in particular, like, are more kinesthetic learners than maybe other groups. And because, like, college and other spaces aren't taught from different frames, then it's harder for Black students to be successful in those particular spaces. That, along with like racism and other things like that, definitely contribute to, in my opinion, why we don't necessarily see a lot of Black men pursuing education, the length of time that it takes to get a degree, the money that you earn after you get a degree if you're not in a STEM field, which is very, very, very difficult. Like, a lot of those things contribute to, why brothers don't necessarily pursue education. I have 2 degrees. I'm gonna get a 3rd, but like, it's not easy,
I agree with that, Jonathan.
It's not easy. You're right.
That's
And
it.
it takes time. It takes a lot of time.
And there's
But
a
that's
lot
what-
stacked up against us, as you
Right.
said. I love Dr. Kunjufu. Read several of his books. I definitely agree with what you're saying in terms of, certain people learn certain ways, right? And that is the bigger issue that needs to be addressed.
Right.
Versus just saying like, no, this is not for us. You know what I mean? I think K-12 education is something that we really need to put a lot more emphasis on. Those who know, and we need to do as much as we can to get that in a better place. I agree with you, Jonathan. I just, when Jay was talking, I just felt like it was maybe coming off in a certain way that sounds very familiar in terms of like racist ideologies that we've heard before. Ooh, the Black man is going to be doing the I just wanted to clarify in terms of that, but I absolutely know that the school system does not do justice to Black boys, Black people in general, but especially Black boys. So
Yeah.
I definitely agree with that, and I completely understand.
Yeah,
And
you're right.
Jonathan, for the
Mhm.
education part, why is it, do you think that, like, when we speak of education, people only speak of like degrees? Because getting an education in some type of skill that you get like a license or a certification to do is also education, whether you're learning to do taxes, you're being a welder, you know what I'm saying? These things, that a plumber, like, these are jobs that make money, that feed
Right.
families, that used to be the heart of like the Black community in terms of like these hands-on jobs. And now education is only seen as a degree, which, depending on what your major is not always necessarily required economically and in Black communities as well, where Black people live, you know, that is in the distance from your house. You know what I'm saying? So what do you think about that?
Yeah, I would argue, and by the way, I'm a professor, so I teach Black studies. I would argue that the reason for that is because we were tracked into blue collar work in the 50s and the 60s, and tracked out of, you know, the degrees in terms of becoming doctors and lawyers, and, you know, maybe master's degrees, becoming professors and other things. And so if you look at like the early 60s, particularly when it looks at like community colleges and Black community colleges, for example, versus white community colleges, these colleges only had blue collar work or blue collar certificates that Black people could get. Whereas the white colleges, you could do pre-med, pre-law, you could go into like these other fields. And so what happens is, of course, Black people fight against that. They win, you know, and are able to like matriculate into colleges and white schools and other things like that. But what do they lose? The blue collar work, right? So trading one for the other instead of getting both. That's kind of some of the things that I've seen, at least in the research that I've done. So there was one other thing that I wanted to talk about as well, and I think it's kind of going all the way back to this idea of like what Black culture is versus what it's not. And I think a lot of times, especially in our community, Black folks talk about cultural aspects. And so, you know, when we talk about cultural aspects, food, clothing, hair, right, music, but we don't necessarily talk about like Black culture. And Black culture is the fundamental context by which we understand our identity and our purpose and our direction as a people. It's not necessarily the cultural aspects like the music and the food and other things. And so, for example, you know, whereas Western culture has more of this like survival of the fittest value, Black culture is survival of the group, right? Where you have, or where you look at, you know, like maybe ideas about where our society comes from in terms of like being more individualistic. Black folks have a little bit of shared fate. That's why we have this like twinge whenever we see one of us acting up. Other folks don't necessarily have that little twinge when they see other folks acting up or doing things that they're not supposed to be doing. And so for us, I think the conversation kind of has to begin to take on maybe that kind of tone around asking ourselves, like, as a people, who are we? What are we doing? And where are we intending to go? Knowing that we don't necessarily control our own narrative in the United States, you know, so how do we kind of work through that?
Right.
I guess is maybe the question that I have.
Right. Thank you so much, Jonathan.
Thank you.
Wait, Jonathan, before wait, real quick.
Okay.
If you could sum up just before you go, what you think Black culture is, because I would love to hear your answer. I know you're very, you know, we interact in the group.
Well, yeah, teaching Black studies and all.
Right. Like, I would love to hear your answer to just sum it up before you go. What is
Black culture?
So
So I think it's the definition that I gave before. I know it's kind of cryptic because it's like real complex, but you know, it is the fundamental context, right? Which means the root of how we understand and see our identity, our purpose, and our direction. So culture has to answer three things: who are we? Where do we come from? Right? What are we doing here? How do we deal with others? What's our worldview? And then where are we going? If it can't answer those three things, then it's not a very good culture, right? So for us, it's very hard for Black people to be able to do that because we don't necessarily control our own narrative in the United States, right? We don't necessarily have power. Power is a group's ability to define, defend, and develop its own interests. So when you have the absence of that, and you have to have all three to have power, you can't have one or the other. We have a lot of influence, but we don't necessarily have a lot of power. When you can't do that, it's hard to really be able to kind of like piece together or kind of like piece together or a healthy culture. And so what happens is that you take on the culture of the group that's subjugating you. And so for me, like, I would argue that like people are asking two different questions. I think that we're asking one is like, what is Black culture? And the other thing that they're asking is like, what culture what culture are Black people acting under like currently? To me, we act like white folks. But that's not our culture.
Wow.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Would you say that we had more of that integration, more of that kind of like when we had our civil rights leaders who had like a message and a purpose and the place we were going before, you know, all of that stuff was dismantled and all that stuff happened? So. Would you say we had more of that pre
I think so, because all we had was each other. You had the doctors living in the same community as the person that, you know, worked at the supermarket. And because you have, you know, a huge Jim Crow system that's overtly racist, you had law and policy that's overtly racist. You've had like Ku Klux Klan and all these other folks running around in the community. Black folks had to figure it out for themselves. Now, there was still like intrusion of white ideology and other things like that, but I don't think it's anything like it is today.
Yeah,
there was a different sense of community.
It's a different sense. Yeah,
a different.
There was purpose around it. Like I get what you're saying now with those three things. Like, who are we? What are we doing now? Where we're going? We knew who we were, where we came from. We knew what we were trying to do and what we needed to do and where we wanted to go. And now I don't know if people see that as a culture or as a community anymore. It's more individual now. It's like, what am I doing with my bag? Like, where am I trying to be? Versus
that
like,
was all orchestrated.
What are we doing? Right. What are we doing? What are we doing collectively? Right.
Like, we fight each other before we recognize the common thing that's holding a lot.
So it's so frustrating when we're on this network and people say, "Oh, I'm not going to support a business because they say I'm a Black-owned business." Stuff like that, and it's like, well, what are we doing? Where are we going? What are we doing?
Why are we perpetuating?
When Black Wall Street and us going to our own businesses and us being within ourselves is when we thrive the most. You know, I don't know. It's just it's frustrating, but yeah.
I had wanted to say when it comes to Black business, I wanted to say there's gonna be another controversial.
We ready for you, Jay. Let's get it.
When we talk about Black businesses, right? Like when I used to buy my cars, I used to buy a lot of used cars and stuff. I typically wouldn't go to the Black communities to buy my cars. The reason why, I could buy the same car from like I used to go around the white folks like in the country, because one, they got money, they don't mind. They're not trying to get every penny on a dollar. So they'll sell you something cheap, a good car for cheap, where I go buy that same car from a Black person, he won't damn near, where I could go buy damn near a brand new car. And when you talk about a lot of these Black businesses, like I'm trying to open up my food truck, but I was talking with a lot of people and I said, I guarantee you, if I put a white face on that food truck, I will get more money, more sales, especially more from Black folks. If I keep myself on that truck, Black folks gonna always want something free. They're gonna always get mad at me, or this nigga think he all that. What you can't give me this for free? But we don't do that same. We don't come with that same smoke when it's talking about other races. So my main thing was, if I would have, once I do get off the ground, I hate to say this, but I wasn't gonna put my Black ass in that truck. I was gonna get like a white girl or something, or it is what it is. You got to study your enemy, because that's what they do to us. When white folks sell stuff, they come to the Black community because Black people spend way more than any other race.
Most of our wealth is spent, outside of the community. So I understand that. What's going on, Eugene? How are you?
I'm doing fine, and you?
Pretty good. Happy Martin Luther King Day.
Happy MLK Day. I was listening to the earlier things from the video about was it thugs and lames and stuff like that. And what I've been trying to say in the chat room was, what seems to be the reason why women are going for these people, because when they see them, they think they see real masculinity. That's what they think is just because they put themselves in danger, or they show you, how tough they are, or they think they are, they're displaying real masculinity. And to me, I'm sorry, that to me, that's just fake. You don't have to do all that, to prove your masculinity. Okay. All you have to do is just, be on your purpose, take care of your business, you'll be on your goals and stand by it. And that's your masculinity. And then when you get into a relationship, all you got to do is just be in charge of the relationship. That's it. You don't have to do all this other stuff. That's the first thing I wanted to say. Now, as far as Black businesses go, what make a business successful?
Cash flow.
Mm-hmm. What else?
Being in the, not, being in the green, not,
I feel like being able to fill in a niche, like something that's like filling a demand. What's what I'm looking for? Demand that is needed.
Having something that people want.
Again, Kay?
Having something that people want.
Yeah, that's
having something that people want. Product. They want good products. And there are some Black businesses who are giving good products. Okay? People, the bad thing is, regardless of how good their products, they have, some people don't want to go to them because it's a Black business. Okay? Let me tell you something. There are only so many people who can go to these businesses. Okay? But I do know that we as Black people, we go to these businesses. And if there's more and more of us who see these products, they're still going to thrive anyway. We don't need those other people. Okay?
That's real. I mean, we are the number one consumers. So it's like, if you got us. However, when I think about it, though, do you think that's like subject based? Because when I think about the music industry, we are not. It's more white people at these concerts. It's more white people paying $150 for hoodies. It's more white people buying up the stuff. So I think maybe it depends on the product or the market. I don't know. Yeah, I know we buy a lot of stuff, but then in certain industries, our culture is being sold, but we're not necessarily buying it. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that's kind of a sticky kind of place. But I get where you're coming from, Eugene.
Yeah. When you listen to the music lately, it's like, you know what they rap about, right? All this negative stuff. And to these white folks, it's music to their ears, not because the music sound good. It's because this is how they're presenting, our so-called culture, which we all do not know what Black culture really is. Okay,
Hold on, Eugene.
They're eating it up.
Hold on, Eugene. There's a reason why certain types of rap, hip hop, whatever, are the ones that we hear on the radio and in the ads and everything. There's a reason. It's not because that's all there is. That's why anytime someone's like, they don't make good hip hop anymore, I'm like, they do. It's just that it's not marketed because, like Kayla said earlier, the main consumers of hip hop, rap, music, and all these things are not Black people. So there's almost like I was gonna say trauma porn, but not. There's almost like this thing where people want to see Black people in a certain way, and the more you market that, people are gonna eat it up, and we're not the main ones eating it up. So we're not gonna say like, oh, you know, Black people are doing this, Black people are doing that. There are tons of rappers out here that aren't talking about the things that are out here marketed on the radio or on these ads or wherever heavily. They're always, I think that back in the day, you know, if we're talking, you know, the 90s, the early 2000s, like late 80s, whatever, you know, I think that there's a lot more, I guess, diversity that was available back then in terms of the radio or the media and whatnot. And then when they, quote unquote, saw that this was taking hold, they were like, okay, what do we need to do? Let's whittle this down to like the most negative thing about this group of people because we see it's taking hold. So let's do something because we got to make this work for us. And, you know, so I just think that it's a more complicated conversation than just like, that's what rappers do, because there are tons of rappers that don't do that. And I don't ever want us to buy into this narrative that these major distribution companies are putting out, because Black people are not the ones that own any of this distribution. In fact, I would go as far to say, I don't know, but I would go as far to say that a lot of people, the major players in this music industry that are Black, probably had to sign some type of non-competitive agreement where they could not come up with a distribution company. I don't know, but I would just guess, because why not? Like, why are there no major Black distribution companies for the things that we are the main people out here doing? So we got to really like think about that really carefully. And I'm just saying, yeah.
And that's where it really comes down to, you know, more and more Black people stepping up to the plate as far as, you know, getting our products out, because I know we're capable of doing it. We are capable.
We are.
And that's all I got. I really appreciate you having me up here.
Thank you, Eugene.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you for coming, for watching. We love it. You know, love it. See you. Definitely want to come back through next week.
Yeah, come back next week.
All right.
All right. Have a good night, Eugene.
You too, and thanks.
Thank you. All right, KJ, what's going on?
Hey guys, so one of the biggest topics that I think truly gets missed in this conversation about our culture and about relationships and family is the over-sexualization of the Black community, especially when it comes to women and then men also. One of the things that I've noticed in our community is that our women are really, really, really over-sexualized, whether it's in our music, whether it's in our media, you know, TV, everything, you know, dating back to the 70s. Our culture has always been over-sexualized. We sell sex more than any other community in the United States. We like everything that we do is branded around our sexualization. When it comes to our Black women are the most sexually desired, but then they're the least married. And then even our Black men, they're fetishized, right? A lot of women want to see what a Black man has and what he's working with, but then we also suffer the same fate. So I think, you know, playing off of what JP was saying earlier, I agree with a lot of the stuff he was saying. We've got to change our own mindset. I feel like in the Black community, you know, me, I'm single, I'm in my 30s, successful young man, but I feel like the top of the pecking order for Black women in our community, it kind of goes around physical attraction and swag. That's like what leads off. I went to a college with a lot of Asian and Indian students, and theirs is all about family and resources. So their first thing, what type of family you came from, what your resources looking like, what type of person you are, and where you heading in life. So I wanted to get your opinion on the over-sexualization of the Black community. And then I really think if we could rearrange our priorities and what we're looking for in one another, we could rebuild our family, which will rebuild our wealth.
I wanted to say that, you know, again, because I grew up in, I guess, you know, the African culture. And, you know, as an African woman, I guess that's why I also have a different outlook on I guess, like you said, like the black and the man and woman relationship, because the same thing how you said the Asians and the, you know, those people in your community, that's the same thing how we do as Africans. And I feel like I mean, I feel the same way as Black Americans too, but I know, like, you know, they're bred to stick together. We're bred, like, you know what I'm saying? We're always like, you have to, my family is like, we want to see you bring home a Nigerian man. You know what I'm saying? It's me who's kind of looking outside my scope to be like, no, I'm open. But at the same time, I'm trying to hold the white flag out for my Black men. But at the same time, I feel like when does the account, like, because you said we, and I think that's what I liked about what you said versus what JP said, was that you said we need to change our mindsets versus Black women need to change their mindsets. And I think it comes off as an attack on Black women, because it's like it sounds like we're the cause of a lot of the things that happen within our community. You know what I'm saying? At least it comes off that way. Instead of us being like, you know what, how can we change our minds together so we can unite together? Because African communities, Asian communities, we all have issues in all of our communities as well. We may not be publicized as much as Black American communities are, but we all have our own separate situation. But we're bred to honestly, like, and it's not a good thing, but I know for Africans, like I've watched a lot of my family who are in abusive relationships or whatever, but you're bred to, like, you have to stick to with your husband. It's frowned upon to be divorced in a lot of these cultures and things like that. You have to stick through it. And I feel like the principle of that versus like the overall, like, you know, umbrella, the principle of sticking together versus and understanding each other needs to be elevated. I think that we need to be talking about that versus, oh, you do this and you do this, and that's why we don't like you, and this is why we don't. I think that's the reason why it's always going to be a back and forth. It's always going to be an agree to disagree, because we're not saying we. It's always, well, Black men don't do this, and it's always, what Black women don't do this. But it's like, so what can we do together? And I think that's kind of where I kind of lost the disconnect with a lot of the conversation that we were having.
Can I respond to that a little bit?
Mm-hmm.
The reason why I'm still sticking to what I'm sticking to is because we can't just come up with solutions without one. When it's time to hold Black men accountable, don't nobody got a fucking problem with it. But when it's time to come and hold a Black woman accountable, she want everybody be in the hot seat with her or stuff like that. And when you think about these families and these Black families. Back then, when the Black woman decided to take that throne, and she said it was videos all over saying that the black women saying that I don't need no man to help me with my kids. I can take care of my kids by myself. So that's your work. These Black men that y'all complain about was raised by you or women that look like you. So that was your work. The government gave you the throne. That's your work.
The government gave us the throne?
I'm saying we are the way we are. We are the way. But, hold on, Kay. But if we all agree that Black men before all this stuff took place, Black men back in the day was some good men. When you think of Huey Newton, they probably did some bullshit, but they were stand up men. Martin Luther King, them.
And after Martin Luther King died, and the destabilization of the Black community, specifically targeting Black men's economic relevance in the Black community.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm like, it comes off as an it comes off as like, again, it's always the justification about why it's instead of it being a systematic thing. We all know, we're all Black here. We all know what systematic racism is. We all know that we've been affected by it in some way, shape, or form, even if it's not a visible thing. You know what I'm saying? It's there. It's not something it's not a myth. And I feel like you cannot say like, oh, Black women the government granted us the throne. We were forced into that position. And that's why a lot of these women now today feel like I don't need a Black man. I mean, I don't need a man, is because I've had to live a life I had to learn how to adapt with life without a man because of how society is and how the system is. We had to same way. Do you think us Black when we want to be, majority of women want to be submissive, would want to be submissive or be, you know what I'm saying, don't have to be the head of the household all the time. We have to have the kids, raise the kids, then, you know what I'm saying? It's a lot. We have also our tracks that we have to go through. And I feel like they forget that, you know, we were when the destabilization of the Black male, like you said, relevance happened, you forget that we were forced into that. We didn't ask for that. We were forced into that position. And so because of that over time, resentment gets built. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of things that I feel like again, the whole mission was to break up the Black community, and that's what's happening right now. As you can see, this conversation that we're doing right now is a prime example of that. I feel like, because we keep going back and forth on something. At the end of the day, it's what's what I'm looking for?
Redundant.
It is
like
redundant.
yeah, like it's just like back and forth, right? Like it's, to me, I just want a solution. I just want to be able to be like, yo, that's the kind of person I am. I'm majority of,
and you know what,
Debbie,
I just can I ask JP a question real quick?
Hold on, Jay.
Okay, so JP, the first sentence that you said, and I hear this a lot, right? It's always like, whenever it's time to hold Black men accountable, everything it's all cool, everything all good. But as soon as it's time to hold women accountable, what are men accountable for? What are we holding men accountable for in the Black community?
Everything.
What is everything?
All the failures.
One thing.
All the failures. But when a Black woman,
give
do they actually
a specific
belong?
example.
When our sons,
hold on. You said that, like, one specific example of how you said that Black women are responsible is because they go after thugs and all this other stuff. So it motivates or incentivizes men to behave in that way or to do those things. So I'm asking you to give me a specific example of one of the things that Black men are accountable for, other than the total overall just failure. Give me something specific, since you say we wouldn't hold Black men accountable. I just want to know what that is.
Like I could name like it's damn near everything.
Okay. So just give me one.
Okay, when you talk about dad's not being there, we're gonna start there.
Okay. And how are Black men are accountable for that, you're saying?
Yeah, because for one, Black women they always say Black men should never he should have never let these men or the women run away from his family. But you can't say that when you were never put in a position where you had to fight for your kids, or when you got the system in the other parent fighting the fucking against you.
So how are you accountable?
We understand that the white men don't like us, but it was fucked up when our own women didn't like us.
That's still not.
Black women have always liked.
We've always loved.
You're still going back to blaming the women,
and that's what I'm saying. That's
you
what I'm saying.
You asked me one thing. You asked me, no. You asked me what was one of the faults that Black men did. So I started off the main course of the daddies not being there.
I said, what are they accountable for?
Oh, for us, not for all the failures for our sons but when our sons graduate or when we become famous, Black women so quick to say, who says a Black woman can't turn a strong Black woman can't turn a man to raise a boy to a man?
She never say that. Nobody's ever said that.
Yes, they do. They said
the single mothers
because it's rare.
3/4 of the men that we look up to in this country. What are you talking about?
I just want to know why is it okay to have division in you? Like you always said, there's different kind of Black men. There's this kind of man, there's this kind of man, there's this kind of man. Why can't that be the same thing for Black women? Why do we all have to be in a group and we all are the same, but you guys can have your diversity amongst yourselves?
That's the whole point I was making. Every single time you say something when it relates to men, you then follow it up with a reason or excuse or something like that. But then usually it involves Black women.
Because I've never seen it. I've grown up. I've never seen that in my life. I've never grown up in a space of, at least in my family, I should say. Let me not say I've never seen it because, of course, media and stuff like that. But in my family, in my immediate reality, I've never seen that. So for me, I want to know what kind of.
We was taught to lie to our women. We was taught to, since we love our mamas and daughters and sisters, we was taught to put all women. We was taught to put y'all on a pedestal as if we dating our mothers. And I like to say, I like to tell Black men. I like to tell Black men when we do discussing about Black men and the relationship between Black men and Black women. Don't come from a perspective of our mothers, because we not fucking our moms, we not fucking our sisters. They not talk to their daddies, talk to our daddies, talk to our sisters' boyfriends, and get their side of the story. I guarantee you're gonna lie on exactly how you be feeling with the women that you get.
Debbie, I had a quick question for you.
We're gonna keep it real.
What's up,
So
KJ?
yeah,
All
so
right,
my
KJ,
question is,
last thought so we can get definite G and bring somebody else on.
sure. So my question is, I agree with what a lot of what you were saying, because I'm from a Nigerian household. Also, my parents been married for 38 years. But one of the things that I've learned is that, like, it comes with the power dynamics. There has to be interdependency. There's a give and a take, and I think we've lost that give and take in the Black community. So now, since Black women no longer need Black men financially, has that changed the way they choose men? Because I get what Jay Prince is trying to say. Black women are doing a terrible job of picking men because they no longer financially have a dependence on men. So they're kind of going for what they want versus what they need. Whereas in other cultures, they still pick what they need based off of, like I said, character, resources, family background. Now it's kind of like in the community, Black women are picking what they want and not what they need. So that's my question and follow up to that.
So let me ask, when you say Black women are picking what they want, I mean, because from what Jay said, you know, we're looking for financial gain from majority of these men that we're going after. So is that not a need within that, you know, thing? Or
I highly disagree with that. I think swag and physical attraction heavily outweigh financial gain. If a woman, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say, if a woman is making, let's say a woman's making $60,000, and she meets a man who's making $60,000 also, but he's swagged out and he's physically attractive, she will go with him over the Carlton Banks making $150. I mean, I've seen it every single day. So it's like, that's where I think the downfall is, because what tends to happen is you have the majority of our women competing for the same type of guy. And when that same type of guy has all that attention, he's going to do what men do, which is play. So it's like,
what you're saying though, KJ.
But
you understand what you're saying.
But
I understand. I want to
objectified.
I don't fully disagree with him, but I also you have to understand we're dealing with a different ratio. First of all, I went to Howard. Kayla, you know, women outnumbered.
Like 8-1.
Yeah, 8-1. So obviously you already have an arena to play in, because you have options. We don't have options. So that's what also you guys don't factor into that. Because when everyone's flocking to, you know what I'm saying, to that good man, because again, every man, because you're not selling drugs or because you have a degree, you put yourself in a good man category. And that's all that it takes for you guys to be a good man. You know what I'm saying? So if you're flocking for all that, what does that leave all the rest of the women? What do we, you know what I'm saying? What else, what the rest of us have to go to?
You know what I think is so interesting? That if any of us women up here today were like, oh my God, men only go after the pretty girl with the big butt and the blah, 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 blah. And they would all be like, you're a hater. Da, 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 da. But then when it's a man,
it would be like, men should have their preference.
Exactly. And that was going to be my second point.
But that's not how it works, though.
No, because Jay said it. Jay was the one who described it to the team.
But Kayla, that's not how it's worked throughout time. How it's always worked throughout time. No. Men give resources and women give beauty and
KJ, so KJ, what's changed?
Not in the
what's
Black
changed
community,
is no. KJ's right to an extent. What's changed is, listen up, ladies, don't be upset.
I like that.
Right. What's changed is that we don't need men for financial security anymore. And that used to be our main thing in picking a man. So before, people like my grandmother, maybe she was not attracted to him at all. Right. Maybe she didn't even like him at all. But the point is security, get out of the South to make some kind of way for our kids, right? Versus now, I'm not trying to get out of anything. I'm quite comfortable, okay? And I don't need you for well, I do need men for their money, but that's not the main thing, right? Let me not act like I'm not need a lot of stuff. But that's not the main thing anymore. So my connection to you, my attraction to you, that is more important in dating in 2022 versus my grandma was born in 1933, so maybe in the 40s, right? It's totally different. So you're absolutely right in that. A man that's making similar to me, if he's fine as hell, he's swaggy, he's a good character, like, listen, like, he will definitely over like the guy that I am not attracted to, that's not really funny, boring, whatever, that may make 100. A lot of girls will go with the dude that makes 60 because every night you're actually happy. When you come home and you lay up in the bed, you know what I'm saying? Like,
but how long does that last for? And this is how,
for
like,
me,
hold on, KJ. because I'm not sure who said it earlier. I think it was either Deborah or Cannon. I'm not sure who said it, but about how like you know, a woman doesn't necessarily need to man, I'm trying not to misquote y'all.
No, I need that, and I need their money. I'm sorry, come on.
But basically, like, you don't have to be in a situation where you are at the will of someone else. Like, you can, you know,
that's different.
Pick. You can pick. And if you're picking, like, I feel like at this point, KJ, your exact thing that you're saying is showing that like some men are feeling like they're owed something. That's what somebody said earlier, like about a man like feeling like they should be entitled to. I think it was during the nice guy conversation.
We is entitled to our women.
But like, okay, but I think that some people get salty when they're like, "Oh, I'm a nice guy. Why doesn't anybody want me?" And it's like, okay, you're not likable. You're not.
All of those, all of that freedom that y'all got, where did it get you? None of y'all married. None. I'm saying, what did it get those women that got all of this freedom?
I can answer that question for you. With multiple women. Let's not do this.
Hold on.
How
do people understand it so fully? How do people this cognitive dissonance is just amazing. They understand it fully when it's a woman going after a man that is of a certain status or whatever, and they're just like, you know what? You're over 120 pounds. Blah, 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 I can't believe it. They do all that. But then when a woman wants to actually be attracted to you and like you, it's, oh my goodness, but I make $150 a year. In this day and age, a lot of people don't care about that. And now a lot of men are losing their S word.
And I think that,
know what to do when they can't leverage their money.
That's what I was going to say.
They can't leverage a woman into being with them because of resources no longer.
No one like you.
She has to like you, and a lot of y'all not like.
People don't like you. You are not necessarily someone. I mean, I'm not even gonna say any of that, but like you're just someone that's not.
So y'all basically let that white man's money separate us. That's what all y'all explaining.
No, I've never dated a white man.
JP, stop because you're being very cognitive.
But I'm off.
JP. Your cognitive dissonance, because earlier you said you want the woman that looks a certain way, but you don't want the woman to have a standard. Oh, okay.
No, you said the girls were standards. You didn't want them.
Men look at women for their looks. Women look at men.
Oh my goodness! Tell us women.
But nowadays, like y'all saying,
you tell us, JP, what the women
want y'all to have y'all shit together. That's it.
Right.
Good grief.
Yeah. But now y'all worry about looks. Y'all worry about men looks and stuff. It's easy to fit men looks.
So we should worry about looks.
I think all humans.
We shouldn't care if there's any kind of attraction at all. That shouldn't be important.
I think humans.
But Kayla, there has to be a give and take. There's a song and dance.
That's biological.
There has to be a give and take, though. Like we're messing up the song and dance.
Come on.
We're messing up the song and dance that has worked for thousands of years.
Okay, so what do you mean? What do you mean by song and dance, KJ?
So the reason why you get men like the F&F crew is because they were men who were told it when they were little. Hey, look, you go out, you be a good person, fresh and fit. But they were told, like, if you go out, you become a good person, you make money, you build yourself up, you're kind-hearted, you're sweet to this women, and then they will be attracted to you. And then when that doesn't happen, that's how they become villains, right? That's the villain origin story. Like,
okay, but that's something that people need to work out in therapy or with someone, because that's not every woman's fault. Oh, I thought if I was nice, she was gonna want me. No.
But what I'm saying is that's
not funny, haha, but funny, ironic. That so many people.
But that's how black women taught us. They taught us if you want a nice woman, just be nice to her, open the door, be chivalry, and pull out your table. They taught our women taught us to be nice. So basically, what you're saying is. Basically, what you're saying is,
but are you actually nice? Or are you just doing that to have sex with her and think that she don't know?
You just said
don't do anything you don't want to do. If you don't want to hold the door, don't hold it. Don't do anything you
Oh,
don't.
I don't. I done let doors slam
Stop
on
blaming
what I'm saying.
people for
Right.
things that you do.
Are you
and
doing
don't get
it?
the
They
results
feel
you want.
entitled.
Stop doing it.
Are you doing it out of
It's
the
not
kindness of your
appreciated.
heart, or are you doing it because there's an exchange that you want to happen?
It
That's the
depends.
thing. Because you want, if
No.
you have no, if you listen, if you
Exactly,
have no
Deborah, I had
expectation.
help.
Hold
But
on,
I'm saying,
Jay.
if you
Hold
had
on,
no
Jay.
expectation, if this is something that you are a man of chivalry, just in general, you have no expectation of getting things back from that. It shouldn't hurt you.
It shouldn't
That
be this big
was
of a
someone
deal.
that someone did not, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, that shouldn't change you. It shouldn't hurt you. Me as a person, like I said, again, maybe it's a cultural thing, but I am a person that, like, I look at what's the family dynamics going to look like if I were to have a child with you, if I were to, you know what I'm saying, if we were to make money. I'm a person, I want to make money with my man. I want to be able to build some shit. I want to be able to, and because you know what I'm saying, I come from a legacy. So I want a legacy. So if I'm going to bring you in, that's why I don't have kids now. That's why I'm not married. I've been engaged twice. I've walked away from both engagements because it was something that for me, it didn't fit into my legacy or into what a legacy I think that would make my family and my parents proud. So looks does play a role, but it's not a huge role for me. As long as we're able to, you know what I'm saying, meet halfway somewhere, I'm good. You know what I'm saying? But for you to, again, keep putting Black women in the same circle, that's what's triggering for me. It's like, at the end of the day, every person is not the same. The same way you guys want us to tell you guys, we can't be putting out in the same category. You have to understand, when you keep saying all women is like that, that's what's creating the resentment. That's what's creating the miscommunication between our men and women, because we're all not like that.
Hold on, Jay. We can like rotate some of the.
I just want to clear this up for Deborah because this bothering Deborah.
Hold on, JP. KJ, any final thoughts so we can get to definite G? And then I definitely want to hear what Jonathan has to say about this, and we're going to bring the next person on.
Sure. I mean, I really appreciate you guys bringing me up. It was a great conversation. I'm going to continue to listen. But to follow up on what Kayla and Deborah were saying, like with the paradox of choice that women have in our community right now, look where it's got us, right? We have our women birthing kids at an 80% single rate. And it's like, our women, because you're the ones who choose the relationships, we're constantly making bad choices. So it's like that paradox of choice is killing us, because now you're choosing what you want, and what you're choosing what you want is giving you bad results. So no one's choosing.
Are you getting the results that you want?
Me personally?
Yeah.
No, not right now. That's
okay. So could this be some of your own feelings?
We have to make
putting
accountability
off onto everyone else.
I would say no, because I see it, you know, I'm in the DMV area. I see it all over us. Everyone is like, most people in our 30s, we're single, and we're all looking for that Superman or Superwoman.
KJ, you're talking about yourself also when you're speaking
exactly.
about this. You're saying that the thing of choice is what is the issue in the dating in totality. Because I see what you're saying now. Women having more choice, it means less connections happening. And men having more choice is why there's these single homes, because before, when men would make babies, they would stay with the women that they would make babies. Now you have choice, you can make babies, and then you can just keep going, right?
Everybody's
so now the choices
now.
on both sides is what creates a reason to not be together and to be out there looking for more choices.
But
so
we should be able to.
We should
be able to see the men.
KJ, wait. Mm-hmm. Stop putting it on every person what Black women are doing and all this. What do you need to do, KJ, to get in the situation that you want to be in? That's something you need to think about instead of spewing this thing to Black women in general. Oh my goodness, they only want. Because I'm sure there's plenty of men that make 150K that have no problem getting women. So let's not act like, I'm sure there's plenty of people that make 20K that have no problem getting women. So you really have to, no. KJ, you have to think about it. What do you want? What are you doing? And why are you in the situation you're in? We cannot keep trying to expand the things that happen in our personal life onto every other person. KJ, a lot of men, because you mentioned it earlier, the people want the person that makes blah, blah, blah over the person that makes blah, blah, blah. No, there are tons of men who make 50K, 30K, they have no problem with women. So why are you having a problem? Think about that, figure that out, instead of trying to project it onto every woman and what women are doing. Think about what you're doing. That's it. Because you're the one that's not in the situation you want to be in. Don't worry about everybody else. Do what you need to do to get you where you need to be. Get the woman that you want, and stop acting like your situation is the same for everybody. Because there's dudes out here broke, sleeping in their mom's basement that could have any woman they want. And they're not having the same complaints as you. So you have to think about, what are you doing?
So
that's what I'm saying.
And Kay, I just wanted to point out one more thing with this Black unwed birth rate thing, because we love that number so much, and it's true and it's accurate, but just our understanding of it is a little skewed because of the fact that since less Black women in general are getting married and having children, and then less Black women who are married are having less children, the unwed women are taking up a larger share of the birth rate than they did previously. Like, our birth rate wouldn't look like it did if married women were having children at the same rate they were before, and if more Black women were getting married and having children. So I just wanted to point that out, because it's always touted as a example of, I want to say, bad choices and just people running amok, when actually it just illustrates that less Black women are actually getting married and they're not even having kids. And then the ones that are getting married are having less kids. Not that more single Black women is just out here running amok. So I just wanted to put it out there.
And I just want to clear something. I please want to clear something.
Final thoughts before we move on to the next person.
Sure. Kay, I agree with everything you said. That's why I'm also working on myself. But as a whole, though, we have to realize that there is a problem and that there is issue in our community to where we're not pair bonding, we're not connecting, and we're not making these connections. So I agree with 100% what you said. I have to work on my issues to get what I want out of life, 100%. But at the same time, though, we still are making poor decisions within our community, and we cannot build Black communities wealth-wise and build, generational wealth until we fix our families. And at the end of the day, the woman is the one who accepts the man, right? Like they say, women are the ones who let men into relationships. I got to ask you to be my girlfriend, and you have to say yes. So we have to, where is the accountability for the women to actually pick men who they can kind of have a good bet on, who's going to lead them into prosperity in the future? And that's all I'm saying.
Thank you for calling in.
And not based on how they look, Kayla.
Great points tonight, KJ. Thanks for calling in. What'd you say, Jay?
KJ.
What'd you say, Jay?
Thank you.
I said not based on their looks, Kayla.
Not based off their looks.
Yeah, well, I was responding to what KJ was saying, and I was like, and not based off their looks.
Okay, Jay.
Let's get to definite.
Miss Dentist.
Jonathan, and then we'll.
What's up, Definite?
So Definite G, what's up? Then we're gonna see what Jonathan has to say about all of this, and then we're gonna bring the next person up.
Yeah, how you ladies doing?
Hey.
Good. How are you?
What's up?
I'm doing all right. Black culture. Well, it's a beautiful culture, in my opinion. It is. I mean, we're like the trendsetters of the world. I mean, like anything that, other people want to, make money off of, anybody who wants to be the cool kid, they got to add a little Black in. You got to, add a little bit of like our culture and our little mix in certain things. With, over the years on how we, changed and how we came to where we are. Black culture today is trash. Yes, I said it, fight me on it. It's because we are glorifying a lot of the degeneracy in our culture. It's just too much confusion and too much just chaos that is going on. Courtney made a great point on when she was on the show with Lapeef. She said, all the good Black men are either, married, gay, or in jail. I'm actually going to add another point, another factor on why that's, Black women are having trouble finding good Black men. He's also dead. The Black man that you could have had a family with, the Black man that you could have, married, he's probably 6 feet under. You know why? It's because he wants to bang on the block, because he wants to be down for the click, because he wants to twist his fingers a certain way, and now a rival gang member put him 6 feet under. So if you really want, Black women who really want Black men to get married to, if you guys, love Black men, you just like, that's the only man that you guys want to marry, the first thing that has to stop, is the gang violence, because those dudes are killing them off. Even the good ones. Even the good ones are in the wrong place at the wrong time. Straight bullet, toss them and go. So
how many black men are in jail?
That has to stop. Like the craziness has to stop in order for us to come together.
Can I ask a couple of questions real quick? How many black men kill, or how many murders are committed by black men each year?
Chicago over 1,000.
No, let Definite G answer this.
I'm talking about total in the United States. How many?
Well, I haven't looked at that.
You can look it up real quick. Somebody, you can go to Google, put in homicide, murder. Each year, it'll give you the total number, and I believe 43% are committed by black people. So what's that number? Anybody know?
Go ahead, Jonathan.
I have like the 2019.
I think they said 37% right now.
Is that at 37% of black males?
As of 2021.
Okay, so what's the actual number of deaths?
Oh, actual number
in the United States, the total number.
Definite G should be able to answer that.
Are you talking about specifically the murder victims?
Yes. So how many people are murdered each year?
It says in 2022 or in 2020 there were 1,400. Total 14,000.
Okay, 14,000.
Okay, yeah, 14
black people.
Oh no. Total male
total? Okay.
would be 14,000. White would be 5,000. Black would be 8,000. Hispanic
so 5,000.
2,300.
So 5,000 people were murdered by black people?
No, 5,000 white people were murdered. Okay. It doesn't say who by who, just the number of people that were murdered by ethnicity.
And you said the total, all regardless of race, was how many?
14,000.
Yeah, so 14,000
men.
And so 14,000 men were murdered.
Just men in the whole United States were murdered in 2020. Then they break it down by race. Okay. And out of those 14,000, 5,123 were white, 8,469 were black, 340 were other races, unknown races. Hispanic Latino was 2,377, and non-Hispanic and Latino was 8,000.
So 8,000 men were black, right? How many men are there currently in the United States? Let's just say, there's 40 million black people. Half of them are men. I know it's probably not the correct statistic, but let's just say 20 million are men. So if you divide 8,000 by 20 million, you're going to get like a 0.00 something percent, right? So 99% of men are alive.
Right, Jonathan. I want to hear
that's number one. Like this idea that like black people are just in roving gangs killing off other black people is ludicrous. It's not correct.
So hold on. So you're saying that's not an issue? So you're saying that's not like a issue that needs to end?
No, I'm saying it's an issue that needs to be addressed. But what we continue to do is we continue to racialize crime. When you racialize the crime, you criminalize the race, and you can't do that. That's what folks fought against in the 60s and 50s and 40s and 30s, right?
Well, I'm not criminalizing the race.
Yes, you are, because
one of the issues of the black
people are the ones that are doing this. We're selling the drugs.
I didn't say that.
Gee, you just said that black women can't find a man because there's so many getting killed and all this.
That's not true.
He said gang violence. He didn't say black men are killing.
Black men.
He did say gun violence and gang violence.
Go ahead. So you say gang violence and gun violence specifically because we don't know what those murders are split up into.
Right.
We don't know.
Are an issue for sure, but the narrative of so many black men the reason black women can't find a black man is because they're all being killed.
But to what you said in terms of like all the good black men are in jail or dead. Well, how they good black men if they in jail?
I can't say that.
I never said
I feel like that.
But I mean, I know you're right, Deborah, because there are some people in there that aren't There are good
Yeah.
people, but what is the percentage that are like the wrongly convicted and like,
Definitely, I think you're buying too
it's
much.
probably less than 10%.
Narratives that
The
are
rest of them
opposed.
probably, they
But
did
it's the same thing,
Shannon was
right?
talking about
Roughly what?
earlier, how it's packaged.
What is it, like 1.1 million, 1.2 million of black men are in jail or prison right now? There's 20 million black men. It's not it's not even most. It's not even half. So what are we talking about?
But the thing is that now that I think about it, I take some of it back, because the circumstances of just how the deindustrialization of the Black community happened, there are probably a lot of good men in there that just fell into things that they maybe wouldn't have had the factory still been open, had school education still been actually valuable to the people in our communities, where you could graduate with certificate in plumbing, where you could graduate with licenses to just go on and start making money to help your family, right? So that's a sticky, slippery one.
But Jonathan, that's kind of the point that I was making, that I said we are spending time pretending as though the majority of Black people are in poverty and experiencing gang violence and selling drugs, and when that's not the majority. So we having all these conversations about how many women want drug dealers, and if we just stop, but most Black men are not drug dealers. Like, there's not a lot of Black men. There's not a higher percentage, or a 50% or 40%. It's nowhere near any of that of Black men who are even doing that. So it's like.
So Definite, do you have any other thoughts on this? I know we kind of got off on a tangent with what you were saying.
Well, the thing is, here's the thing, what I'm saying. I'm saying we have to look at all the factors that's holding us back as a people. That is one of them. So we need to get that settled and get that, get these boys off the street, get them to a better situation. Okay, yes, it might be a smaller percentage, but it's still an issue that we have to get done. See, what we need to do is really come down and be more introspective in our approach on how we're going to build the Black community. We lost our identity as Black people, and this is the reason why we have no problem trying to kill each other. So what we need to do, Black men need to come back to himself. Black men need to know what it is to be a man again, and Black women need to be a woman again. So that's what I'm saying.
Thank you. All right, we appreciate you so much for calling in. Great points. Thank you so much. We'll see you next week. Jonathan, any last points from you? And then we'll move on to Rick.
Yeah, before I go, I did have like a couple of last points. First, once again, like, I think a lot of what we do in our community is we racialize deviance, like, a lot. Black women don't want to act right. It's because they're Black women. It's not because they're young. It's not because they make stupid decisions. It's not because of other larger social contexts. It's because they're Black women. Black man out here killing somebody, it's because he's Black. Right? That's the issue. Not necessarily the larger social forces that impact why people do what they do. And to me, it's just so appalling as a student of history, somebody that actually like reads and teaches this stuff about how we literally fought against these narratives that were perpetuated by other folks, but now we're the ones perpetuating them ourselves. How does that even work? So it's no wonder we don't get along, because we've been listening to each other talk about each other so much that all Black women are out here trying to get men for their money, and all Black men are looking at big booties and trying to get, it doesn't make sense. Like, that's the biggest issue that like I have. Another thing, in terms of the last point that I wanted to say as well, is like, I'm a married person. I've been out of the streets for a few years, right? And it was crazy being in the streets. It definitely was. To Jay's point, I definitely experienced a lot of women who were interested in, men that had money, or men that had flashy cars, or drug dealers and things like that. I also experienced a lot of women that were, very nice and kind, and treated me with respect. But I think one of the big issues is like, I think a lot of times like folks on both sides don't know how to kind of stay in their lane. They're trying to like work and move in all lanes. And that's really not how you should be focused on looking for a mate. Like, for me, I know for myself, I'm probably not going to be the man at the party or the function, come to a conference though. and the ladies come and say, hi, can we have, let's have some coffee and an intelligent conversation. But when I'm at the party, I'm on the block, it's not going to work. Like they're not checking for me.
Go to where you're celebrated.
Right. So for me, my advice to brothers is go where you're celebrated.
Thank you.
Where are you celebrated? Go there. For ladies, to me, it's kind of the same thing. Where are you celebrated? Go there. Forget about, and I know like folks went, and then the other thing I'll say too, and this is the last thing, is I do think ladies are financially in need of men who have finances as well. I think somebody said like women don't necessarily need men financially like they used to. Most people live paycheck to paycheck. So I think they are. Maybe it's more about an ego thing. But I think many women especially are in need of men that have the ability to bring finances to the table. But I do at the same time, like to Jay's point as well, I think a lot of people are disillusioned, not all women, but I think a lot of women are disillusioned about, finances in relation to like what Black men actually have or men in general, or people in general actually have the ability to attain. It's very hard to get a 6-figure salary. It's difficult. It took me 10 years and I have a bunch of degrees, right? And when you get to a space and a place where you make a certain amount of money, yeah, you are interested in a certain kind of woman, and you're not going to settle for that. I think it's the same thing for many women, maybe not necessarily in terms of like finances, but a lot of women who I've seen, and I exclusively dated women that were like professional, educated Black women. I exclusively dated them for a long time, and many of them like were looking for brothers who made what they made or more, or had these accomplishments or more. I thought that was a little delusional, but it's definitely harder because once again, Black women are educated to Black men 3-1.
Can I ask you a question, Jonathan?
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. We have a few people waiting, so
okay.
we wanted to get Jonathan's last thoughts.
That's all I had to say.
Thank you, Jonathan. Definitely come back next week. We will see you. Peace. We wanted to go ahead and get to Rick. Rick, how are you doing?
Hi, Rick.
Thank you for your patience.
Oh yeah, I'm doing all right. Appreciate it. Good evening, sisters. Good afternoon, brothers. Well, evening, same thing. When it comes to the subject, I think it's a great topic, especially understanding what is Black culture, because now we got to ask, who are we? And honestly, that's the age-old question that us as a people don't know, and that's the number one problem with our nation. We don't look at ourselves as one people, like the diaspora, and I'm talking about the diaspora, because a lot of times you'll have Black people in America say, I'm Black, so I'm not African, and then you have people, we have people that are Negroes in China, we have Negroes in Arabian countries. And I'm not talking about Arabs, they're separate than us. But what I'm saying is we are one people that have been scattered all over the earth. And one big thing we don't accept is that we are one people, one family. We don't act like family. And we wonder why we have the problems we do. We got a lot of individualized thinking men. And then we're mad that the women think like individuals. If I was a woman, I would think for myself too. Like, you know what, let me take care of myself, because our men don't think of us as a people, as a whole. So why should I be selfless if he's selfish? Let me give an example. Like and I don't want to throw people on the bus, but we heard one of the conversations talking about like Black businesses. Like when you got Black businesses and we're talking about, we're not going to really do for Black businesses. Like if they have good service and they can help us, why would we not want to elevate our nation? But since we don't accept that we are one people, then we end up with a problem of us, like I said, having a scattered mindset. And with that same mindset, then you can have our women that are looking at us are like, dang, you're not really for your own. You just really I hate to say it's master's little, what, what I'm saying? You do whatever he say, whatever they say. You're not really believing that oppression is real. Because we get a lot of brothers that try to say oppression ain't real. And then they'll try to say it's, you heard all the time is not accepting accountability as men, not trying to blame the white man for everything. It ain't blaming them for that. It's just being honest about systematic oppression, systematic racism. All this stuff is real. You know what I'm saying? There's a reason why most of our people are in poverty, because we don't even accept, we actually, as we have our men that are too afraid to admit that we got to change what's going on. We got to actually, I don't want to say go to war, but we do have to try to change the narrative as a people to come together and actually work and make something happen. So with that being said, to get back to Black culture, we got to then realize we're family, and culture is what you do. It's how you live. It's how you eat. It's how you dress. It's what you celebrate. It's what you come together and do, even like certain little things. Except in like New Year's and Christmas. That's not our culture. That stuff was ancient customs way before we even got here. We don't even want to accept the fact that our culture is actually what, a lot of people don't want to accept is what the Bible says, the scriptures. That's our culture. That's our way of life. We the children of Israel. We're supposed to live like that, but we don't accept that we are these people. So we don't even want to change nothing. So, and then we buy into those agendas that we talk about. The agenda, what we talk about the agenda, and which is real, because what brother said earlier, he said that the government put one, I think it was Jay Prince, I could be wrong, said the government put these women on the throne. Well, yeah, as part of the agenda, you do got to elevate the woman over the man, so they will look at him as an equal or as a subordinate. So now you're going to lose. You're not going to have any type of what's the word I want? Order. No type of order, no structure, no direction, and it just tainted it all came with assimilation. Let me just say that. And I know somebody might have some thoughts on the pushback, but I'll wait and see what it is before I continue.
Ain't no pushback from me. I agree.
Oh, okay. All right. Well,
I heard all this stuff right over at Sankofa about 10 years ago. Anyway.
Oh, okay. Well, and so again, the big thing is our culture, and our culture is not what they've pushed. And I know y'all mentioned earlier too, like the whole rap music thing, and and hip hop, and the stuff that's pushed out. And I 100% agree with Kay. The stuff they push out there, they put on the mainstream media, is what they want us to hear, and they want us to accept as our lifestyle. They want us to ingest that garbage. So we ingest that garbage, it becomes part of our spirit. Once it becomes part of our spirit, we know the rest. You got Negroes killing other Negroes, all that foolishness, selling drugs. And then you're gonna glorify this man. You're gonna put him on the videos, make him look big and strong, and he got the bag. And now all the women are gonna want that dude. So you got a lot of dudes talking about, women don't like me. They don't like me. No, it's because what has been glamorized is that type of man. So yes, in general, not all women, but in general, women are going to want them. Again, not all, make sure that's clear. The general rule, most what they're going to be raised up to believe is that's what I should want. You know what I'm saying? And that's what it'll turn into. And then the general man, he's going to be like, oh, that's what I got to be to be on what I got to be on. So you're not going to have men that's going to grow up to have any type of character. They're not going to think about character. They're not going to try to become and complete themselves, all these things. So, and I mentioned, I don't know if you said it, Kayla said it, if us, we gotta be, are we likable? You know what I'm saying? A lot of us men, we're not fucking likable. Like, I'm sorry you said word, but we're not likable. And that's why even if you do got the bag, you can have 150 to 200,000 a year. You're not gonna have no females checking for you. Like if you really not like that. And at the end of the day, sometimes some things are genetic. There's certain things I can be appreciative of. Yes, I was blessed to be 6'4", you know what I'm saying? So later on, I realized, being tall actually does help. Women will like that. And then, of course, having a likable personality, being funny, these things can help you. So even on my super broke day.
That's genetics, though. Us to want a tall man is strictly genetics. It's in our loins to want to procreate with the human being that is going to have the best survival, ability. And you being taller, stronger, having more melanin means that you can survive longer on this planet as the planet in temperature and okay, I don't want to even get into all of y'all because y'all don't want to they don't want to go there, right? I'm not gonna go there, but go ahead, Rick.
No,
sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Deborah. Sorry.
Because I did want to say when he was speaking about the music, I feel like, I believe that music is a universal language. You know what I'm saying? That's one thing I feel like everybody connects on in some way, shape, or form is music. So when you, like you said, but I forgot who said it, but when, mainly white people or non-Black people ingest certain kind of music and in their minds, they are perpetuating these stereotypes through the music, through our music. it's also on the flip side as far as like, excuse me, how I don't believe that every Black man wants a girl with a big ass. You know what I'm saying? What's that plastic girl? But again, that's something that's perpetuated out there. Like, oh, because that's what we see in the videos. It's the light skin, big booty, you know what I'm saying? Plastic fake girl walking around. But for majority of the men, if I'm sitting and I'm talking to you guys like right now, it's no, I don't want that girl. I want a girl who, you know what I'm saying, who has a good head on her shoulders, who doesn't need me, but still understands a certain level of femininity within a relationship and things like that. So for me, I feel like, again, we have to understand that there are things that are being put into our society on purpose to make us believe that certain things are real when they're not. And I wish that we had an elevated mind, you know what I'm saying, to see through that and push through that and understand that these are the things that are happening so that we're not constantly doing this back and forth all the time. You know what I'm saying? We're constantly sitting here like, man, I wish that Black men did this. I wish that Black women did this. You know what? Black men don't do this in X, Y, and Z. I feel like if we are able to elevate our minds, we wouldn't be here right now. I feel like it's the same thing about being likable. Most Black men are not emotionally intelligent. Most women are emotional women. So if you're not an emotionally intelligent man, then how could you say that you're a likable person or you're a good man? Because that's the first place that's the first way you're gonna get to a woman. It's not your money, it's not your what you look like it's your emotional connection with that person that can get you to where you gotta go.
Can I say something to what you said as far as being emotionally intelligent? I love that because that's something I kind of talk about a lot when I teach. But one thing is true, we have to actually be able to control our emotions, because women, y'all don't have control of y'all emotions like that. Y'all are not logical. I'm not saying all women are not, I'm not saying all. Again, in general, women aren't logical. In general, women are going to make irrational decisions based off of their feelings. We are supposed to control our feelings, even if we feel a certain way. We
Study
still
on
supposed
this.
to care. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, somebody said that one.
I say a study on this. I need to see the study on this.
Mm-hmm.
No. Like at the end of the day, y'all are not emotionally, y'all not emotionally equipped to handle things. That's why y'all need us to lead. And I say need us. Y'all supposed to need us. When y'all act like y'all don't need us, which y'all been with the agenda set y'all in place not to need us. That's why that's why the government put y'all in place to have the money equal or more than us. That's why y'all don't get fired as much as us, because they're going to put y'all in positions where, like, think about it. If a woman is like, hey, I'm on the same level as him, or I got more than him, man, what's the purpose of you? You know what I'm saying? All you are is a walking dildo. I hate to say, but I'm just going to keep it a buck. And so if that's all we're going to no, again, y'all know good dang well it don't do the same job as us. So let's keep it a buck.
I can't really say that, but that's another conversation for another day.
You want me to take another direction? I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm married, so I'm not gonna say nothing.
Let's not start talking about the rose. Anyway,
but on some real talk, on some real stuff though, that's all we are. So that's why, hey, y'all can submit in the bed, but a lot of times it's gonna be hard for y'all to submit in part, because again, y'all don't have that level of reverence and respect for us, because y'all don't see us as your Lord, as the scripture says. You know, as a Lord.
Every man I've dated has made less money than me. Every single man.
Okay, listen, and it didn't work. I mean, let's keep it again.
It didn't work because of the intimidation
I'm not
from the man.
Smart. Listen, hear me out, sis. I'm saying is, you're not with him. There was something that took place that led to you not being with him. Something that was not complete. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, because again, my wife has made more than me for a lot of our relationship. But again, as time goes on, you understand that things work better when the man's just working, or he's making more and she needs him, because she under her place. She's going to accept her role a lot better. You know what I'm saying? It's easier to have her.
That's why my relationships didn't work out.
I didn't say that. Listen, I said that. I'm saying overall that something wasn't complete, and you. I mean, I'm not gonna get into the whole exactly why. I don't even want to hear it, because a lot of times what's gonna happen is, it'll be like, well, no, it was this, and it's gonna be something like that. He probably felt like you didn't respect him in some way, and it probably affected his behavior. I'm not saying he's right.
Most men, I feel like you guys also forget that you guys also act a certain way when your financial is. It has nothing to do with women. A lot of times men act the way when they're financially not where they want to be. So you're you guys, and then sometimes, I'm not gonna say all, but sometimes you guys will cast that on the woman as well. You know what I'm saying?
I 100% agree with you.
And then trying to act like I'm doing too much. I've been doing this before you got here. Don't get mad at me.
And I don't
because
blame
You're
none
not
of
no
my
superwoman
exes.
because you worked a damn job. Come on now.
What'd you say?
A lot of black women, they be thinking just because you got a goddamn degree and you making some money, that means that it changed your position. Like you just this top notch. You don't need no man. No, pipe the fuck down. You still beneath them.
I wouldn't say all women.
But these attitudes, these cocky attitudes, just because you got a goddamn job, that don't change your role as a woman.
What?
I don't think you're getting
That's not what was happening.
Okay, Jay. Rick,
that's what I've been saying.
Final points. We're gonna try to get to Elam, and
Okay.
then we're gonna bring some more
But
people.
I'll just get to the final point as far as and I want to touch on the men left children. Okay, and it's gonna tie it into what she said as far as men don't feel complete when they're not in their place. Like we don't when we don't have that sense of identity of who we are, and which it like goes back to the beginning of knowing that we are God's chosen people, that we do have a culture to live. We actually have a responsibility to our nation. When we don't understand these things, then we'll be in the wrong spaces and we won't have a direction to go. And that's when we'll start finding ourselves cooning, you know what I'm saying? And just doing all this extra tap dancing when we actually ain't even trying to fight for our people and part of fighting for our people is building our families and building ourselves up as men and accepting, you know what? We got to do better because we can't be talking about, the women, they left with the children and but a lot of times we got to say we picked the wrong woman. If things ever go wrong, if ever went wrong with me in a relationship, I always look at that. Okay, if something was wrong with her, why did I like her? What was wrong with me to like this woman that was jacked up in the head? So
That's
it's
leadership.
accountability.
That's leadership right there.
It starts at the top, and I'm gonna go ahead and say I'm at the top. If I'm the one that's gonna claim leadership, then I have to accept the wrong too. As a ball player in my past, you know what I'm saying, coming up. If I'm the star of the team, when things go wrong, if I'm gonna take most of the blame because I'm like, you know what, I should have done this, and that. Does that not mean other people didn't make mistakes? No, I don't mean that. They mess up too. But I'm gonna start with myself because I can control me. I can't control anyone else. So when men leave these children, which they do, they talk about these women are raising these single children and they messing them up. Well, why would you want to leave that child with them? Now, the court systems favor the woman, 100%. I ain't gonna never dispute that. I know that. But they should at least try their best to, be in their lives and affect their children so they can learn from them. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree.
Thank you for calling in, Rick. We hope to see you next
Yo.
week.
Thanks, Rick.
Thank
Dropping
you.
gems. What up,
Yo.
Elam?
Hey, how y'all doing? Y'all doing all right?
Hey.
Doing good. And yourself?
Huh?
And
What happened?
yourself, how are you doing?
Oh, doing all right. I'm still at work, but what was I gonna say? Oh, so for the community, most of all, we need more integrity, more discipline, and more endurance. Like I've seen so many of my, good buddies of mine, just give up if they fail at something. They like, throw their hands up and whatever, And I realized, discipline, integrity, and endurance, like, because I did Navy and Army, you know what I'm saying? So it's like you never quit, you never accept defeat and stuff like that. You keep going until you find a skill that somebody's willing to pay for, or something that you can build or create and sell it. Now, as far as women, I've been too long out of the game. I'm married now almost 17 years. But I mean, women will just follow and they can feel and see like where a man is, as far as like status, social status, or whatever. Like the women will just automatically follow. So it's not the women's fault, you know what I'm saying? For me, we can say this all day, but the men are the leaders. Yeah, our parents failed us. My dad was on drugs. I grew up in the projects, but I didn't make an excuse. I never blamed dad. You know what I'm saying? So, like I South Houston, Galveston. You know what I'm saying? So, I just joined the military, you know what I'm saying? And I got 5 certifications. We need to, tell the kids about STEM, you know what I'm saying? I literally had to force, and I get what PJ was saying, like I had to literally force myself to sit down and read a technical manual on a specific certification, on a specialized certification. So I totally get what he's saying, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm a network engineer, you know what I'm saying? Like, if I can do it, and I came from the projects, I grew up in the Black community all the way from age 7 to 18, you know what I'm saying? And I still go back from time to time, to visit family, but you know what I'm saying? Like I built my office, you know what I'm saying? Like I built
Okay, yes, Black man. Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So it's just that, like, as soon as we get, the community to start looking towards the future, which is technology, because it's replacing people right now. You got kiosks in McDonald's, you got robot arms dumping fries and making burgers. So it, like, pretty soon, robots are gonna replace, hard labor. Then what? Then what the kids and grandkids gonna do? You know what I'm
Nah,
saying?
you're right. Those are some really good points for sure.
I'm 37, you know what I'm saying? But when I was 30, I was 31, I was making like 140. And I'm in Texas. 140, making 140 in Texas is, shit, you know what I'm saying? Nobody can tell me nothing.
Well,
Like,
thank
fuck
you
you
for being an
money,
example.
almost fuck you money for me. Because I ain't never seen that shit before. But sorry for the cursing, but yeah. But that's my piece. Women to follow, and they can feel a man's spirit, because we're spiritual creatures.
Yeah. I appreciate you for being an example, and congratulations on your business.
Yes.
Yeah, man.
Much blessings to you. Thanks for coming on. We'll definitely come in again next week. Yeah.
Oh, congrats, D.
All right. Thank you, Elam.
All right, y'all take care.
Have a good night.
Yeah, push the
What's up, True? Mr. Table, can't hear you.
What's going on, Kayla?
Oh, there you go. What up?
How's everybody doing?
We're excellent tonight.
Good. I was again trying not to jump on here, but you guys just keep putting this spicy content online. It's
spicy.
Yeah, you're doing it. What got my attention momentarily, a lot of things did, but I think it was Deborah O speaking. So I got a question for you. I hope that was it, because I was transitioning through the screen. You said something about men needing to be emotionally intelligent. Was that you who was speaking?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
My question to you is, what would that benefit the overall individual man in the community by in large? I'm curious.
I mean, I know this concept of toxic masculinity, it's a controversial thing for a lot of people, but I think that being emotionally intelligent will also, again, you guys it incorporates learning how to control your emotions, how to effectively communicate your emotions, and if you need a space or a safe place, you can create that for yourself. So I feel like a lot of Black men unfortunately walk around with a lot of things bottled up, and unfortunately, when you are in a relationship, the person who's closest to you will be the one to get all of that. So for me, if you're trying to find a woman in a space of, you know what, I need me a good woman. I don't want a gold digger. I don't want a woman who's transactional or whatever the case is. The first place to tap into would be emotion, at least for me. You know what I'm saying? If we're not emotionally compatible, it doesn't matter if you make $1 million. It doesn't matter if you are Steve Jobs or Bill Gates. Like, to me, that's where it kind of starts off at. And it's because I've been in an abusive relationship before. I've been in certain situations where I feel like if there were proper outlets and there was proper communication, if there was proper therapy, if there was proper things that are in place, certain things wouldn't be going on. And we wouldn't be having this back and forth about what women should be doing, what Black men should be doing, what Black women should be doing. We will all understand our own situations and roles. I don't know if that answers the question.
Let me add to real quick. It's 5 components to emotional intelligence. Since you asked that question: self-awareness, self-regulation, motivation, empathy, and social skills. So that should explain why that's important in general.
Thank you for that. So I guess my I guess to add to it, I guess you could consider this somewhat of a pushback. Based on your explanation, based on all the things you just said, I would think that that would be not only a man thing, but I think that would be a woman thing as well.
Of course.
I think that our community, and this is just what I've observed in my years on this planet, we don't know how to identify. We don't know how to identify characteristics. We're very much superficial people, and we're marketed that way. A lot of things I heard the men on this panel say throughout the night is we want to be chosen. And we want to be chosen for what matters. We want to be chosen for character. We want to be chosen for us being a person first, us being a man first, not necessarily aesthetics, not height, not career, and none of those things. What happens a lot of times, especially because the internet is a thing, is that we as men, we consume content just like I'm sure women consume content. So the one thing about women, they are very communicative about what they want and what they don't like. And what most men hear, especially in our community, is what is not adding up. So you got a series of men in a country that's already against you, trying to now add up enough just to do something as basic as attract the very women that look like you. To me, that's crazy. It should be about what you said, characteristics. It should be about, is this man has the potential to be great? Is he on his path? Is he on his purpose? I don't see that. Personally, myself, I don't. What I see is that men that are worth their salt are competing with the aesthetics that most of our community of women desire. Now, how much is desire worth? I don't know how you quantify that, but that's what I see to be one of the biggest problems. Most men, and I think Jay has spoke about this earlier in reference to the drug dealers and what the drug dealer's woman looks like and all that stuff. We men, we're visual, we get it. But most men do not, in my opinion, end up with the very dream or the desire of a woman they want in the first place. Because when you pull back the layers, they usually go after the things that you should go after. The character. Who is she? Who are we going to deal with? The experience of the person matters way more than the salary and all this other nonsense that I hear our community by and large talk about, especially our women. So,
are you saying, oh, sorry, go ahead.
True. Do you think that that's like exclusive to women in terms of like
that was my question, yeah.
Looking for certain things? We just heard Jay say that he wanted the baddest B word or whatever. He didn't say that word, but he said
he wanted the baddest bitch.
A certain look that he was looking for. So like, let's not act like women are the only ones out here trying to find someone that looks a certain way. Honestly, I think that women are just
settle more,
more likely to
settle,
not get the look that they're looking for, and get maybe something else. And I think some men, not all, but some, like we have seen some speak about on the panel tonight.
I was gonna say, Jacob,
looking for a certain look. So like when people try to push that off as a Black woman thing, first of all, everyone is visual. People like people. This is a thing. It's been studied. I mean, from this is.
We're speaking.
Everybody wants the person that they're with to be attractive. Like, come on.
I get that. I get that.
So like to create that narrative, like, well, Black women are more so into these looks and blah blah blah. Okay.
I'm speaking to a panel.
Even the thing, true. You were just talking about how a woman might not be looking for certain characteristics, and they're like concerned about looks or whatever. And it's like men definitely do that too. We just had a whole conversation about it.
Well,
no. Again, I'm not saying that. Okay, I don't want to be misunderstood. I'm not saying looks don't matter, because looks do matter. We're all visual creatures. I get it. What I'm saying is, how much should those looks matter if your end result is longevity, commitment, and relationship? And I think we have to be clear there as well, because a lot of times I think people put a lot of dubs on things. They put cap on things. They'll say they want relationships, but they don't pick based on relationship characteristics.
Are you speaking to women right now or men?
I'm speaking to both, but I will say before I segue into that point, if I could try to translate, I think, because I talk to men all the time, in most cases, men want a prize. that prize, relatively, they want it to look a certain way. But when you really get down to it, most of the time, a man wants a woman. He wants somebody of loyalty. He wants somebody who's worth something. How she looks is the bonus. We are visual creatures, so don't get it twisted.
I would say that's the same for women.
But you
I was
can't.
going to
But
say the same thing.
But I don't know if you. I don't know if you can say that it's the same thing because women are already birthed with the alignment of being recruited, being sought after. Men are not like that. We have to go. Actually, we're the pursuers. We're the ones who have to conquer. We're the ones who have to go.
I mean, what? Everywhere.
It would work out better if
you
men
have an easier time with finding people, regardless of socioeconomic status. Attractiveness is going to make things easier for you in the dating pool, regardless of where you are and what you're doing.
Not necessarily.
No, but what social media has done is it has made people feel
Not
like their
necessarily.
lane. That social media has made people feel like their lane is no longer their lane. Men that are 4s and 5s think that they deserve 10s, and those are the women that they're approaching, and then they're saying, "Oh, why don't they want me?" And it's just like, why don't you approach 4s and 5s? You get more yeses.
Yeah,
Well,
you would get a lot more yeses.
Let me add real quick.
Go ahead, Jay.
On this topic, talking
Hold on,
about.
ladies, I want to say this. I don't believe in these 4s and 5s because I think everybody relative. I could put any beautiful woman on here and put y'all next to 10 other women that look 10 times better than y'all. Y'all would look like a piece of a number one. So it's all relative when we talk like that. But when I was saying that exactly what True said, when I was talking about, I prefer women with big booties and stuff, but y'all didn't give me a chance to mention that.
You see the relevance of what you just
every
said?
Every time I talk, I'm trying to hurry up and get my point out. I got to at least get out. Every time you interrupt me,
and I was trying to
my point off.
From.
Okay, go ahead, Jay. Go ahead. Just go ahead.
We're listening. You gotta let me get it out because you told my
No,
point
we're
off.
listening. We're listening. Go ahead.
Okay, when I was talking about the women that got big booties and stuff, yeah, that's what I prefer. Damn.
Okay,
I'm trying to get my point out.
Okay, just let him finish.
No, hold on, Kayla, because
he's about to fall out. Let him
I
finish.
got to get my point out. You keep throwing me off.
No, you threw yourself off when you decided to include us in your point that had nothing to
I'm not including y'all. I'm trying to give a
You did.
I'm trying to.
Didn't he bring us up and say he could bring other people here?
Okay, Kay, I don't even know what he's trying to say anymore. Just let him talk because I have no idea what he's even saying. Like, I don't know what his point is at all.
These things.
Okay, like when I was bringing up.
So just start from the beginning because I'm lost.
Okay, from the beginning when I forgot what I was. Okay, when when I was saying if I could take any one of y'all, because Kayla, you brought up 4s, we want dimes. Like, you put these women that's on a fucking pedestal because how they fucking look. That don't mean nothing. Your look, I mean, we care about your looks, but
y'all do it though.
Hold on. You know how many women that I had that looked good that after a couple of weeks I didn't even want her. I was just going to get to my point that I the women that I prefer had big booties and boobs, but I was trying to get to my point before Kay cut me off that. I done let a lot of those women go. I called the police on one, and she got the whole perfect type.
Okay, so
that don't mean that's not my end all. Like True said, that's not what I'm looking for a woman. Because to be honest with you, a lot of those women that's so called pretty and stuff, they was raised in a privileged mindset. What I mean, privileged mindset. Not men, they skated through life because based off they look. So they didn't have to have a personality. They didn't have to have a cooking habit. I mean, cooking, whatever. They didn't have to be clean. They just skated because they was pretty. So a lot of times when you talk to them, they empty. They don't have nothing else to offer other than sex. And most men, if we had sex with you about 5 to 10 times, we looking for something else if you don't got nothing else to offer. We like to have a conversation with you, a deep conversation. We like for women to make us feel some type of way. It's not all about, I know we get this, black men got this stereotype that we just want sex. Yeah, we want a lot of sex, but it's a lot of other tangible things that we look from a woman. So don't to all y'all ladies out there, just because y'all got a nice look, you got to have something else to offer.
Right. And Jay, I 100% agree with you, but it just contradicts what you said earlier when you said that those women that you're talking about are the women that you go after. So what I'm trying to understand is, if this is what black men feel in the community, why are you spending time and energy with those women instead of like the good quality women you were talking about that was targeting you when you weren't getting fast money? Those quality women that were interested in you that you said you weren't interested in
because of their look.
Where's the disconnect? That's what you're saying. I'm agreeing with you, but you're not moving like that.
Right.
No, but what I'm saying, attraction is a little bit there with me. This is just me. Like a lot of those women, what I call like the leftovers, the pickovers. And what I mean is like, I still gotta have some sort of attraction, like some type. A lot of those women, I hate to be, but everybody know me. I be 100. A lot of those women either be, I can't even say it. It's gonna hurt my feelings if I heard that.
I think that everybody in general has a different perception of where they think they are. That's becoming quite clear to me where we think we are on the attractive. We are on the.
I agree with you, Kayla. Can I interject?
True. Go ahead.
Okay. It's sometimes hard to deliver this truth, but I use the example of when men work hard, we kind of look at it as acquiring a prize. That's the easiest way I can put it. If you were to be a woman and you spent majority of your life or a big chunk of your life striving to perfect your body or perfect your physique, and you were in, immaculate shape, I think that you could equate it to almost the equivalence of what it takes to really thrive, because everyone understands it's not that easy to diet. It's not that easy to stay disciplined, so on and so forth, whichever.
The same example.
Okay.
So thing for us to thrive as it is for you to thrive.
Well, it's not. It's really not. The world is built to provide protection for you guys for the fact that you're a female. So that's not true. You are already. Yeah, it's not true.
I mean, for the white woman, not the black woman. There's a difference in that.
That's actually
definitely true. That's definitely true.
That's definitely
true. Very well.
So what do you feel like when you said thriving? What do you feel like you're more responsible for personally than I'm more responsible for personally for thriving? You don't have to compare it to me working out. I was saying that just like I want to thrive in those same ways you're talking about, I can understand what that means. I don't have to equate it to a body. That's what I was saying.
I was using the body to try to align my point that at the end of your work, like I'm a man, so I don't know what it's like to be a woman at all by any means. But I do understand that if I spend an immense amount of time developing myself, my speech, and all the things that you get with the experience that is me, I do not want to look to my left at the woman I choose, and she is someone that I know based on my value that doesn't reflect me, my work, so on and so forth. It's the same thing. I'm using the body as an example, that it's the same thing, in my opinion, that you could probably embody and understand that if you spent that amount of time developing yourself as that type of woman, you wouldn't want someone who's, snaggletooth or dusty or whatever you want to call it, because you would equate value from that. And in most cases, go ahead.
Yeah. The only thing that I was saying is that I can understand it just by itself. Like you don't have to add if you're developing yourself as a woman for your body and things. What I was saying, we have to do the same thing. Like I do work to be able to articulate myself a certain way. I do work to thrive. I want a partner that matches. So I understand that.
But
if I'm in the gym, I would like you to be in the gym. It's simple. It's as simple as that. I'm fit. I want you to be fit. You shouldn't have to say because I'm the man and I do the providing that I don't need to be fit, or because you're the woman and I'm the one that have to ask you that there are different requirements of I don't understand why we can't be on you need to be on the same page with your partner about what you guys both value.
That I agree with. Value, I do agree with. Yeah, that I agree with.
Issue.
But we got to be clear on
men value certain things, but only in the woman that they're attaining. they don't value in them themselves. Like, I want her to be fit and friendly and cooperative, and he's not fit, he's not friendly or likable, he's not cooperative, and think everything needs to be his way. So where, you know what I'm saying? Like, you have to be what you want as well.
I agree with you.
Unless you're like Kevin Hart or like, you feel me? But y'all are not.
But see, you can't. That part is where I think that's where
that's like a unicorn that doesn't exist. You know what I'm saying?
But that's where you push the rules. We shouldn't make accommodations. If that's going to be the standard, it should be the standard regardless on their economic.
That's not how hypergamy works. That's how it is.
But
if you are Steve Jobs, Kevin Hart, Elon Musk, like, let's stop acting like it's not different for them. It is.
Well, it is different, but I think that's the barrier that you guys place, because the reality is, like you said, they're a unicorn. They are a unicorn. Are you a unicorn? Like, in most cases,
now,
you're not.
Kevin Hart was one of your friends. You're telling me ain't no difference in how you deal with Kevin than how you deal with your other friends.
No, Kevin's a person. Kevin's economics and his ability to access things has nothing to do with how I would deal with him, me personally. No, I'm serious. And I think that speaks even to a bigger point, because you're proving it. You can't, in my opinion, as a woman, make a difference just because of where they are. You place that value. I don't place that value on that person. I place value on myself. That doesn't make sense. Go ahead.
I didn't make him rich.
With money like they got
for one thing.
But you said that's how
hundreds and thousands of dollars just to go see him, and you're trying to tell me I place the value on him?
What I'm saying is that you're using him as an example, which I understand your point, but I'm saying that in itself is wrong. And from my perspective, we should place value on people, period. It should not be people, then what you drive, and what your career is, and where you live. All those are the extensions and accessories that have nothing. That's not people. That's stuff.
People.
This country is founded on literally, it's literally the basis of it is relationships.
Got that.
The basis of America is who you know and the value of who you know. 3/4 of people that run this country only do it because they're a family member of somebody who was in a position to put them in that position.
That I understand.
Real, and y'all trying to act like, oh, it's not valuable. If it was Kevin, I would just treat him like I treat all my friends I knew from high school. Stop it. That's not true. Because you know, with one call, Kevin could change the trajectory of your whole life. With your whole future, and you're trying to act like that's not valuable.
I'm not removing the fact that walk on my knees just because he got some money. Like that don't make. I guess women do that type of stuff.
It's his influence. What do you mean?
I want to ask you a question though, Kayla. Let me ask you a question. Who has more value? Who has more value? Martin Luther King. We brought up Martin Luther King.
Hold on, JP.
Or Kevin Hart.
Good grief.
Something that I find to be very interesting.
Because Kevin Hart got more money than Martin Luther King, but Martin Luther King more valuable than him.
Something I find to be very interesting, again, I think I've mentioned this before, is that some people are quick to understand, oh, a man wants a woman that looks a certain way. But then when a woman wants a man that has certain things, it's just a concept that cannot be understood.
I don't think we don't understand it. I think it's the range of it. I think it's the range of it, Kay. I think you got to put things in context. When I say the range, just like Kayla said, you should know what lane you belong in. You should know what you can derive and what you can yield. The reality is we're people. To me, at the base, you're dealing with a person. Now, do you want more money to make access and, live in situations easier? Sure. Everybody wants the best that they can qualify for. But when you pull it all apart, it's still dealing with a person. And I don't know why you say this country.
The same thing, both ways.
What do you mean?
From men to women or women to men, that's the same exact.
But that's what men are asking for. Men never have said she got to drive this or live here.
But they've said she has to look this way.
Preferably, a man is going to look for what catches his eye.
Okay,
and beauty is subjective.
A woman is going to want certain things. Okay.
Yeah, and I get.
What are we doing?
You know what? They're both entitled to that. Listen,
people can want
both entitled to that. Whether it will yield the results they want, that will be seen. If you want to be a 4 and keep going after 10s and keep being mad and angry, listen, that's going to happen. And same thing for women. That's where they're 10s, and that's where that they're going to get, these certain type of men that are never going to be interested in them because they're not actually 10s. So it goes both ways. And if people want to keep doing that, cool. But I feel like we would have more success if people stayed in their lane. People usually settle with people that are in their same vicinity, in their same socioeconomic class, make similar money. That is what the statistics say. So why are we not leaning into that and just figuring it out versus like doing these other things? Like, I don't know.
I agree with you though. I'm not disagreeing with you. To your point, I am not disagreeing with you at all. I totally agree. But I still think there needs to be in context that needs to be further pushed and preached, because that's not the case. We have men, yes, that are delusional. We have women that are delusional. But at the end of the day, it should be taught, like, what is the end goal? Are you trying to have a relationship? You're trying to have something substantial, something of value. And when I mean value, I mean organic value. Not all this aesthetic and all that stuff. Whole lot of people got stuff that don't equate to much value in the sense that it doesn't build the authenticity of the connection, because that's really the purpose of the relationship to begin with. That's all I'm saying.
All right, let's get
facts. Good stuff.
Let's get True. Are those your final thoughts?
Mr. KP.
I'll hang out if you want me to, but
Mr. KP been waiting for a minute.
Yeah, let KP say,
Okay, so let's let him get in here before he, what up, KP?
But True, do you have any final thoughts so we can rotate you out and get somebody else?
I'm good, ladies. Thank you for having me again. I'll stay tuned in.
Thank you. We hope to see you next week.
Definitely.
All right, have a good night.
All right, True.
All right, Mr. KP, what's going on?
Hey, how y'all doing tonight? Yeah, I've been waiting. But all I had to say was this. We had this discussion a couple times on other streams of the 60s when things changed up.
Y'all getting Kay started with them cats. You know how she is. Anyway, sorry, KP. Go ahead.
Sorry.
I was about to say, and it's not throwing stones or tomatoes at each other on, man on this side, women on this side. But what I'm trying to say is this. Women, as like men, dropped the ball into the 70s and the 80s. We all know about all the issues we had with drugs and everything. Now, the topic, of course, is about culture, right? You have Different World on the cover. You remember the character played by Dwayne, right? He was the nerd. He was the goofball. But by the end of the show, he was married to Whitley. She didn't look at him as the man she was with when she married him. In the beginning, she looked at him as a little nerd, little twerp. But she saw the potential in him. And when he grew into that potential, and she's an old-fashioned Southern girl, Southern Belle, whatever, she said, I want this man to be my husband. She grew up, because the thing is, and I've heard this from other races, whether Asian, Jewish, they'll say it, and they'll say, not trying to be offensive, that's what they tell me, not to come off like that. They'll say, sometimes some people in your group are very sophomoric. They have a mindset as though they're still in high school about, like True was saying, the aesthetics about having the car and stuff. A lot of folks can have the car. You don't know. They might be in 80 grand worth of debt trying to keep a certain lifestyle. You can have a guy driving a 2010 Camry. He might have as much as 200 grand in the bank. Plus, and KS was saying earlier, and I noticed you were saying this about stay in your lane. That's what he's been telling folks. He's been telling women who've been desiring marriage, if you are quote unquote Louise, a waitress at Waffle House, why are you having this goal of being with Idris Elba? That's not in your lane. You're better to be with Marvin, the plumber. But a lot of women who are in that category don't want to go with Marvin. They want to go with Idris. That's delusional. But if you want to get to that 9, you have to be that 9. If you're that 5, if you're that 6, be happy that you get you a 5 and a 6.
Mr. KP, why is this a concern?
And it works both ways.
Yeah, I think we all delusional.
No, it works both ways, because there are men.
Yes.
Like what? Okay, so then
We're
why do you
definitely
care what some other random woman that you don't know is doing?
But it works both ways. Is not what he's seeing, because we see it all the time with like men that maybe don't have as much, income, education, or whatever, and then they're dating women, and they say, "Oh, you women are high maintenance. Oh, you women just want y'all just want Birkins and blah 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 blah." You know what I'm saying? And complaining because they can't afford or are attractive enough to date a woman that can afford those things on her own and is highly attractive. So it goes both ways, not just one way. And both of them people got issues.
But I think it's more, but Kayla, you stayed in DC, which is a high sedity area.
Yes.
If you make $100,000, that's like minimum wage. That's how the income inflation.
It's not minimum wage, but I mean, you just
get into if you're a government employee, that's
you just
nothing
get
big.
Okay. Yeah, you just getting into it. Mm-hmm.
But the point I'm gonna make here is some men have principles like, even if I make $250,000, $300,000 a year, the idea of me having my money spent, even if say you have your own profession, your own job, on designer bags and stuff, some men's principle is like, you're throwing good money away. We could do, just to keep up a lifestyle. Why do you care about what they think?
And you know what? That's cool. As long as you don't have no Rolex, no type of luxury vehicle, you don't have any kind of luxury
person, I don't really care for it.
Don't talk to me about roll bags. If you have watches and shoes and things in your house and game systems and cars and what else should you be buying? Spending money on bottles, spending money on like, if you're not doing any of that, then we can have that conversation. But if you're doing any of that, I don't want to hear nothing about my designer bags.
If you're buying your own designer bags, but the thing is, if you're making that a determinant about who you're going to be in a relationship with, marriage,
of course, it's not a determinant. But I'm saying men that can't afford those types of things do the same thing that woman was doing in the example that you gave.
But I just said a lot of men who are responsible with their money will drive an F-150 2010. And they'll be happy with it, and they'll use it as a character show, because believe it or not, versus getting the BMW or the G-Wagon, they want to see that woman's character, to see, oh, he drives that kind of car, yeah, that's my truck.
Or some men can afford that and they like it, so they buy it.
But Kayla, my thing is,
it's a character show. If you know a person,
most male enthusiasts I know, they just enthusiastic. They don't.
Because at the end of the day, women. A man with value and resources has to worry about protecting.
But isn't the F-150 kind of expensive? Like our F-150 is like $60,000.
He said
no. I said a 2010. I didn't say a 2021.
So you're talking about a vehicle that's 12 years old? For real? Stop it.
I'm saying,
KP.
Warren Buffett drove an Oldsmobile from like 20 years ago.
Okay, KP. What is the reason?
Okay, touche.
And I'm not trying to say like, why do you care to belittle it or like, undermine your care. I really want to know what is the reason that you are this concerned with what a bunch of just random women that you can't, like, are these people that you know in your circle that are doing this, or are you just talking in general? Like the women that,
as far as what you're talking about, if they live a outlandish lifestyle or something like that?
I'm talking about the women that might be wanting things that they're not qualified for or whatever. Is this something you experience in your day-to-day life?
Kay, the gentleman that has a popular show with over 1 million subscribers.
No. I'm
saying they're saying men don't want to get married.
No. I'm asking you. Why are you? I'm asking, why do you feel the way you feel?
This is my feeling, my opinion.
Is it because of another gentleman with 1 million subscribers that gets you feeling?
That's why he's popular, because a lot of folks already felt that way.
Okay, but why do you?
Superficiality does not benefit you in life in the long run. When you're 60 years old, sick and gray, will you care about that guy or that woman? Because sometimes men can be superficial too, with the big behind. But she didn't have no cooking skills, or she wasn't empathetic to take care of you if you were sick.
Okay.
So I'm saying, touche. A man got to look at a woman for her skill set as far as how she is, not just how she looks. You been a woman.
I'm asking about you.
I'm just telling my opinion.
I know, but you have a woman. You said So
Yeah.
you have a woman, you're happy. You said that. What is the thing? I'm just trying to see what's driving you.
The question ain't got no detail. It's real general when you're trying to ask me.
No, it's very specific. You, Mr. KP,
Yeah.
why do you feel any type of way about what any random woman that you don't even know, or are these people that you know? Like, is it your sister? Is it your mom doing this? Like, are there women that
We're
you
talking about
know
the black
that are-
culture, right? So we're talking about why the issue. We're not talking about me specifically. If that's the case,
Well,
then
I know,
Mr.
I'm
Williams,
asking
why
you,
do you feel the way you feel, or Mr. Prince, why do you feel you? Are we
Yeah,
talking
Kate,
about
that
the
don't make
issue
sense
more than
because
us
we
specifically
talking.
Hold
talking
on,
about
JP,
ourselves?
let him answer.
Yeah, I'm just giving my opinion
Yeah,
about
what
what
is
the issue is.
and correct me if I'm wrong, Kay, but what it seems like Kay is asking though is because usually we do tend to gravitate toward things that confirm like our worldview or confirm our experience. So she was like, if I am experiencing something and then like you said, I find content or something, I'm like, yes, that's exactly right. And somebody say, well, why do you feel that way? Then I would have a reason and be like, well, in my experience, XYZ, and this confirms that for me. I guess that's what
I don't
she's
have
asking. Like,
confirmed
what makes
bias, if that's
you
what you're
feel
trying
that
to
way?
ask.
No,
I watched Tony, what's his name, Gaskins and stuff like that. I'm wide range. It's not
I
me
guess
thinking of
she's
one
asking
thing.
what about that situation have you experienced that makes that resonate with you? That say, oh yeah, women are out here doing this. That's what she was
I just
asking.
said men do the same thing too. I was saying the thing with Prince. The song was "Never Trust a Big Booty and Smile" because you end up in trouble most times or not. Men are superficial. Women are superficial. When you are living a superficial lifestyle, you end up in a bigger hole than you want to be in.
Okay, so
So
you're just talking about in general people.
yeah, not the general people. It's my opinion. They're saying being superficial about if a man's got to be this, a woman got to be that. If it has no real purpose, if it's not purposeful, then you can't wonder why your life might not be productive in some form after, say, 10 or 15 years in the dating market, because you still have the same mindset when you were 21, when you're 35.
I would just
Sometimes,
say, KP, maybe, you know, it seems like you have a lot of talking points that are very popular in the online spaces. Maybe just, you know, see. I don't know if this is true for you, but just see if these things are applicable in your day-to-day life. If not, maybe just don't worry about them as much.
that would imply that I should have no opinion about things
No,
that
I'm
are
not
real.
saying you don't have an opinion. I'm just saying don't get so worked up about things that you don't actually encounter.
Well, it's been great.
Assumption.
No, I'm not assuming anything.
That sounds like some presumption right there. That's
No.
a thinking more than knowing type.
No, I'm saying if it's the
If it's
case.
a thinking term,
So
yeah.
if it's the case
Yeah,
that
it's
you
presumption.
don't
That's a
see
presumptive
these
word.
things, if you don't see these things in real
being
life,
presumptive. Yeah. It's not.
okay.
That's
If
not.
you don't see these things in real life, then just maybe don't worry about them so much.
Well, in my life, if it means me being one that's not superficial, that might be the case then, I guess.
Okay.
Now, me explaining that being superficial might have its detriments. Yeah.
Well, thank you for explaining.
All right, you have a good night.
You have a good night too.
Thank you.
See you next week. What up, Jamal?
What's up?
We know you've been waiting. How you doing?
Yeah.
Hi,
I haven't
Jamal.
been waiting too
Where
long.
is
Do I
that
sound
cat?
okay? My sound is cool.
Yeah,
Where's the
you sounds good.
cat?
I see you got your mic, you got your headphones, you ready.
All right, cool. I was just making sure. All right, so I've been listening. And something Kay just said just kind of touched on what I wanted to talk about. And she was saying that don't talk about things that you haven't personally experienced. And I think that goes
I
back.
didn't say that.
Okay. Do you want to clarify?
Yeah.
Exactly what you said.
Yeah. I was asking him why was he so concerned with certain things that random people are doing. I never said don't care about things. I wouldn't tell somebody not to care. I care about a lot of things. Like I would never tell somebody don't care about something. I was just asking. I wanted to know. I wanted more info for why he had the feelings that he was feeling and why he was saying the things that he was saying. if it's not something that he witnesses. You know what I mean?
Okay, so you're trying to find something personal that he
Not
could relate to
necessarily.
about what he was saying.
It didn't have to be personal. I just wanted to know, like, if you are
Okay.
happy
Well,
with
I'll move on
this
without
and all
including
this.
you. Forget that I said that you said that.
Okay, thank you, because I didn't say it.
All right. You didn't say that. So
Thank
I think my general idea though is that there isn't a large black community in general, and that's maybe why it is why we disagree on many things when it comes to singular topics as a whole. And I think we keep approaching things as if there is this some people say a black monolith, or there's other terms for it, but I don't think that thing holds true or has any substance. I think black communities are spread out across the country, especially earlier we were talking about global black communities, and I think that's a whole different thing. I think that's kind of magic in a way. Black Americans are spread out enough, so putting things into this tight bubble of blackness is a kind of a weird way of thinking of things, and I think that's where a lot of the conversations that have been had tonight have branched themselves out from, and that's my opinion.
Well, thank you. We appreciate that. I feel like these topics have definitely been making everybody think. It's been definitely making everybody,
Is she frozen?
Oh,
I thought she was deep in thought, but now I'm pretty sure she's frozen. Yeah.
I thought she was thinking for a second.
No, but thank you, Jamal. We appreciate you calling in. We appreciate the support. Be sure to call in next week.
I will. I'm enjoying the show, and I'm glad I got to drop in
Thank
and say
you.
my little
Thank you
piece.
so much.
Thanks.
Thank you. Bring your cat next week too.
I will. Pepper's welcome. She's here every week.
Yeah. Oh my God.
All right, y'all. Later.
Have a good night.
I want to ask Kayla something.
Oh, is that you, JP?
Yeah, I have wanted to ask Kayla something.
Oh, she some technical issues. She'll be back in a minute, I think.
And I want to clear up while we at it. I want to clear up something with Deborah. And I used to say this on my lives too. When I talk about black women, black issues.
Sorry, y'all.
Jay had a question for you, Kayla.
Yeah, I'm gonna clarify something with Deborah first, then I got a question for you, Kayla.
Okay, go ahead.
When I talk about this for Deborah, when I talk about my black women, and I usually be on my Facebook lives back then, I usually would clarify like this is a conversation between me and my black women. I don't need no outside, because there used to be a lot of outside people coming in feel like they could just come in and play us against each other. I feel like I talk this way about black women because I care more about them. Now I got friends that don't talk like this, black men that don't talk like this about black women, but at the same time they won't touch them. So I think a lot of times when you hear black men is so overly concerned like this about black women, is because they care more about black women. It's not saying we calling you ugly and bashing you. It's like I care more what my kid is doing than the neighbor's kid.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And this for Kayla. When you brought up the Kevin Hart thing, and now that I'm like really paying attention to you, like for me, I don't care. Like some women could be good looking, but that's not enough to have a man that's making millions. And I done been in a situation like you cute, but you ain't that cute. Like I'm not gonna put you on a pedestal. Okay, what happens when you get a man, right? He very highly successful, but then you get with him, he feeding you real good, you start to gain weight. So since you gaining weight, could he just say, okay, well, you got fat now, you could pack your shit and get out the house and don't forget me another bad chick. You know what I'm saying? So And when we talk about Kevin Hart, I understand. See, you coming from a perspective from a woman. You looking at things from a feminine mindset.
But Jay, do you think that's always true though?
And
because just like Chriselle Hartley, who is gorgeous, young, feminine, fit, everything. She's everything, and her husband still left her for somebody that looked exactly like her. That, you know what I'm saying? So for you to say, oh, it's only, you know, that there are certain things that you have to do to keep a certain man, that we've seen time and time again that that's not true. Beautiful, gorgeous women that have kept up everything have had $1 million men and lost them. It's about your connection to the person and what you're able to provide for them that they need in terms of you in their life.
And
right, but y'all kept bringing up.
This is what I was asking. Was
y'all kept bringing up finances, like what could a man offer and number twos and stuff like that.
Are you $1 million man? Why do you care or want to know?
No, we talking.
That have millions of dollars.
No,
okay,
the point that I was making, Jay, was simply about
she's not making Kevin Hart money, but she bringing up Kevin Hart.
What?
Oh my goodness.
I said you're not making Kevin Hart money, but we was talking about Kevin Hart.
I'm not comparable to Kevin Hart.
I know you're not, Kayla, but what I'm saying is Kate want us to talk in specifics personal. Kate want us to talk personal.
It's just that this is what I don't understand. Like you're saying, well, there's some women who don't deserve $1 million man. What does that have to do with? Okay, like what? Okay, that would be like me. There's some people who won't get into Juilliard. Okay, what's the point of me saying this? Like,
but Kate, what he's getting mixed up and not understanding is that that is our perception, because that is what it is in Black culture. But in this other culture, white culture, because I live in Boca Raton around people that have a lot of money, and their wives are not tens. Their wives are not tens.
Right now, Kayla,
they're not.
Kayla, my biggest thing is this: I just feel like here it is. We talk about white folks, and we need to build our own little thing, but all this money that we put on a pedestal, that's their shit. That's their shit. It don't got not one.
Do you think it matters if you are in America, the UK, in Asia, in Africa? If you have money, what? Like, come on. You have more.
I understand that we need money to survive. I understand that we need money to survive, but you making this like you brought up Kevin Hart, like we supposed to treat this man like he a fucking god because he got some fucking money.
I didn't say that you treat him like he was a god. I said you would just treat him differently than you would treat your homeboy you went to high school.
So you never met a superstar and you just treat them normal.
What do you believe, Jay? Of course you treat them normal, but I'm talking about in terms of like how you deal with them and how you do business with them, how you work with them.
Okay,
it's totally different. You would more than likely yield to Kevin's schedule when it comes to planning something with him as your friend than you would to someone else. And trying to act like that is different. I don't know. I don't.
And he literally just brought up a point about
if Kevin was your friend, you would understand. You would say, "Okay, Kevin, I understand you have tour. I understand."
I understand what you're saying, but it's gonna be times where I'll put Kevin in his place. If just because you got money or you highly successful, that don't mean that you gotta vent. Maybe women. That's what I'm saying.
About being a yes man or a do boy. I didn't say that.
That's how it's coming off, though, Kayla.
Okay, well, I apologize if you think that's how it's coming off. That's not how I'm trying to make it come off. What I'm saying is that people that can provide a more opportunity and more resource, I don't think that it's like a thing, or I'm saying you have to be a yes man or whatever to deal with them differently. It's just like if you had a business, right? And you were going to talk to an investor. Do you really think that you would deal with an investor that had the Kevin Hart potential to invest in your company versus someone that just made $100,000? You think you would negotiate with them the same based on the value that they could bring to your company?
Probably not.
Exactly, because you know that the value that Kevin just has being a part of your business, period.
But if that's my
millionaire, straight up.
Right, that's my objection.
Stop acting like we don't have.
But Kelly, this only thing I want to challenge you is right. This only thing I want to challenge you. When I see y'all on this panel, I don't know what y'all got behind you know. Now, let's just say if I didn't like you on here, right, Kayla, and I looked at you the certain type of way.
You do, Jay.
Hold on. But you get off the panel and you rich. Now I want to be. Let's just say I'm getting you cold shoulders all on the panel, right? Because I'm looking at you. I'm looking at all y'all like what I see. A woman. Y'all looking at me. Y'all see a man. Now, when you get off the panel, I'm like, damn, you rich and stuff. So now I'm finna be extra. Like you like, man, get your fake ass away from me. Like, come on now. Like that don't make. So what I'm basically trying to say is, when I see people, I see money don't change from you being a woman or a man. You still a man and you still a woman. So that don't change what you got.
Right? It doesn't change that.
Jay, why did you say?
I think we so materialistic and we love stuff that we never had in our life.
Jay,
and so when we get it, I don't know. Go
Jay,
ahead.
Why did you say that certain women don't deserve men that make a certain amount of money if that's not what it's? You just said that. Why did you say that?
This is what I said. This is what I said. Kayla,
based off their attractiveness, right, Jay?
No, what I was basically saying is it's a lot of women think because they halfway cute. Because most men ain't gonna tell you like you might be cute, but you ain't that to where you deserve a man that's making millions.
But why is the making millions even
just not true?
It doesn't matter, Jay.
Whatever she looks like, if he decides that he wants her, then she deserves it. Who are you to say? I live in Boca with white people. Their wives, like I said before, are not attractive. But are you going to go up and tell him, oh, she's not attractive enough to be your wife because you're worth $5 million?
Right. Do you
what?
think Bill Gates?
That man can have whoever he wants. And if he thinks
sounds like to me, Jay.
If you see Kevin Hart with a big ass woman, sloppy woman, right? How you think about that? And be honest.
This is what it sounds like to me. Jay,
how would you look at that?
JP, we already established
that's what he wanted, and whatever Kevin Hart want, he gonna get. So if that's what he got, then I'm assuming that that's what he wanted.
But JP, we already established that you want all the women, right?
I didn't never say I want all the women. That's another
so it sounds like you like you don't qualify, so he just want you just want more availability of women like for yourself.
No, it's like I'm at an age where
with you. I'm just teasing you.
No, like most men want a woman that he can feel peaceful with. The woman can be feminine. Like me, I don't like a materialistic woman, like too heavy in materialistic shit. And I don't like women that wear, let me be quiet. But there's certain types, like I like a normal, natural woman, black woman.
That's fine for your preference. You can prefer whatever you want.
And if she got a big booty, now like I don't want no flat backs. Like it got to be some sort of attraction.
JP, are you?
I wanted to touch on what he was saying earlier.
Kay and Kayla, like,
go ahead, Deborah.
A dating show. JP, what are you doing?
He wants it to be a dating show.
That's
why it's turning into. What do I want? It's for the love of JP, right? What were you about to say, Deborah? I'm sorry.
No, my phone had died. I wanted to say something about his address, what he addressed to me. Okay. But no, I appreciate you for caring about Black women. I appreciate you even having this conversation in general, because most men would have got frustrated and just bounced or got disrespectful. But like I said, for me, the issue was the grouping, the generalization of Black women that I did not like. If you're going to sit there and say that there's a diversity of men, you have to have a diversity with women. That's all I was saying. But I appreciate your knowledge. And, the fact that you like women who are natural and big booties, I appreciate us for you telling us that. So,
but you know what, Deborah? I think us Black men and Black women, the way our relationship that's right now, I think Black men and Black women, these conversations is long overdue. I think we needed it. Mm-hmm. I think because a lot of times Black men was taught not to speak up and say none of this stuff. So Black women really don't know how we feel. Y'all don't really know us like that. We know y'all because all y'all do is talk and we have to listen. But y'all don't really know us like that. Y'all don't know how we feel about y'all deeply. So by us having these conversations in these atmospheres and these platforms, y'all getting. That's why a lot of y'all is tuning in, because y'all getting a different type of like, damn, I didn't know a lot of these.
You are not representative for all Black men, and every Black man doesn't feel the same as you do.
But it's millions. Black men need to stop having this narrative that Black women don't listen. Like, it's this weird ass narrative that keeps playing that Black women don't listen to Black men. Black men don't speak. That's where we have to start. You have to start by speaking, and
the reason why Black men don't speak, because Black men feelings is not by nobody in America really give a shit.
That's
again, men are socialized not to express. Men are socialized not to express their feelings.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
As a boy, he was raised to be soldiers.
That's in general,
but that's not a Black woman thing, right? It's not a Black woman thing. That? Exactly.
As a boy, standard, right?
As a boy, Kayla, as a boy,
my mom was never telling my brother that.
As a boy, I was raised to be a soldier and not a soulmate. Well, we was raised to be emotional avoided, which means is not to use our emotions. And every time we use our emotions, we was considered weak. If I get with any one of y'all and I come to y'all, right, and I say I'm crying about something that I'm going through, and I'm doing it more than a couple of just overdoing it, you're gonna be like, man, this you might not want to be for real, but you're gonna be like, he's a bitch.
But anybody overdoing it is the problem. It don't matter if it's a woman either. No man wants her crying every day. Anyone that's
right, I'm gonna say
the moment a Black woman says
with this therapist.
I love a woman that be crying.
No, the moment a Black woman expresses her feelings, she's too aggressive. She's a bitch. She's this. She's that. You cannot say that Black women have an open forum just as much as. I mean, I'm not going to say we compare to Black men. But for to say that we also have
Black men to go, ain't no space for no Black man to go express his feelings. We can't even do it on here.
Space. You guys choose not to go to those spaces. There's a difference. There are spaces. You guys just choose not to go there because of whatever systemic situation. You know what I'm saying?
How come we can't come to y'all though?
You can come to us. You guys choose again to have this.
Every time we come to y'all and we express what we're going through, and let's just say y'all is the problem, the issue, right? Let's just say we got an issue. Let's just say I got an issue with Black women, and I'm coming to y'all Black women, and I'm trying to express my issue with the Black women, and y'all feel offended. Y'all personalize what I'm saying and place it like I'm talking about y'all, and y'all just attack.
It's the point of you have to take accountability. I feel like Black men want to be able to express themselves without having the accountability to come follow after it.
But if you listen,
you know what he sounds like? You know what you sound like, Jay? You sound like one of those men that say, I just want to be honest with you, but I can't be honest with you because how y'all react and y'all do too much. And that's why I lie and I don't be honest. But then we're like, oh no, come be honest with me. And then when you're honest, the shit that you say is, well, I was with another woman last night. And then that's just supposed to be like, okay, we understand. No.
Well, it goes back to what Deborah.
Yes, we want you to be honest, but if you're coming to me with some bullshit, then you're gonna get what you get.
And it's not even just that. You guys will let me not say all men, but some men will pile on, and then the last moment, okay, I want to communicate now. I want to talk. The resentment has already been built.
But Deborah, you said it earlier, emotional intelligence. And I saw so many comments in the comment section where people have a lack of understanding of what EQ means. They like, you want us to be That's not what that means. It's literally self-awareness, self-regulation, motivation, empathy, and social skills. Social skills, communication. That solved the problem right there, JP.
Exactly.
She said EQ. If you raise your EQ, then you can better have those conversations because there's a way to have the conversation that's productive. And there's a way not to. And, come and talk about you did that's not a way to have a productive conversation at all. So there's a way. And she gave you the answer. She gave you the cheat code. She said EQ.
And that's the majority of the times we give them the cheat code, but they choose to just go left instead of right. You know what I'm saying? But
it's like from our experience.
It's men though, Jay. It's men. Because even on our show, remember, Kay, on our Thursday show maybe a month ago, we were talking about men being vulnerable with their women. On that show, it was mainly men telling other men not to be vulnerable and not to be emotional with their women. So if you want to blame something, blame your daddy, blame your friends that perpetuating you to feel that you need to be that way instead of being what feels natural, which is to express yourself to the people that you care about. That feels natural. When something happens, the first thing I do is I pick up the phone and I call my mom or I call my man and I'm like, guess what happened? You know what I'm saying? Because that is a natural thing for us.
Me personally, I'm the type of person that I'm gonna be emotional with my woman, but I do understand where those men coming from. Like a lot of women then use that against them. Don't nobody like to be put them, especially a man.
You're right. Women bring it back up. Okay.
And then you bring it in, throw it in our face. Like that will make a man beat you up.
Right. And that's not fair. You're right.
But like for an example, like black men is in these boxes. Like we get put in these boxes. Like black men can't do everything that other race of men can do. While white men will, y'all will sit up there and listen to a white man cry all day. And you won't see nothing less of him. A white man don't have to wear the designers. A white man don't have to wear designers.
We will do
it. If I want you, I gotta come in with extra everything.
If I see anybody chucking a job, and it's definitely the black man for these white.
What I'm getting this from 36 years of experience of being a black man and watching black women.
So you've been watching black women not accept the
black men and black women all my life. 36 years.
I'm just asking.
But we've clarified that is a particular group of black people.
Okay. Would you date a black man that's wearing like a regular Walmart outfit?
I have dated men.
I used to date. It doesn't. The outfits don't matter. I used to date the most wealthy person I used to date wore sweatsuits every day.
That's what I'm saying. Wealthy men wear the Walmart outfits, to be honest.
Sweatsuits.
So,
jogging.
Oh, so you into wealthy men? You into wealthy men
every day?
He said,
trying to figure it out.
Okay, that's what you been choosing, wealthy men.
He's talking about Kayla.
Can I ask my question one time?
Oh.
I don't. No. My point being is that the wealthier they are, the less they spend on stuff like that. So for you to ask me, oh, would I date a guy that's wearing something basic? I'm saying yes.
And you know what, Kayla, again, he's like, oh, you're into wealthy men. But he just, for multiple times, said he wants a woman with a certain type of body.
But how can you equate it with a certain type of body? That's not an equal correlation with each other. A woman with just a nice body compared to a man making millions. That's not an equal.
No, because it perpetuates the things that's going on right now. Now women are going in droves getting plastic surgery to get the men's attention. And men
want that certain body.
Right, and then men are, like you said, going out committing crimes to be with women. So it's still
I want black women.
I don't want any woman to have any preference.
I want black women with the natural body. I don't care for that. Most black men, we don't care for that makeup. You know how y'all look at us men when men sagging and how annoying that is to y'all when you see a man sagging or a man trying to be a thug or trying to be something that he's damn well he's not. Well, that's how we look at women when they wear all of that caked up makeup, that white girl hair, those fake everything about you fake.
What is
I don't agree. Well, I don't agree because the women that you're attracted to, they don't look like everything you just described. The women that you've been talking about for a whole show that are most desirable to you, they don't look like that. But then you're sitting up here telling me that that's what black men want. But that's not what you want.
They do, Kayla. Black women is naturally beautiful. All that other stuff, no, we don't.
Yeah,
I don't
every
care.
black woman doesn't have a big butt. That's a misconception.
It's a lot of them
doesn't know how to make collard greens. That's a misconception. That's not.
The youngers don't. The youngers don't because they was too busy in the mirror.
No, but my point is that
they was too busy in the mirror with their mama.
But just because you are black doesn't mean that some things are innate to you. Not all black women have big asses.
Yeah,
but that's just not.
But JP,
you're right. But a lot of those women that can't cook. That's because a lot of those black women they was in the mirror instead of in the kitchen watching their mamas.
No.
Okay, not body types.
So let's just keep it on the body type. Not all black women have asses.
That's
Now all
bullshit.
black women have boobs.
But
I know
Kayla,
I have a lot of black friends that don't have no ass.
I got a lot of black female friends that got all ass.
Yeah, but I have a lot of
Butt
black
ass.
female friends that don't have no ass at all. No ass.
Can I show you a couple of pictures?
So what now? You know what I'm saying?
But you know what, JP?
I know a lot of women.
We
That's
already
who I'm
established.
attracted to.
We
It's
already
women with big
established.
asses.
I just wanted to point this out that we already established at the beginning of the stream that you don't pay any attention to any other cultures but black culture. So don't bring up no more white people and what they do and what they don't do, because you don't know, because you don't
You
pay
did
attention
say
to
that,
them.
Jay.
So
I
how are you comparing? Like, what are you saying? Like,
Jay's
you keep
been
saying
contradicting
when a
himself
white man
all
do
night
this and
long.
white people, you don't know. Remember,
All
you
night.
already said you don't know, so you're not allowed to bring no other race into it no more, because you said you don't pay attention to them.
All right, Zoe, last thoughts. Let's go ahead and wrap. Let's see what you got. You know, we don't have that much time, but I know you
I
always
think it was going to get to me.
you always got something to
Okay.
say. So what's goody? We're gonna give you the screen. What's up?
What's up, Zoe?
Oh, that's your cat. Oh, your niece's
Oh, this
cat.
is my niece's cat.
See,
But
black
no.
men love cats.
Let
See,
me
look at that.
ask my
We all love cats.
I'll ask my question though. I just I don't like some of the way that the conversation always ends up revolving around like talking points and stuff like that. So, or just like the traditional talking points. I was gonna ask more about, or just reverse a talking point. Basically, I'll just ask the women on this panel, what do y'all believe y'all want, or y'all want a man to bring to the table, and then do you feel like that's worth submitting to? Instead of the way that the question is normally asked is, what do you bring to the table? Like, what do y'all think a man should bring to the table? And do you think that
Was there like
what a man
a
brings to
topic
the
that
table
we
is?
talked about tonight that you wanted to address? Because we don't want to get into like a whole different conversation as we're trying to wrap.
It was, well, for me, it was when you told Jay something about like, do he know what women want? And I'm just like, I think men do know what women want. I think y'all don't know what y'all want, but at least
We
to
don't
ask
know,
the
but
question,
y'all know.
huh?
Okay.
Y'all don't know what y'all want.
But y'all know what we want.
Yeah.
Then y'all.
I was gonna
That's
say, I was
fine.
ready to
If-
say my.
Yeah.
If
We
y'all
gotta
know,
be y'all
then
daddy,
then
Kayla.
y'all should be good then.
Right, that's
we
what
gotta
I'm
be
saying.
your
We should
daddy.
be-
Why so many of y'all on
we
the
shouldn't even be
internet
having this
complaining about
conversation right
us?
now.
I don't complain.
If you know,
I think y'all know I
Not
don't
you,
complain.
Zoe. I didn't. You know, you all stop it. You know, I'm never talking about you in these type of situations. But we can let Deborah answer because she wanted to answer your question.
I want a safe place. That's what I want. A safe place from a man. I want a man that is able, and that's you said something about submit. What did you say about being submissive?
Like that, like, and do you think that what it is that you would want a man to bring to the table is worth you submitting to?
Yeah, any man who I'm with, I'm submissive with. If you're able to get into a relationship with me, then I'm going to be submissive to you in that relationship. That's just how I am. But you got to get me into that relationship first. But I want a safe place. I want to be able to, like how y'all want y'all happy place, I want mine too. The world also beats us up as Black women. So I want my safe place. I want to be able to come home. If I'm going to cook, have, you know what I'm saying, have sex with you, have all that, just have a safe place for me. Let me be able to be raw. That's what I like. Let me be raw with you. You don't have to make all the money in the world, but let me come home and be raw with you and have a safe place with you. Those are my only things that I want.
So if you were in a safe space, if he provides a safe space for you for the rest of your life, you'll be submissive to him for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
Like just to
She
put it in
just
the
said
context
that
of marriage. I'm just trying to make it into the context of marriage. That's all. Okay. Don't attack me, please.
I'm not attacking you. He already
I need to have my cat back on the screen when I'm talking to UK.
Why is so big to be submissive? Like, I don't care if a woman's submissive or not,
said-
as long as she cooperate.
She said if a man was able to get into the relationship with her, she would be submissive. She answered that.
My biggest thing is I don't understand why men want a submission so bad. Okay.
What? Oh, yes. But like I said, me growing up, that's what I've been used to. But at the same time, like even in the space I am now, I've been abstinent for a long time because even me, I don't trust my own decisions when it comes to with men. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it's only men. I think I have my own. You know what I'm saying? We all have our own issues. So even for me, I'm like, my next relationship, I want it to be my last relationship. So with that being said, I'm cutting out sex. I'm cutting out all the stuff that will be distraction between what it is that I'm trying to get to, which is, like I said, a safe place. And life is gonna be good because we're gonna have fun over here. So
yes, we're gonna have a lot of
Hey,
fun.
Deborah, we're gonna
Okay.
be a little bit toxic too. We're gonna be a little bit toxic. No, I'm just
No,
kidding.
Jay.
Final thoughts before we bring on
What
the
you
last
said? We?
person
Is that what you
and
just said?
Yeah, we're gonna be a little bit
No,
toxic.
you toxic by yourself, okay?
Jay loves the toxicity because
Deborah's
it's
like, who
comedy
is
for him. It's
No,
comedy
so-
for him.
You know, I love when my women like have. I don't want no woman that's why I don't care about
He wanted
submission.
spicy, right, Jay?
I like to see my women stand up for themselves. I don't like for them to be disrespectful, but I love to see my women stand up for themselves. It kind of really cute to me. I don't want to be able to treat my woman like she's my child.
But I feel like submissive is not always such a negative connotation. And I think that a lot of
Right.
people always take it that way. Submissive is, like you said, just understanding the respect level of where you are in your relationship and being able to come together in a household, I guess, if you know, where you guys understand what role you play. That's how I take it as, you know what I'm saying? I'm a person, if I feel some type of way, you're gonna know I feel some type of way. I'm never gonna not speak on, you know what I'm saying? But I understand how to respect a man. You know what I'm saying? I know you want to be the leader, I'm gonna allow you to be the leader. I'm gonna do what I have to do as a woman, and you gonna be the man in the relationship. I'm never gonna try to, test you as a man, is what I'm trying to say.
If I piss you off, Deborah, and you got something on your mind, how would you talk to me? How would you express
Why
that
he
to
look
me, Deborah?
excited? Why he look excited?
Because he want everybody on his
Wait, hold
panel,
on,
that's
Jay.
why.
Let's see if
Because
Zoe
she keeps saying, like, I know how it's gonna come out.
Jay's the type that play the numbers game. He just shoot his
I
shot
know.
everywhere, and we gonna see which ones work out.
That's what I'm saying.
Zoe, do you have any final thoughts? Because we're gonna bring up the last person and then start wrapping it up.
Thank you for your answer, Deborah. I appreciate you taking the time to actually, think about it and give a response. I mean, if 1 out of 4 women know what they want, I think my point still stands to begin with, but I'll let it sit right there. If 1 woman out of 4 knows what she wants, I think that means in general women don't know what they want. But I do appreciate Deborah answering my question.
Thank you for calling in. We'll see
Your
you.
cat was cute.
All right, JP.
Thank you, Jay.
All right, y'all.
Zoe.
Bye.
See you next week.
Bye.
No.
Good night. All right, let's see. Oh,
Man, they love me.
Do
They
we have
love me on
anyone
this
else
channel.
to end the night?
oh, no one else.
Anybody
Okay,
else waiting?
perfect. Nope.
Okay.
Everybody love me on this channel.
And you know we love you, Jay. I
I
love
was
having
talking
you
about
on the
people in
show.
comments, but we was at each other today, boy. That was kind of that felt kind of
Yes.
good.
I loved it. It was,
But it was
We
really
needed
fun.
it.
I think we had fun.
Yeah.
So y'all don't want me back on Monday? Because hey, listen.
Jay trying to get
I got
in
a couple.
here,
I got
okay?
a couple of topics that I have.
JP, we need to put you in the group chat. We're
gonna put you in the group chat.
Yeah, I got a couple
We're
of
gonna put you in
topics
the
that
group
I
chat.
think it'd be
Talk about
very.
topics.
That I think it'll blow up.
He think he the star of the show now.
Okay. He's trying to be a permanent guest.
Private chat. We'll put you in the group chat, JP.
Yeah, JP. Yeah. Yeah.
No,
What's the group
JP,
chat? I'm saying, what's the group chat all about?
JP, I think you're super smart. I do. I think that we don't always necessarily agree on everything, but I respect your opinions. I like how you never attack like individual people. You always have something that you're standing on in terms of your point. I respect that about you a lot. And that's why we love having you on. I really do think you're a very good guest to have on the show. And I know sometimes I might be like, but wait. And it's no hard feelings about that. I 100% respect you, JP.
I mean, except for when he called us all ones. I'm just saying or something.
Oh,
Nah, he didn't know what he was saying. He didn't know what he was
I
saying.
never said that.
He didn't know what he was saying.
I think Black woman is the prettiest woman.
No, JP,
Black woman is the prettiest to me.
No,
but I get in trouble like when I come on Anton's show. When I come on Anton's show, I get in trouble for defending my case. I say, man, I love my case.
Kind of try to say that we were like 1 to 4 or whatever.
Nah, he was tripping. He was on some Xanax at that time or something.
No, I was trying to clap back at I'm gonna be for real. When she kept trying to say men trying to look for 4, he a 4 trying to go for 10. So I was clapping back at her.
But what does that have to do with us? Like, what?
It's true. It's
JP
people that
got
be in my
me
DM or
defensive.
try to talk
You know
to me
damn well
about
y'all ain't no
Deborah.
damn ones.
what?
You know damn well y'all not no damn ones.
It
We
goes,
know that. We know
it
you were
goes back to
joking.
why he trying to tell the other women they don't qualify for the millionaire. He
JP
he's trying to take us
got
down
really
the
I feel like
stairs.
y'all want to throw shade at us. I feel like y'all trying to throw shade at black men, so I feel like I had to retaliate.
No.
I mean,
Now you want to retaliate. Comedy.
I'm petty. I'm a little bit of petty. A little bit of petty.
I see with
Yes,
the
we know.
fencing
It's
person
funny.
as your emoji after your name, the little fencing.
Yeah, I see that.
Oh,
Is that what that is?
Is that what that is?
What is it, Kay?
That's the get back. The fencing person as his emoji after his name. Y'all don't see that?
I didn't. I'm just
How
now
you do
noticing
that?
that. I did not see that.
I thought
before.
that man had a gun
Ready
or
to
something.
attack random people that had nothing to do.
Anybody can get it.
Right.
That's literally, he said anybody can get it.
No, this has been great. Honestly,
Yeah.
Y'all is so fun to me. I love being around y'all.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me on here too.
I
It's been
enjoy
Thank
a
you
good
so
time.
much, Deborah. Thank you.
Yeah, no,
Cannon.
this
We
was a
appreciate
very,
y'all
very
coming
fun
on
show.
tonight.
My
It
girl.
went better than I thought. I'm so happy. You know,
What you mean it went better than you thought?
regardless of what some other people have said, I think Martin Luther King will be happy with the progressiveness that we are
Me too,
trying
me
to
too,
have.
Kayla.
And
Kayla,
no
you
matter
said
what anybody else says, point
Hold on, I
blank,
gotta tell you.
period. Okay.
Wait.
Bing bong. Okay.
Take me out to
What do you
dinner.
want to tell Joe Biden right now?
Thank you, ladies, for having me
hold on,
on. I
Kayla.
Yes,
did have a
Karen.
good time. I really, really did.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah,
it's
this
been
was a
such a great time. So we
I got a
will
surprise.
be here every Monday, 8:30. Super
7:30.
excited. Oh my gosh. Oh, look at Jay trying to get us with the bait.
I know he knew that was
And
going
guess
to be the
what? I
one that
named
was
her.
going
I
to beat
named her.
us.
Guess what her name is?
Awesome
What?
girl, she's so
Queen.
cute.
Legacy. Her name is Legacy.
Oh yeah, that's
Legacy.
cute.
Oh,
Hi,
so
Legacy.
adorable.
Legacy, so
Daddy,
cute.
baby. Here got my other baby right here.
Oh my God. So adorable.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
Oh my goodness.
Hi, pretty girl.
Look at Jay looking like a family man. I just love this.
I
This
am.
is so beautiful.
He got to
So
clock out
cute.
into his family time now.
So cute.
Yeah, we cutting into your family time. We sorry. We
Yeah.
sorry.
They
But no,
good.
we appreciate y'all.
We love it.
Yep.
We love it. We love it. We love when
Oh.
people start showing more of their lives and all
I'm trying
that.
to be a father. I'm trying to give these black women a father. Some.
Let me before we jump off. Let me plug.
I
That's gonna be on tomorrow.
Look at
For
Kayla.
those of you who want to go and subscribe to the Ladies Room Podcast YouTube channel, we go on Tuesdays at 7 p.m. Central.
Ooh, okay.
And we discuss a lot of the similar topics. So
Nice.
Sounds
Nice.
good.
Everybody check out the
Everybody
Ladies
go
Room
subscribe.
Podcast.
Yep.
Deborah, you have anything you want to
Oh, well, I'm a blogger as well for Hip Hollywood. I'm an entertainment reporter. So if you guys ever want to catch any of my interviews, or I talk to some pretty cool people, so just come follow Hip Hollywood.
Hip
All right,
Hollywood.
Ladies Room Podcast and Hip Hollywood. Everybody go subscribe, go like, go
Yes,
report
go
it.
check them
Everywhere,
out.
all the socials, of course.
And check out Jay, of course.
I don't know
He'll
where.
be here next week.
Yeah.
Y'all will be
I don't know where.
here next week.
Oh yeah.
Jay said, I don't know where. Okay, well, Jay will be back next week.
Yeah, I'll be back next Monday.
Jay will be back next week, so that's what y'all
You
can
know how
see.
much proud I'll be so proud to be on here. I'll be telling all my family. I'm like, y'all better tune in. I come on 7:30. Hey, I'll be bragging on you too, Kayla. I must have seen. I did a little bit of stalking, a little bit. I had to check everybody out, and I see that you was on DJ Khaled videos.
DJ Khaled.
Yeah, DJ Khaled. I was like, yeah, man. I was like, yeah.
I've been in a couple of his
DJ
DJ Khaled.
Yes. I appreciate the support, Jay. You already know. I
Oh,
rock
yeah.
with you. I rock with you. I rock with you. So y'all definitely, we appreciate y'all so much. It's been a fabulous show, and happy Martin Luther King Day. We will see you guys next week right here, 8:30 Eastern on the Lapeef Network. Good night.
7:30.
Good night.
It's too early, but that's okay.
Oh my God.
My gym workout was
Wait.
phenomenal. Before I went home, I decided to stop over at my mother's house. I haven't seen my mother in 2 months. I know she's going to be very surprised to see me. I can't wait. What the? I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The first thing I noticed was this person's skin. What is going on? Uncomplicated, untreated skin? Who is this guy? I had to take a step back, but then I realized it was my brother. But look at his skin. Have you guys ever seen anything like that? I had to take a closer look and figure out what was going on. Best believe I crept up on him. Peep this. I'm still looking at his skin, trying to figure out, how did we get here? I could do nothing but shake my head. He could definitely use my help. I had to get to the bottom of this. He definitely needed some game about his skin. I'm just staring at it, like looking at it. Come on, bro. I knew what to do. I had to reach in my bag and get that Tiege Hanley. Uncomplicated skincare for men. Bro, this is why I'm excited to have Tiege Hanley as a sponsor of today's video. They have helped me start and maintain my skincare routine by making the entire process uncomplicated. Honestly, it's the best skincare system for guys like you and me. I recommend you start with their level 1 system, which comes with all the basics. A daily face wash to get rid of the dirt and the grime on your skin, a 2 times per week exfoliating scrub to get rid of the dead skin cells, an AM moisturizer with SPF 20 because you should always be protecting your skin from the sun, and a PM moisturizer to help your skin stay hydrated and healthy throughout the night. My brother was so excited. My favorite part about Tiege Hanley is that every box comes with an instruction card that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. They really make the process of achieving and maintaining amazing skin easy. Shout out to Tiege Hanley. And because Tiege Hanley is sponsoring today's video, they're offering my viewers a great deal. Just click the first link in the description, and not only will you get Tiege Hanley for the best possible price, but they'll also give you a free gift with your first box. Click that link and get started today for just $30. Feel the Tiege. Let the Tiege force be with you.
Oh. Not beer.